Tengo unas excelentes noticias para ti. Lo lograste, es viernes. Felicidades. Hemos llegado, no morimos, no desaparecimos, no hubo guerra nuclear, no ha pasado nada. Aquí estamos a punto de disfrutar el fin de semana para los que no tenemos que chambear, para los que tienen que chambear, pues a darle con todo, carnal. No todos la tenemos tan difícil como tú, ¿no? Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Feliz viernes. Bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. Por supuesto, ahorita les voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan para poder analizar todas las tablas, todos los precios de todo, darles una buena lectura de lo que estamos viendo justamente en las tablas, en las acciones más interesantes, en cripto, etcétera. Pero como siempre antes les voy a platicar rapidísimo de todas mis penas y todos mis dolores y todas las tonterías que siempre tengo en la cabeza. Para la gente que sea nueva en este canal, que están llegando varios nuevos, aunque no lo pueda creer, tengo que decir esto. Entiendo perfectamente lo que dicen datos económicos, entiendo lo que dice el gobierno de Estados Unidos, lo que te dice tu gobierno en Europa, lo que te dice tu gobierno en donde sea, lo entiendo perfectamente. Personalmente, para recargarme en datos económicos, personalmente no me recargo en esos datos económicos, en lo que me recargo es en la divergencia de cuando no están diciéndome lo que estoy viendo en la calle. A mí, como persona moral y física, ¿no? A mí, en lo personal, me encanta ver... me encanta leer la economía a través de la gente, a través de los negocios, a través del sentimiento de todas las personas que veo. Me salgo un poco de la realidad que me venden en todo esto que me están contando en las noticias. Por eso hay veces que voy muy en contra de lo que te están contando. En estas ocasiones estoy justamente parado en eso. Y esto se da simplemente porque a veces nos dicen cosas para confundirnos, irnos en otra dirección y completamente cambiarnos la jugada. Fue lo mismo que pasó, ponte tú, en el 2020, que imprimieron 30,000 trillones de dólares, básicamente el 40% de todo el dinero que existía, y nos dijeron, no te preocupes, no va a haber inflación. Cualquier persona que haya pensado fuera de voy a ver esos datos, dice, no puedes hacer eso sin crear inflación. La inflación llegó, y cuando la inflación empezó a llegar y era inevitable, era, no, no te preocupes, va a pasar rapidísimo, ¿no? Y eso lo negaron por 2 años hasta marzo del 2022, que fue cuando dijeron, ok, tenemos un problema. Pero todo ese tiempo sonarías como loco si le hubieras dicho a la gente que había inflación, que iba a venir, que se iba a quedar. Todo el mundo decía que no. Y ahora nadie se acuerda también de eso. Por eso suena un poco raro. Cuando Powell empezó a decir, hay inflación, tenemos que cortar tipos, no tienes por qué salirte de lo que está diciendo, nos está diciendo la verdad, es honestamente tal cual. La creó él, luego dijo que se equivocó, pero, o sea, ahí estaba la mentira, pero estaba actuando congruentemente con la realidad. El día de hoy no existe esa realidad. El día de hoy a todos ustedes les están vendiendo que va a regresar la inflación, que vamos a entrar en esta inflación, que esta inflación es literalmente en Estados Unidos lo que ha pasado en los últimos año y medio, si le quieres poner así, mínimo, mínimo. Y eso quiere decir cuando tienes inflación y no tienes crecimiento real. Es impresionante que adultos que estudian en la economía los tengan, ahora viene esta inflación. Es mi opinión. Puede que esté completamente mal. Pero lo que quiero aclarar el día de hoy, que tiene que ver con esto, es lo que he estado diciendo del resultado del PIB y del Producto Interno Bruto en Estados Unidos, etcétera. El día de ayer nos dieron la revisión del PIB del primer cuarto, ¿ok? Es muy importante. ¿Por qué estoy hablando de esto? Para la gente que no lo haya visto, he estado diciendo que estoy esperando ciertos movimientos en el mercado. Estoy esperando, y la razón por qué es porque estoy intentando leer esto de forma como si yo fuera una de las personas que están encargadas de marketing para el gobierno de Estados Unidos. Eso es como yo estoy volteando a ver todo esto, además de lo poco que entiendo de economía, finanzas, etcétera, ¿no? Y negocios. Estoy combinando esas cosas que entiendo según yo. Entonces, lo que estoy viendo es que nos dieron ese Q1. En el 2024 a finales, yo vendí todas mis acciones, me salí de la bolsa por completo, y la razón por qué es porque me estás vendiendo que Trump solamente nos va a llevar para arriba y que eso va a ser extraordinario, etcétera. Y obviamente eso no llegó, tuvimos el primer bajón. De ahí le echaron la culpa a los aranceles. Los aranceles eran la razón por la que había bajado el mercado y no sé qué, ¿no? Entonces, bien, tuvimos la bajada del mercado. Cuando bajó el mercado empezaron a hablar de recesión instantáneamente. Donald Trump salió y dijo, va a ser la recesión más hermosa que han visto en su vida. Nunca han visto una recesión así. Yo dije, ok, esto va a rebotar. Hice unas comprillas, hice un video, les dije a todos, sería buen momento para empezar a acumular. Vean lo castigado que está todo esto. Algunos acumulamos, algunos nos quedamos fuera esperando a que bajara más, como siempre. Y tuvimos este rebote. Cripto va liderando, nos llevó a altos históricos primero, el mercado lo está haciendo en este momento en diferentes índices importantes y después vienen las acciones también a hacerlo. ¿Por qué digo esto? Porque ahora te están vendiendo una receta secreta que te va a hacer creer que la bolsa no puede bajar, que Bitcoin no puede bajar, que el oro no puede bajar, que el dólar no puede subir y se está hundiendo para siempre junto con Estados Unidos. Todo esto es lo que te están vendiendo, la realidad es muy diferente, muy diferente. Y la razón por qué es sencilla. Porque hay cosas que ya pasaron. No estoy hablando de, déjame leo el futuro, brother, instantáneamente hago mi bola de cristal, le doy una jalada, no, primero y después la agito, porque tienes que ser cordial con tu bola de cristal. No estoy intentando leer el futuro, estoy leyendo el presente sin escuchar las estupideces que muchos de nosotros caemos en, ¿no? Esa confusión, ese va y viene de aranceles prendidos y apagados, de bombardeos de prendidos y apagados, de vamos a subir los tipos o los vamos a bajar o los vamos a dejar igual todo el tiempo. Este cambio de opiniones según esto es bastante sencillo de leer, en mi opinión. Continuamos con un buen track record este año, el mejor año que hemos tenido y esperamos continuarlo. ¿Cómo veo esto continuando para adelante? Como estoy viendo todas estas narrativas que te dije que te están vendiendo, lo que viene ahora, después de habernos vendido ese, no, es que vamos a entrar en recesión, que nos dijo Trump, oh, la recesión más hermosa del mundo, cuando tenemos esa bajada, tenemos una subida y ahora tenemos que entrar en una zona, en una fase final de mercado. ¿Por qué? Porque en el tercer cuarto del año vamos a empezar a ver el deterioro en el mercado laboral. ¡Ja! Yo creo que a niveles bastante preocupantes. Simplemente todos los despidos de gobierno todavía no entran y les dieron 10 meses para entrar, entre 8 y 10 meses para entrar. Y eso nos pone ya entre septiembre y octubre para empezar a ver esos números caer de verdad. Más allá de los números, estás viendo la gente está haciendo menos dinero. Nos salieron con un par de numerillos por ahí muy interesantes. Hicieron la revisión del PIB del Q1 de menos 0.3 a la baja, o sea, menos 0.3 a la baja a menos 0.5, lo que lo volvió todavía más negativo. ¿Qué hace eso? Pone a la gente pensando, güey, esto está mal, esto está mal. Eso es bueno porque lo que va a hacer es que el mercado suba ahorita. Ahorita les voy a contar por qué. Más allá de eso, el día de hoy salen los números de personal spending, del gasto personal, del consumo personal de las personas. Esperaban el 0.1 más 0.1. ¿Y qué recibimos? Menos 0.1. ¿Ok? La gente no está gastando tanto. Si la gente no está gastando como esperaban y sobre todo está en negativo el gasto, no puedes tener inflación, tíos. No puedes, no puedes. Yo sé que lo cuentan y yo sé, porque también en la revisión del PIB, revisaron el PC, el CPI y todo, y se aventaron una para arriba. Está bien, te están vendiendo que viene la inflación, te están diciendo esta inflación, te lo están intentando vender. También hemos visto que ¿cómo se dice? Personal income, que es cuánto dinero hace la gente, lo estaban esperando en positivo 0.3%. Y lo que llegó fue un negativo 0.4%. O sea, fue una buena disparidad gigantesca con eso. ¿Ok? ¿Y por qué lo digo? Porque la inflación no viene de la nada. Yo sé, acaban de entrenar a la gente a entender la inflación de mala manera. La inflación es cuando la gente tiene mucho dinero. Cuando la gente tiene mucho dinero, ¿por qué creaste muchísimo dinero o por cualquier otra razón? Es cuando la gente está dispuesta a pagar más por la misma cantidad de bienes, porque ellos los quieren primero y antes, ¿no? Es así de sencillo. Si la gente está jodida, ¿qué es lo que está? Y es lo que me fascina, porque acabo de platicar con les digo, estoy súper metido, súper de chismoso, honestamente, en todos los negocios de mis amigos que producen para otros. Sobre todo el negocio de ropa me fascina, porque es muy directo, es muy rápido, es instantáneo, la gente lo hace directamente de su empresa con su sitio web a esto. Y lo que está pasando ahora es las empresas más grandes de las que se encarga la empresa con la que trabajamos y aparte otras que son de amigos, todos están o básicamente preparando plan B de bancarrota o sobreviviendo apenas, pero flotando por sus ventas a los minoristas, nada más. La gente no está comprando nada en sus sitios. Los que tienen contratos con minoristas grandes le están reventando. No reventando, le están colocando ahí para no morirse. Todos los demás están muriendo, es lo que estoy viendo. Y eso me dice, no viene la inflación. Entonces, Vamos a hacerles el cuento, el rollo más corto. Falta básicamente 30 días para el anuncio del PIB del Q2. El primero fue súper negativo por todas las por todas las importaciones que trajimos a Estados Unidos, porque engañaron a todo el mundo diciéndoles que iba a haber inflación y que debieron de comprar todos sus materiales de una, ¿ok? El segundo cuarto va a tener la relación opuesta y ese segundo cuarto lo van a usar, una vez más, no importa que el número sea bueno o malo, es cómo lo van a usar para contarte la historia. Van a decirte, ve, el PIB está explotando, tenemos crecimiento y al mismo tiempo tenemos mucha inflación, va a venir con esto. El mercado tiene que volverse eufórico con esas noticias y llegar a altos históricos. Además de ello, me está poniendo el dólar que se está cayendo y no va a regresar jamás y está muerto. Ese es el trade. Si estás volteando a ver al dólar, todo el mundo se lo pierde, pero si estás volteando a ver el dólar cuando se voltea a la alza va a destruir todo, como lo hizo en el 2022, básicamente, que nos llevó a esa recesión en la que nos sacamos nosotros mismos de comprando tesorería y financiando al gobierno de Estados Unidos para que continúe expandiendo sus déficits, y después nos dio Jerome Powell ese tremendo QE a través de la quiebra de los bancos, etcétera. Básicamente, estamos ante una situación similar, pero diferente, porque en ese entonces teníamos inflación con esa recesión, ¿ok? En esta estás viendo ya una recesión causada por la desinflación que después se vuelve deflación. Y van a decirme, pero ¿cómo si en las noticias me están diciendo que está subiendo la inflación? Ve a tu agencia de coches favorita o ve a los que venden coches en línea. Y estoy hablando de Estados Unidos específicamente, donde Tesla tiene que dar descuentos, donde Ford tiene que dar descuentos, donde GM, Stellantis tienen que dar descuentos y están anunciando en la televisión, ven y compra ahora mismo tu coche, porque después van a subir de precio. Aprovecha los descuentos de empleados. Si fueran a subir de precio los coches, las empresas, las marcas no te estarían diciendo, ven, te lo vamos a regalar, porque después vamos a subir el precio, queremos ser los buenos del libro, ¿ok? Eso, el hecho de que las casas, por fin los compradores tienen más control que los vendedores en el mundo de las casas, obviamente es bastante regional, pero el promedio ya está volteándose, es una gran indicación. No existe esa inflación, no existe. Entonces, te lo van a contar, te lo van a decir todo el tiempo, por supuesto que hay cosas que cuestan más importarlas ahora que antes, pero recuerda, el consumidor es el que dicta y crea la inflación, y si el consumidor no tiene dinero, no puede pagar más, porque si solamente funcionara todo a base de precios, yo vendería mi mezcal por $1,000,000 cada botella para no tener que jugarle a los márgenes chiquitos y sería multitrillonario. Pero como vivo en el mundo real, donde literalmente el consumidor me diría, está muy cara tu chingadera, esa no la voy a comprar, no puedo. Así que todo el plan sigue de acuerdo, todo va perfectamente. Lo único que sí cometí un error, creí que el día de ayer nos iban a dar el resultado del PIB del Q2. No nos lo dieron, nos lo van a dar en 30 días, pero nos dieron la revisión del Q1, que fue todavía mejor porque nos hace ver más negativos, pone un poco de duda en el mercado para que todo el mundo también se ponga iffy y se vaya a vender, como lo hicieron con la guerra. Están intentando quitarte todo antes del subidongo, después del bajadongo, ¿ok? Antes del subidongo que sigue el bajadongo. Entonces, sigue todo tal cual, perfectamente puesto. Vamos a seguir viendo un poco de ese miedo inflacionario ser empujado para cuando llegue este resultado del Producto Interno Bruto, este resultado del Producto Interno Bruto pegue con todo y le digan a todo el mundo, Estados Unidos está imparable, es una máquina. Todo el mundo diga, el oro nunca va a poder bajar, Bitcoin nunca va a poder bajar, la bolsa nunca va a poder bajar, y te van a bajar los pantalones en ese momento. Esa es mi apuesta todavía. Soy el único que le ha puesto fecha desde el 2023, tarde 2020, no, 24, no, 23, porque todavía estaba cuando me cambié para acá, hace ya 2 años llevo diciendo esto, del 2026. Específicamente para mí, la declaración de recesión oficial viene el último cuarto de este año o el primer cuarto del 2026. Le estoy poniendo todo esto, fechas, leyendo el mercado arriba para abajo. Espero que continuemos dándole. Por ahora todos andamos muy contentos viendo todos los precios y todas las cosas en las que estamos a gusto y vamos a continuar con ello. Aquí tengo a Alex y aquí tengo a Farhan. Vénganse a dar una vuelta a Elite Trading Academy. En estos momentos, la manera más fácil de hacer dinero es invirtiendo. la más fácil, honestamente, con todas las restricciones que existe para crear negocios, para vender cosas, para poder anunciarlas en línea. Ahora, la censura del bienestar en México, por ejemplo, te debería de dar un poco de miedo cómo poder hacer dinero al futuro. La manera más sencilla es exprimiéndole al mercado sus nueces, como lo hace tu mujer cuando llegas a casa cansado y ella quiere exprimirte esas nueces, no para darte el placer que necesitas, sino exprimirte las nueces porque necesita comprar algunas pendejadas que no te importan. Así que así te van a tener que exprimir las nueces. Se me olvidó por qué lo estaba diciendo, pero a lo que quiero llegar es, la manera más sencilla de hacer dinero es invirtiendo a largo plazo. No estoy diciendo que es esto de trading, pero todo lo que aprendemos acá, todo lo que enseñamos acá, funciona excelente para acciones a largo plazo, inversiones a largo plazo, entender cómo se mueve el dinero, cómo se mueven las tablas, cuál es la relación del DXY con el peso mexicano, con el yen japonés, te va a ayudar muchísimo. Ver a los bonos también te va a ayudar muchísimo a entender. Simplemente ver los gráficos, entender, ver la temporalidad de tu acción favorita y también poder hacer apuestas a largo plazo que honestamente nadie le gana a la bolsa. Es la forma y la única garantía que va a continuar para adelante, para arriba, pero es más detallado ahora. Tienes que poner un poco más de atención. Así que por eso tenemos el E-Trading Academy y por eso estoy muy contento de verlos a todos los que participan con nosotros. Darle y pegarle con todo, honestamente, me da muchísimo gusto. Y pues vamos aprendiendo cada semana un poco más aquí en el E-Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Les voy a poner, por si quieren unirse a nuestro Discord, es completamente gratis. Siempre es bueno darse una vuelta por acá. No nada más porque tenemos todo lo que nos dice Alex Farhan del lado izquierdo. Pueden ver, este es nuestro Discord, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, le picas acá y te pone Alex todas las cosas que está diciendo, Farhan lo mismo, el chat general. Esto es lo bueno para mí. Vengan a platicar con gente que está compartiendo todas estas ideas, todas estas opiniones, y además todos tienen un sistema diferente de trading, que es lo bueno, y aparte pueden ver si alguien está difiriendo con lo que estás pensando y puedes preguntar por qué. Es una de las mejores cosas, una de las grandes ventajas de tener este tipo de comunidades accesibles. Venga, a compartir cuánto dinero están haciendo con nosotros. Uy, perdiste. ¿Cómo puedes perder 114% en un short? Ah, porque lo pusiste en cross. Más 5000%. No, pues sí, con razón, es NIO. Ya veo. 330%, nada mal. Menos 77%. Güey, NIO. ¿Eres el tomatito del futuro? ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Qué está pasando? Gold USDT, nada mal. Se están llevando una buena lanilla ahí con el oro. Ayer platicamos del oro en la clase de E-Trading Academy y honestamente me dejó frío lo que vio Farhan en las tablas. También caigan acá, tenemos todos nuestros enlaces oficiales. Y acá tenemos un torneo en BTCC, que es uno de los exchanges con los que trabajamos. Tienen el enlace aquí abajo para registrarse, solamente tienes que registrarte. Le picas a este botón en lo de los enlaces y te va a llevar a este sitio. Estamos haciendo un torneo de trading donde estamos dando hasta $60,000 para todos los ganadores. Todavía faltan 18 días y 2 horas. Hay solamente 30 participantes. O sea, tienes una en 30 posibilidades de llevarte una gran cantidad de dinero. Así que vengan lo más rápido posible para poder hacer los mejores trades que puedan. Y aquí pone todo, cómo se va dividiendo todo esto, para que no tengan duda alguna. BTCC con el E-Trading Academy, donde también puedes tradear no solamente criptos, pero también puedes tradear acciones tokenizadas, Forex tokenizado, el oro tokenizado, el petróleo tokenizado. Aquí lo tienen. No, creo que el petróleo no está aquí. Tal vez sí, no estoy seguro ahora. Sí, sí está aquí. Y si tienen dudas de cómo operar estos exchanges porque quieres hacerlo y sabes, compras acciones, entiendes cómo tradear, pero nunca has usado uno de estos exchanges de futuros, te metes a nuestro sitio web. Una vez más, esto es gratis, le picas en tutos. Todos los enlaces están aquí abajo en la descripción, por cierto. Le picas a cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y una vez que le piques ahí, esa foto es yo hace 5 años, por cierto, la de antes. No sé cuántos de ustedes sepan eso. Y ves este video de 5 minutos y te pone cómo operar en uno de estos exchanges, cómo usarlo, cómo encontrar la página de futuros, cómo poder abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo todo. En 5 minutos lo tienes, solamente le picas acá, te registras con nosotros para poder participar también en cualquier cosa que hagamos juntos. Sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, voy a darle pie a esta bola de perros que vengan, al buen Alex y al buen Farhan, y empecemos con todo en el E-Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Morning, fellas.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Bueno, pues.
I gotta say, you're looking like quite the intellectual with the glasses.
Well, that's why I put them on. I don't really have any problems with my eyes. I want to make sure that people don't think I'm just an imbecile. So I feel like the glasses help a little bit.
It's going well. It's going well.
Good.
It's going well.
Okay, good. That's the only purpose for them. They don't work. They don't do anything. Man,
I gotta
I've had
use
some
these because I'm
headaches.
fucking blind without them.
No, I'm kidding. I'm not blind, but I have this back and forth with my eyes where they get weaker and then they get stronger. Right now they're on a weaker phase, so I'm gonna have to deal with that a little bit. Hopefully I can get rid of these again. Yeah.
If I remove these, I can't read the text on my computer.
God damn, I can't imagine that. Like even I can read everything. It's just it causes me to force my eyes, which is not good. How you doing, Alex?
Oh my bad. It wasn't important anyways.
I'm doing pretty good actually. Not too bad.
I bet you are.
I actually made all the morning updates yesterday, and you know what's annoying is you have to have Instagram and TikTok like actively on the app to upload videos. So I'm busy going
it's
my
the
charts,
worst.
and I just didn't upload any of the videos. Yeah, it's bullshit. Oh, yeah,
it's the fucking worst. Yeah, I hear you. I fucking hear you. All righty, boys.
Upload streak.
Yeah, let's look at this thing, and well done, by the way. So everyone should know Alex is uploading every single day on his TikTok and Instagram. I think TikTok is what the kids use now in social media. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's what they do. So go in that app, which apparently belongs to the Chinese community. What is it? What's the
Communist Party?
There you go. Or go to Instagram, check them out, and check out the updates. They're right there. So, sirs, we're looking at the Bitcoin. Is that where we're starting today? I see it right here.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do the Bitcoin.
Let's check this out.
Yeah, so your Bitcoin.
No, Mr. Trump. I keep getting presidentially liquidated.
And it's not fun, Trump. Please stop.
Stop. That's the one thing it's never going to stop. I do love the on and off tariffs, the on and off war, the on and off inflation, the cuts and the not cuts. Like, I love it. It's pretty good. And the best thing is they sell it like the investor is seeing a lot of instability and in the markets. Oh, really? I wonder why.
Yeah, the news flow has just been chaotic lately. It's just been up, down, up, down, up, down. So what's going on with Bitcoin? Well, for me, we're just about to get that 12-hour EMA9 test. We talked about this yesterday. It's very relevant to me because, often the 12-hour EMA9 gives you an easy long trigger. So when we're going up and we're just kind of in the gray zone and we're now starting to itch down, am I super concerned right here? No. And we talked about this. As long as we're above 106K, going to have the objective up to 1093. Now, it can obviously take time. Perfectly okay. We just want to really understand that this 12-hour EMA9 is, in my opinion, the spot to hold. We see we reclaimed it here. We haven't really tested it since we reclaimed it. The 34 held its support, broke out, reclaimed 106K. You've just been slowly going down. We had that evening star on the 12-hour right here, which you can notice it didn't really get invalidated. And you got the follow through. So in my opinion, this is just all still looking probable for a bounce in this region. We have here a higher low, higher high. So this could just be anything looked at as like a higher low on the 12-hour. And 1093 is the big objective for me. Now, yesterday we were, if it wants to load, anytime. Nice. So one thing to note is right by that 1057, you have that 4-hour EMA 100, which is sitting right around that daily EMA 9. So the point being is that you do have lots of area of support, and that should, in theory, hold. And that's why today, I'm not really looking to aggressively short Bitcoin, but rather look for a long around here. I do think that, as long as you're holding above specifically, this wick high here, you're going to get a bounce around this region. That bounce can be short-lived. You know that this is going to break down. If you start losing that 4-hour EMA 100, deviations of 106K, you've now lost the 12-hour 9. Okay, now we have actually something to front-run shorts. But if I'm scaling shorts in this region, it's like, what's the play? Well, you're kind of hoping that this 4-hour EMA 9 deviates down and then rejects. But then what you have is the 21. We know that the 4-hour 9 is very strong. Haven't even been able to test it since we reclaimed it here. So we should be gauging this 21 reaction. Bulls need to get back above the 4-hour 9. The 4-hour EMA 9 can get reclaimed. I'll start looking at this as potentially a local bottom. And that's our confirmation of higher. Higher is 1093 for me. We have 4-hour BBWP reset. Check 6-hour. 6 hours finally reset. Eight hours resetting. Why is this significant? Well, if the lower time frames like the 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour resetting, this has implications for a move within the next day or two, in my opinion. You already have daily BBWP reset, breaking above the moving average now. And this is actually interesting to see it break above the moving average on some red candles. It's actually something I'm going to mentally note. Just, if we end up really losing 106K on a daily close, you actually could start seeing BBWP fire off. But again, we've seen this before where ever so slightly breaks above the moving average, you kind of go up, you don't really get that follow through. Then you reset and you ever so slightly break out, and then it resets again. You've had lots of daily chop around this BBWP. I was saying, I was convinced that this was going to actually be the breakout. It was not. Perfectly okay. We just really want to watch this zone here because this is essentially about to confirm potentially a setup within the next day or two. That has a lot of implications for the lower time frame and then specifically the 2-day. We know the 2-day is at extreme volatility, extreme low volatility. And this is important because now you're already breaking above the moving average here as well. You can see it's like the little details in the chart are telling me that on this actually red can, on this move down, essentially, you're starting to see the itchings of BBWP tick up. This is significant for me because my idea is 1093 is going to reject. My idea is that BBWP is going to be what really fires off and really exasperates the move down. And so with this red candle, you're already seeing the itchings of it, kind of approaching specifically on the daily an actual move. Once it gets above 15%, that's the move. That's very interesting to me because actually you wouldn't want to start seeing that expand on red. So it's not confirmed, and I'll still say that, but this is interesting because what you could see is a bounce right here. This potentially could reject the 15%. Oh gosh. Right here. Why is it disappearing? Odd. Nice. Could easily reject the 15% and then head back down. I do think that you would need to get a bounce right around this region for that to occur. That way you're really not going to have the risk of that firing off. Then it can fire off once we actually hit 1093. I'll be very happy. I'll be very short right there. And I'm only really looking at shorts in this region just simply because I know where my risk is. I'm going to play the weekly trend. In my system, it's down. The 5-day is down as well. We know that Bitcoin is dirty. We know that people are using this price divergence on the 5-day. Talked about that yesterday to short. I'm unsure if that's just going to be an easy short to break down and then that's it. But rather, I'd really want to see this region get tested. There's a lot of liquidity around here. And the reaction in this zone is going to be extremely important for me. So you're either going to take out these highs, tap this region, and then, bigly reject down. Or I'll be wrong on the short idea. We'll start reclaiming back above 1093, make our way up to that wick high. Taking out 110,600 will be the sign for me that, this is about to make a new all-time high and potentially go parabolically up in July. I do think we're about to see a major move in July. I think that markets are set up for it. We've been going on and seeing this monthly volatility expand, and this is now confirming the expansion. And remember, this is very freshly expanded. We understand that the monthly can chop, and we saw that a lot during this move here in 2023 in October, and then when we finally got the set up in October 2024, we got the move. July, August, September, October, it was a lot of chop around there. Right, and I said October 2024. It's October 2023. just a correction there in this region, right before we just started the big move on Bitcoin. There was lots of chop before that fired off in this region. Boom, boom. But that's why whenever you get chop, the little detail in the chart is always important. Because what you would have been able to identify here is, well, you're starting to put in structure, meaning, you know, the lows, the previous wick lows aren't getting taken out. And even here, you can see you never really took out. The low is 24,770. This low is 24,915. Ever so slightly price divergence before going up, putting that into an uptrend. So when we're moving into July and we do see that volatility is expanding, if I just show, if I go here and I show each time this is expanded up officially, we know it's boom right there. I'll move this, turn that solid. We'll make it all flow. That's it. So you've only had 3 setups. I'll look at this on CME. You're potentially having a setup here. Let's check the reactions on that one. Very cool. So you had monthly volatility reset. You start looking here. This is when it started to shift into an uptrend. You got that spring off the monthly EMA 100, bounced. Here was concerning, lower highs. Really wasn't until this wick where you put this into a monthly uptrend, higher low, and then this is where you broke out. You can see off this monthly BBWP, I mean, you often go, like, this is life-changing money setups, just so everyone knows. It can be the same way on the downside as well. So here, expanded. That's insane. 59% down is a beautiful time to short. I would know I shorted all that in 2022 and made a very easy play. Then here, we all know what happened, you know, around October. The Moss setup, which, you know, granted was just straight up. You can take it from here. This is conservative. It's like 83%. So what's the point I'm trying to bring home? Well, this monthly BBWP is expanding in July, confirmed as well. And, you know, we're technically, statistically pointed up. That's why the pivots and the levels into July are going to be extremely crucial for me. Because how funny would it be if this 38.2% shifted up and you're just still in breakdown on the monthly with volatility expanding? That was always the risk into this month, was you opened under the 38.2%, guiding my bias of a downside move. You did get that. It's going to be very crucial to see bulls actually reclaim back above the 38.2%. And why would that be? Well, we're going to be on the camp that a major move is coming in July. Well, you would need the 38.2% to actually get reclaimed to not really have the risk of falling to the 50%, which is sitting right around the monthly 9. We know how significant that level is. Reclaiming this 38.2%, and this will shift, would give you a measured target to $151,000 on Bitcoin, which is, I think, parabolic. Like, that's nice. That's your move. But it's all going to be dependent on how we open in July. You have a 2-month closing as well. All these higher time frame closings are very important. In the 2-month, you can see, I know there's a lot going on. Wish I could just take the mean lines off, but like keep them on. You can just see we did, you know, ever so slightly front run the bottom of the 38.2% on the 2-month. You can see here the median is shifted all the way up to that $159,000 level, similar to the monthly. And that's why even this 2-month is going to be quite important to see where this 38.2% is, because this could shift up, you know, and that's what bears would want to see, in my opinion, specifically the monthly losing the 38.2%. Some opium here, though. You're about to reclaim back above the quarterly median. Let's see what's occurred last time this has happened. So here you got back above the quarterly median after being below it for a few years, actually. You lost it in 2018, got back above it in 2020. So, you know, almost 2 years, essentially, basically 2 years. And then once you reclaim that, you then next open had 102% green candle in that quarterly. I will say that the median did shift up, so you lost it, but you just essentially, yeah.
I lost. Oh no, here you are. What happened on Vimeo?
Wait, what?
Hang on a second. I'm just making sure that we can see our stream on Vimeo. I have no idea why it's not working, but the other one is.
Some people,
I'm sorry, go.
Some people were saying, yeah, some people were saying the Academy stream wasn't on, so I logged in. I can see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But right now it's just whatever. It's like loading, but it's buffering. But I'll take care of it. You continue.
Okay, no worries. So then
So
you did lose the median here, but you did bounce up to 38.2%. This gave you 100% move up to that quarterly median before you did find some rejection. And then here, this is a better example. And this, I should have used this from the start. You reclaimed the median here. Granted, you reclaimed it here, you lost it. It opened above, fine. You know, kind of lost it here. But you finally reclaimed it in July of 2021. On this open, you essentially went up 48% before rejecting. This led to a quarterly shooting star. That led to the follow through, i.e. the bear market. So the point I'm trying to bring home is we need to be watching where the monthly, the quarterly, and the bi-monthly actually open per the HBDR, because this data is going to be extremely crucial. We can focus on meme lines, and that's fine. We have that 109.3 bearish retest still in play. But I think, in my opinion, when you're dealing with such important levels, this contracted volatility on the monthly, this is when the HBDR is going to be really important. So we just want to be shifting gears and really watching the monthly close and where the levels shift. And remember, Bear's objective essentially is to take us back under 106K before the monthly close. They're going to want to start seeing that level get lost. And if you're not losing 106K, you're within this range. It'll be better shown on the weekly. And 109.3 just still remains the spot. You can see here you're about to reclaim back within this range. When you did this on the weekly, this is what led you to an all-time high. So then when I'm viewing this, I have to say, well, we start reclaiming 106K at minimum, we will see 109.3. If you don't reject, then you really then start seeing dailies reclaim 109.3. That'll make a case for all-time high on Bitcoin. Till then, you're just legitimately at resistance as shown on the weekly here. We are slightly about to reclaim support, but there's still 2 days. And like this could literally go up, hit it, and then reject. Like we've seen this before where we open up, we squeeze up, everyone's happy. The weekly's up almost 5%. We hit resistance and then just sell off, leading to not the best close. And then you got the follow through. So, this weekly is going to be important. And also the 5-day, which is closing. The 5-day for me is just still, it's honestly still really what's giving me the short bias. So, really when we have this 5-day BBWP set up, it's very big in my opinion. And this resetting is very nice. When you start seeing, and I'll just quickly show this one and then this one here. This is where we actually had to follow through. You can just see off the back of these 5-day up or down. This one was down. You started to expand. This is what took you all the way down to that $74,000 region. Let's measure this. Like 18% move. And granted, I will say this only reached like 50%. So you didn't even get the full length of this. And then here was the full one. 72% off the back of that 5-day. As well as this one, 45%. And notice that when you do reach full expansion, reaching that 80 to 90% after 5-day reaches extreme lows, or at least just goes under 15%, that is generally when you get that 35 to 40% move. You can just even see here. %. That was only at like 80%, 78%. And so the point I'm trying to bring home today is that you're at resistance. You're having major volatility setups brewing into July, which tells me that we don't really need to be too aggressive the next 2 days. We can just honestly kind of see what markets give us. I'm only playing if we hit resistance or if we start losing that 12-hour EMA 9. And I'll show that right now. If you start losing this 12-hour EMA 9, Because what you're noticing now is, look, you're now starting to turn green. This potentially can be what lifts bulls up. I want to start seeing this 12-hour EMA9 expand. In my opinion, if we could get that 1093 before the 5-day, and then that 5-day sells off under 106K, that'll be great for me, for bears, in my opinion. For now, though, you are still bullish, and there's no reason at all to be shorting within the gray zone. You're potentially just going to get trapped. The only place you can have is your stop loss here. I'm sure a lot of shorts shorted this evening startup. It's very obvious that led to, an ever so slightly move down. It's like less than 2%, 1.5. But then all this really did was form another higher low in the 12-hour. As long as you don't take out 104,740, this should be looked at as the next higher low. And now you finally have retested that 12-hour EMA9. This 12-hour EMA9 was pretty solid resistance. So that's why I was saying on the Discord this morning, you should be looking at this zone to just hold. If this 12-hour EMA9 holds, you should start seeing 1093, possibly today or into the night. Because the idea is that, you just want to start seeing expansion from here. So that's Bitcoin. You do even see the 12-hour is still firing off. So you should be still looking for higher lows. You shouldn't really be scaling shorts until you hit the extremity high. And just trying to trade within here, it's just going to lead to chop. And that's why the trend will be your friend. So until you actually lose this 12-hour EMA9, deviate 106K, and actually take out 104,700, yes, you're going to just be baiting shorts, the slow grind up before going up. I'd love to see a scenario like this. That would be amazing. Just take out all the liquidity, you put in that 5-day bearish retest, and then you can sell off. We know that this is going to sell off greatly. If you segue to the daily, you start losing simply that 1031. It's still the same level. 1031 was an easy short last time we broke down. You can see you lost it here. You could have taken a short there. I mean, I know you didn't get follow through after this bearish retest, but you still were able to catch a 4.72% move in one day. It's pretty good. And so it's going to be key to see follow through. You just don't want to get any reclaims, right? You sell off, you bounce off the EMA 100, you reclaim 103.1 on the lower time frames, led to a spring, or even here you lose it, you reclaim it, you lose it, you reclaim it. That's not what we want. We want to see a range breakdown. It's better shown on the 5-day, in my opinion. But you can just see how many times support's been tapped. Boom, 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 boom. 5-day hammerhead. So now you know that if this starts invalidating this, meaning taking out this wick low, you're most likely then going to start your move down to 95.5. I do think you can front run this, though, if you start losing 103.1. Until then, though, you're just within this range. There's no reason to be aggressive for longs or shorts. I just think you should either be waiting for this to long or potentially this to short. So it's all just going to come. You're going to get the easy play at 1093. Patience will pay. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. Check out Tether dominance here. Nice. So Tether dominance is potentially in breakout on the 5-day. Let's go to the daily and see how that closed. Interesting. So you can see the daily here actually reclaim back above the EMA 100. Now we got to see if this is going to hold. Because if this can hold, what you notice is last time you reclaimed the EMA 100, you actually expanded from it. And again, keyword reclaim, meaning you had 2 to 3 closures above it. 1, 2, 3, you expanded. 4, you hit resistance, you rejected, you retested the EMA 100, you lost it. That gave you a move down to the meme line. Meme line held, you used that as a spring. You got back above the EMA 100, and even now you opened above the daily EMA 9. This doesn't really look too bearish to me, actually. And now you have daily BBWP reset. Interesting. To me, it seems like this one's to at least do this. And then we'll see if it rejects or reclaims. What about the 12-hour? So this is, to me, in my opinion, Tether dominance looks like it wants to go to 5%. And that actually is conflicting for me, because if we're going to start making our way up to 5%, that would mean Bitcoin is potentially not going to bounce off that 12-hour EMA 9. Still unconfirmed though. You really will be able to gauge this if this 4-hour 34 reclaims. You could just see it was some resistance. You reclaimed it and lost it. So this way actually quite important to see. This next 4 hours is going to be important for crypto. Let's check the 4-hour on Bitcoin. It's just like, yeah, you're at the 21. Yeah, it's interesting. Like seeing Tether dominance look that good kind of changes things. Huh? I'd be very cautious on this then going into today. It's always my rule. Whenever you get above that EMA 100, you are allowed to be more aggressive on shorts, and you are technically above that now and holding it. You're in breakout mode with BBWP reset. Let's check the HBDR. So maybe you can open up more clarity. So yeah, it just seems like it wants to go up to 5%, 4.94 minimum. I'd be really then watching the daily 9. That just seems like that wants to go to that at this point, specifically with Tether dominance looking like it wants to go up to 5%. I'm unconvinced the 12-hour EMA 9 is going to spring us up actually now. And rather, I'd want to start seeing this daily expand up closer to 5%. This will either be a bearish retest, roll over, or yeah, you're going to start reclaiming this 5%. It's going to open up the door to 5.25 again. So actually, you know, I'm actually now gauging. I was looking at the 12-hour today. I actually want to start looking at this daily EMA 9 because the way Tether dominance is looking, it just seems very likely like that's going to get hit. And you know, this could just play within the range. Why would I still not be concerned if we go all the way to 105.6, 105.7? Well, just simply on the 4-hour, you'll just be playing that EMA 100. We know that's very strong. We know that should hold. So yeah, that's what I see on Bitcoin. It's like 105.6 to 106K should hold today. Tether dominance should make its way up to 5%. You then should be gauging that as a rejection or a reclaim. You see you've lost the 5%. You then nuked. This led to a nice move all the way up, almost to 5%. Bearish retest on like the daily. If I show that here. It's like 5%. Bearish retest. That bearish retest let us down 9.52%. So it's going to be crucial to be watching the 5%, but this kind of changes things. When I start seeing Tether dominance look this bullish, I do have to then be more cautious because this holding the daily 9, bouncing off the EMA 100, and even, kind of being in breakout mode, you can just see the last reaction. Now, bears were saying, well, this was a fake out. You valid 100%, but support still held, and now we're back above the channel. So just be very cautious of this. This is looking quite bullish to me, which actually is an inverse correlation to Bitcoin, which could mean that Bitcoin's actually going to make its way down to that 105.5 today, 106K flat. So just be very, understanding of this. Looks like it wants to go to 5% to me. Nice. You just made it. Wow. You made a new high on Bitcoin dominance. So the easy play is just play the higher low. This has just been giving you easy higher lows. You see the daily 9 has moved up past the last higher low. So if this comes all the way down, it still should be looked at as a higher low, as long as you don't take out yesterday's low, essentially. It's very easy. Bitcoin dominance trend is nice. And we have officially flipped that up on a weekly. So, any move down to that weekly EMA 9 is an opportunity. Nothing's telling me that needs to be hit. Rather so you could just see expansion up to that 69.55%, leading to the weekly 9 actually matching where this wick low is. The way everything looks, though, it just seems like a major move is brewing on Bitcoin up or down. Specifically when you start seeing this gap, like this is a big gap on Bitcoin dominance. We literally have seen this happen before, where it's like you hold above the 63.88%, and that just like moves you up to the 69.5%. What occurred over here? Let's look at that on Bitcoin. right here. This will be better. April 20th. Let's go to CME.
Very interesting. I just noticed that there's certain exchange that shall not be named to start with a B by my favorite Chinaman lets you trade perps on Bitcoin dominance.
Yeah, we've talked about this before.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I have a shit memory.
I'm supposed to be the old man.
Hey, it's years
Interesting.
of
So-
cannabis abuse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because I don't have any of those on me. Don't worry about it. Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely not.
Got decades.
You know-
Alex has been alive as long as I've had marijuana problems. So put it into context.
That's an interesting point of view.
Sorry, Alex.
No, but yeah, I'm just looking at this. So last time Bitcoin dominance actually went up to that 69.5% was in this region. So you had a bullish Bitcoin dominance on the back of a really bullish Bitcoin. Doesn't always need to be like that though. Let's see here. What did Bitcoin dominance do in 2022? Here. Yeah. So January 2022. No, it must have been this then. I'll double check that. Because I just want to see, because people often say, well, bullish Bitcoin dominance means bullish Bitcoin. It doesn't always work that way. Specifically in bear markets. So it was January 2022. Fine. Okay, let's check this out. So you had this nice move on Bitcoin dominance. What did Bitcoin do? This was right before we had that major move down. Now, granted, you did move up, but you weren't bullishly breaking out with Bitcoin dominance going up nicely. You were just moving up to resistance. You just want to be understanding that this can move up, and you can see it topped at July. Please hurry. Right here is when it topped. Interesting. See, I knew the correlation would work. So Bitcoin dominance topped, meaning it went all the way up and then topped around July 2022. It really didn't mean anything for Bitcoin. Like this actually was just a major move down. And during this move down, when you have a move down on Bitcoin, you're in a bear market. What does this mean for altcoins? Well, if you just go back and look at like what was the price of ETH January 2022, let's see. Ooh, not good. I'll move it here. So what you notice is this is the move that took ETH all the way down to 800 bucks. Because when Bitcoin dominance is bullish and Bitcoin's going down, no one wants to buy alts. So then you have Bitcoin dominance moving up nicely with Bitcoin going down, which is the absolute death sentence for alts. So I just want everyone to understand that. So Bitcoin dominance, why am I even bringing this up? Well, this is interesting to see that we have such a big range formed that, this to me is giving me the next target of 69.55%. With what we know in July, this is gearing up for a major parabolic move on Bitcoin. This does give me confluence that this still could be a major rejection zone. And while everyone is just bullish on Bitcoin, we're still back. 130,000's coming. You're not really hearing anyone get bearish around here. Actually talk about the possibility of a major rollover. I just want everyone to be understanding of that. And with Tether dominance now making its move up to 5%, if we show it on daily, You should not be aggressively long Bitcoin at this point. The EMA 100 getting reclaimed yesterday was big sign, and me looking at Tether dominance kind of changed my stance on Bitcoin today, because I didn't even look at that. And then when I see this kind of in the structure, this is the definition of bullish. You just really essentially got to take out this June 24th high. You're then going to make that move up to 5%. So again, how can I interpret this on Bitcoin? The daily EMA 9 has to hold. We know this. We saw this hold from the low 80s all the way up to all-time high. We didn't lose it. You had taps that got bounces. You maybe lost it one time, leading to a reclaim before expansion. Retested, expansion. So there's no reason to overcomplicate things. To me now, it does seem like you're about to make your move down to that daily EMA 9. This is going to be a big point. You're either going to bounce up, you're going to higher low it still, because it doesn't, the 12-hour won't take out the uptrend even on that move. We're using this as the last higher low, so that would just be what? A 12-hour EMA 34 test. Nothing crazy. We know that's kind of the extremity low before the big dump to the EMA 100, which is sitting at 103.6. Good confluence of this range. You lose 106K, you're going to get your move down to 103.1. So in theory, that zone should hold. The daily 9 should hold for bulls, taking us around that 109.3. So just watch that. Very well could happen today. That could easily mean Tether dominance makes its way up to 5%, which granted it's starting to do. So yeah, that's Tether. That's Bitcoin dominance. There's really nothing on Bitcoin dominance. You're just gauging a higher low. That higher low could either come on the daily 9, but we've often seen it come on the EMA 5. The EMA 5 is strong, and when you use an EMA 5, I like using it for very, very strong assets because often if the EMA 5 is holding before even the 9 gets tested, that's pure strength. And so far,
I'd like to make a proposition. Whenever we
Sure.
talk about Bitcoin dominance, we got to do it in the Benjamin Cowan voice.
That's no problem. Although this sounds more like Kermit the Frog.
I'll take it.
Welcome to the cryptoverse.
Sorry, you got electrocuted. He's gone.
That's so funny.
I'm tired, boss.
I can't even make sound effects. I'll leave that up to you guys. But yeah, that's it. I hope that made sense. Bitcoin dominance is looking very bullish to me, and this is telling me that a major move in July is coming. We know this, though, because of 2-day BBWP, daily BBWP, 5 days finally reset. The monthly is about to confirm greatly into July that the monthly is expanding. Tether dominance, though, reclaiming back above the daily EMA 100 is a concern, and that is guiding my bias to at very minimum 4.92 to 5%, 4.98 to 4.92%. Which is giving you a bias today that a pullback's likely on markets, on crypto at least. That pullback should just be nothing more than a daily EMA 9 retest. You should be gauging the EMA 5 as well. See the last reaction around there, which was the last higher low off the backs of the EMA 5. But still, that is right at 106K. So regardless, no matter how you're looking at it, it does seem like lower is coming. It's either going to be like 106K bounces, or you're going to take it all the way home to around 105.6. Get that 4-hour EMA 100 bounce, the 12-hour EMA 34, and the daily EMA 9 bounce. If you start losing this, and you start losing 106K, the daily starts turning like this, and you start closing below. Okay, cool. We can start shorting. It's really going to be confirmation once this daily trend shifts. I can then start aggressively shorting this because I know what's coming. Right? If I'm already bearish up here and we start breaking down before, it's just going to be confirmation to me that, okay, cool. Daily trend shifted, 106 is lost. We saw the last occurrence when this happened. I can just short it, no FOMO. So until then, I'm just waiting for either this or this, and that's it. No FOMO for me. The Academy should watch their trading signals because I honestly think this daily will get a bounce, and I do think this could be an easy long trigger. And really, the Tether dominance still could be in bearish retest. So. You did lose it. You haven't tested it. So would this really surprise anyone? And then you just come back, start forming structure. Then maybe you break out. Yeah, this could definitely happen. So yeah, that's all I have. I'm interested to see what Far has to say on this because you know it's just we're within the gray zone still, and that's why things are a little murky. But I think sticking to the levels will be really important in this range. 106K is support, 109.3 is resistance. Until you break or lose either of those, you're just in the range.
All right. Thank you,
Alrighty.
senor.
I am gonna start out with the daily, and right now I will say my overall bias is leaning towards the bullish side. If I were to give it a percentage, probably 65 to 70% towards the bullish side, and about 30 to 35% towards the bearish side.
Is there any way you
And
can give it 69% side bullish?
yes, I'll do that. 69% to the bullish side and 31% to the bearish side.
There you go. Thank you. Now we got real numbers, people.
Beautiful, beautiful. And now we have, I'll get to the momentum. Momentum is currently still pointed to the upside, getting very close to getting into the bearish, the bullish control zone. While volatility is now flipped up to support it, and the daily jewel is currently flipped up to the upside and giving you a buy signal very close to entering into the bullish control zone. It would have been close to putting in a bullish hidden bullish divergence if this is a higher low. No, it's a lower low. If this was just a little bit higher, that would have been a bullish divergence. This closes at 100,900. This closes at 101, so it's a lower closing low. Right now, since we are below that 38.2%, if we do confirm that closure below the 38.2% at 106,806, what's more likely is a short-term pullback. And depending on where this median goes, this is going to be the target for that pullback. Right now, the median is sitting right around 103,800. But if it does move up, that is going to be where the pullback likely goes to. If it moves down, it's going to be a little bearish. But technically, as long as you are closing over 100,900, you are still making a higher low. Even if you come all the way down to this 38.2% at 101,500 and 101,600, it is technically still a higher low. If you go to, let's go down to a little bit to the 4 hour. 4 hour is currently still pointed to the downside, going along with that that move continued lower with still it actually no longer has the bullish divergence possible, hidden bullish divergence possible between these points, but there still is a hidden bullish divergence possible between this point here. It is a little bit difficult to confirm right now. You would need to close over about 107,704, which doesn't seem like it's going to happen now. It does seem like you're going to go a little bit lower before you do confirm that divergence, and what tells you that is the jewel is still giving you a pretty heavy sell signal right now. Let's shift to the 2-day. 2-day right now is a rejection of the median, which usually brings you down to that bottom 38.2%. Right now it lines perfectly up with that 21 EMA, which would be a nice retest of the 21 after getting a breakout. We haven't really retested it yet. 2-day momentum is still pointed to the upside with volatility sitting at extreme lows, and the jewel has lost its sell signal, giving you more probabilities that if you do test this 21 area, you probably will bounce into the zone. Check the 5-day. 5-day currently is a rejection of this 38.2%, which is going to close in 2 days and 10 hours, with momentum currently pointed to the downside, telling you if you do reject this 38.2%, very likely you're going to get another retest of this 9 EMA, probably even fill out some of this wick. That's going to be right around that $104,000 to $103,000 area. But at that point, very likely you do put in that hidden bullish divergence, and then it will be easier at that point to confirm. Right now, you need to close over about 108. At that point, you will need to close over about 106, but a little bit easier to confirm, and that would give you a target of all-time highs. Right now, the jewel is still on the sell signal, but it's still within the bullish control zone. So it's still within the zone where the bearish divergence leads into a hidden bullish divergence. To the weekly. Weekly is still above that 38.2%. And as long as you close over 101,800 on that next week close, you would have a target of hitting the median, which right now is at 101.8, which is current all-time highs. But this is going to move after this weekly closes, which we'd have to see where it moves to at that point. Right now, weekly is also putting in a possible hidden bullish divergence. Weekly would have to close over about 108,946 to confirm. Go to the index for this one. 2-week is also still currently over the median with the momentum pointed to the upside and volatility just now starting to expand from literally 0%. 2-week is putting in hidden bullish divergence on the jewel with also giving you a buy signal. And this is the first time you've been over the 2-week median since January of 2025. You've been 5 months below that median. This is the first time in 5 months you've been above the median. Very significant. And if you were to get another close over the median, that would be 2 closes over the median, giving you a 61.8% chance of going to this top 38.2%, which right now is at about $129,000, very close to about $130,000. The monthly is now very close to reclaiming that bottom 38.2%, and monthly is now putting in hidden bullish divergence, which will another drive. This would be a second drive of hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm with any close over about 111,965. Which, if you close over the 38.2%, is going to be high probability that's going to happen, because 38.2% is right about $106,000, and that would take you to the median, which is going to move, but right now is at about 151. We're going to have to see where it moves to also whenever we get disclosure. Quarterly is also heavily over the median. Median is at about $3,000 below price action right now, or about 1033, and momentum is currently flipped to the upside on the quarterly, first time since about late 2023. And quarterly is now, quarterly is also putting in hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any close over 109,354. That's going to give you a pretty easy target of the 38.2%, which also, once again, is going to move in about 3 days. Right now, it's at about $194,000. And this is what I didn't check until Alejandro brought it up, was the 6-month HPDR. 6 month, if you notice the relationship between on the HPDR and price action, you generally tend to go towards the bottom of the 100% zone for your bear market bottoms, and your bull market tops are usually around the bottom of that 38.2%. Right over here, your all-time high in 2017 was a projection of that bottom 38.2%. Right here in 2019, your bear market bounce was the projection of that bottom 38.2%. Your 2021 all-time high is a rejection of that bottom 38.2%. Right now, and 3 doesn't make a trend. And right now, that bottom 38.2% is sitting right about $250,000. I'm sorry for the George number, but it's sitting at about $250,000, and we're getting over all of these meme lines that you can barely see on this high of a time frame. And right now, there is a dude named Fibbo Swani, basically the only guy who guessed, or not guessed, but called in the bottom at about $16,000 and said we were going to go to $70,000 from there. Crown has had him on the stream several times. He says that we're going to go to 250K by the end of the year. Anybody else would have said it, I would have probably mocked him, but he is somebody I kind of respect. Now we will switch over to RSI. With Tether. Tether still got 4 drives of bearish divergence on the RSI, which is going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.85%. And your next target would be the mid zone on the RSI, which right now is sitting at about 3.58%, which is very close to our monthly 100 EMA. Monthly also currently has active hidden bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing below 6.24%. Your target off of that would be based off of the EMAs, your 100, and also gives you a target between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone, which is right now somewhere between 3.76% and 3.17%. And what's it between there? Your 100 EMA. And also volatility is sitting very close to extreme lows right now. 2-week currently does have many drives of bullish divergence, which is going to be invalidated with any close below about 5.1%, which we are somewhat below right now. And then on that invalidation, your target would be the neutral zone, which right now is sitting at about 4.34%. And then the bearish control zone, which from this low volatility is kind of likely, is at about 3.03%, a little bit below our monthly 100. Nothing there. Nothing. 2-day has now confirmed many drives, 3 drives to be exact, of hidden bearish divergence. Did confirm on that last close over here. And this will be active as long as you're closing below 5.26%. And your next target on that divergence is going to be, the easy target is going to be the neutral zone. And then also probably an easy target is going to be the bearish control zone, because volatility is sitting at extreme lows. The neutral zone is at about 4.76%. Bearish control zone is at a 4.33%. 4.3 comes up once again. Nothing. Now we will switch back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin still has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, which is going to be active as long as you're closing over 76,702. And your next move off that divergence is going to be the critical zone, which is going to update in about 3 days. Right now it's at 204. And if that $250,000 target does end up playing out, this would be accurate. Monthly currently it has already invalidated the bearish divergence, put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing over 74,441. And your next target is the critical zone, which will once again update in 3 days. So right now it's sitting at 160. Would like to see it somewhere between 135 and 150 for that monthly median. 2 week has still active hidden bullish divergence, which is now putting in, it's going to be active as long as you're closing over 98,330, and it's now putting in another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence by breaking all of these lows, and that will confirm with a close over 110,617, and that will give you an easy target of hitting the critical zone because volatility is hitting extreme lows, and that critical zone is at about 174, but this will update in 9 days. Nothing. 6-day also currently has active hidden bullish divergence. That's going to be active as long as you're closing over once again 98,330. And your easy target is the critical zone, which right now is at about 111. That's at our current all-time highs. Let's change the critical zone to about 85 and see what number that would give us beyond our current all-time highs. And that number is about $130,000 once up. Well, I mean, once again, comes up. Once up. 3-day has now also confirmed hidden bullish divergence on this previous close, and that's going to be active as long as you're closing over 98,330. And your next move is into the bullish control zone, but likely the critical zone based off of extreme lows and volatility. Bullish control zone is at about 111.6, current all-time highs, and critical zone is at about 156, which would be our monthly median. 2-day also has confirmed that hidden bullish divergence on the previous close, and we've now got 4 periods of 0% volatility, with once again the jewel losing the sell signal, putting the odds heavily in the bull's favor with that volatility setup. Now that you've confirmed that hidden bullish divergence, that gives you 2 targets of the bullish control zone and the critical zone. Bullish control zone right now sits at about current all-time highs, and critical zone is at about 140, and these numbers will update in 9 hours. Daily is now putting in possible drive of bearish divergence, which will go along with that idea of a short-term pullback before you get that actual busting action, and that will confirm with any close below about 106,610, and that will give you a target of hitting somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. Simple moving average sits at 104,800, and the bearish control zone sits at 101,000. Probably somewhere closer to that 104 to 103 area around that simple moving average is what's gonna where it's gonna bounce at based off of the higher time frames. And right now the daily is also giving us a volatility setup. So probably you get a little bit of expansion on that move towards the 103s, but then you get a buyback there, and then the real expansion happens. 4 hours also giving us nice volatility setup, which likely does play out to the downside, going towards that 103s target. Do you have any divergences? There is still possible on the RSI as well, that possible hidden bullish divergence between this low over here and this low where we are at right now. And that will be possible as long as you're closing over 105,035. And to confirm it, as of this moment, you would have to close over about 107,763. But eventually, it will be easier and easier the closer you get towards that $105,000 area. And volatility is, I believe, starting to expand now. Very close to getting into an expansion phase, which would likely take us towards somewhere around this 200 towards 100, probably closer to the 100. Let's go towards momentum. Start with Tether. Tether still has that head and shoulders, which does have a negative target, so I'm not going to bother drawing it out. But and quarterly has momentum heavily to the downside, going to be pointed down below 5.67%. This is going to update in about 3 days and 10 hours. If this number goes down significantly, that will lean to the bullish side. I don't think that's going to happen, however. I do think it's going to go down a little bit, but it's probably still going to be above what price action is. But as long as you're closing below above about 2.23%, eventually this will confirm hidden bullish divergence, and then you'll probably get your bear market, or not probably, you will get your bear market. Monthly is currently pointed to the upside. getting still within the bearish control zone, however, and once it gets to the edge of the bearish control zone, this pivot likely does change. 2 week is currently pointed to the downside with the volatility setup present below 15%, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 5.24%. And we're getting a nice rejection of this meme line. Weekly is currently pointed up, going along with the idea of a short-term pullback on Bitcoin, and it's going to be pointed up above 4.53%, but you're still heavily within the bearish control zone. 5 days also currently pointed up with that volatility setup present. 5-day kind of looks pretty bearish based off of these candles alone, and it's going to be bearish as long as you're closing below 5.26, or as long as you are below 5.26%. And it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above 4.55. You very likely will get that volatility expansion to the upside if you get above 5.26%. 2-day is also looking kind of bearish as long as you're below that 5.26% area. And now you're getting what kind of looks like a bearish retest of that 200 SMA as long as you are below it. Get above it, then you get more of an easier move to that 5.26% area. And you have a 2-day volatility set up on Tether with momentum freshly shifting to the downside, and it's still going to be flipped down as long as you're below 5.07%. And getting kind of close to that moving average. Daily is also shifted to the downside with a volatility setup present, and it's going to be shifted down as long as you're closing below 5.14%. 4 hours probably shifted up. Yep. 4 hours currently shifted up with volatility currently expanding from literally 0%, which goes along with that short-term pullback on Bitcoin. And it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above 4.83%. Bitcoin is currently heavily pointed to the upside on the quarterly, never once flipped down since about 2023, and it's currently getting volatility expansion from the lowest point ever, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $95,200. We're about $11,000 over that area. Monthly is currently also freshly flipped to the upside on this last close, and on the last close, it did confirm volatility expansion over that 15%. We closed at about 17-18%. And now that volatility setup is firing off, and the volatility setup on the monthly does have a 100% setup of playing out. We had it in terms of in the direction of momentum, and if you look at it right here, we have momentum to the upside, played out to the upside. There's one. We have a setup right here. Momentum was to the downside. It played out heavily to the downside. That's 2. We have one right here. Momentum was to the upside, played out heavily to the upside. That's 3. 3 makes a trend. And that's basically all we have, unless you can count this one, which almost came to the 15% area, came to 16%. And momentum was to the upside. And if we look at price, it went from about $200 all the way up to $500. So it 100%. So safe to say it played out to the upside. And that would be 4. 3 makes a trend, so you got to assume it's going to continue to play out to the upside, and or it's going to play out in terms of direction of momentum until it doesn't. Right now, momentum is pointed up as long as you're closing over 103,750. But that also does give you an invalidation that this would be a failure if you close a monthly below 103,750. Right now, you have
3 days.
Yeah. Bears got 3 days to push it below 103,750, and that would be the first time the monthly setup has ever failed. I'm more in the side of betting on it to not fail.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be close though. Like always.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
2 week is and that move to the downside around that 103s would tap exactly this number right here.
Yep.
2 week is now getting that volatility expansion, getting over the moving average, getting closer and closer to that 15%. And currently it is pointed to the upside, entering into the critical zone as long as you're above 96,800, about $10,000 above that number. Weekly is also close to flipping to the upside, but it's currently flipped down with volatility contraction, telling you likely you can get a higher low. And there is a good probability that that higher low is in right now, but it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below about 109,950. We are looking for this once it gets to the edge of the critical zone, that this pivot likely will drop, especially since you're reclaiming all of your major EMAs. 5 days currently giving you that possible volatility setup. The volatility contracted all the way below 15%. It is currently flipped to the downside, but it is close to flipping up, and it will flip up if you can close over 107,750. And the reason why I do think this 5-day setup is going to play out to the upside is based off of that monthly setup, which is already firing off. 2 days now giving you 4 periods of 0% volatility, giving you a nice little volatility setup. 2 days freshly flipped to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're over 103,200. Interesting, that number. Right next to that monthly pivot. And 2-day being flipped to the upside gives you a high probability that once this volatility starts expanding, it is going to play out to the upside. And the 2-day setup almost always bleeds into the 5-day setup, which then bleeds into the monthly setup. But this time around, it's the opposite because the monthly setup is the one that fired off first. Daily is now just about to fire off that volatility setup, getting back over that moving average. Very close to getting over 15%, sitting at 13%. And daily is currently pointed to the upside as long as you're closing over 100,350. So even if you were to come down to 103s, daily will still be heavily pointed to the upside. 4 hours currently getting volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%. And momentum is currently pointed to the downside, going along with that idea of a short-term pullback. And it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 107,900. So the high time frames on Bitcoin are extremely bullish, in my opinion, and we are getting volatility expansion from the lowest point ever. Momentum is currently pointed up as long as you're closing over $95,200 on the HPDR momentum and the RSI and the stochastic. You are forming possible hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. It will confirm as long as you close over about $109,354. On the monthly, you've already confirmed the hidden bullish divergence. You've taken out, invalidated the bearish divergence. You're forming another drive of hidden bullish divergence on the HPDR momentum on the monthly. Monthly is confirmed that volatility expansion over 15% with momentum freshly flipped to the upside, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 103,750, which it does look like in the short term that pivot will be hit based off of the 4-hour setup firing off and momentum being to the downside. But I do think that a 103 area is going to hold and strong buyback there. And from there, based off the monthly setup, which does have a 100% probability of playing out in the direction of momentum, do think it's going to get your buyback from that pivot area and go towards all-time highs. The invalidation of that is getting any tick below 74,441 or getting a weekly close below about $92,900. Aside from that, I do think we're going to get a short-term move towards 103s, get a strong buyback from there, and very likely go towards all-time highs based off of that monthly setup, which is currently firing off.
Very, very nice indeed, senor. Thank you so much.
Muy bien.
Very, very nice. What the fuck is that? All right, we'll see. We'll see. Let me bring Alex in. Done. All right, perfecto. We got the S&P 500 next, and then of course we're gonna do CNXC.
Sweet. I'll do S&P. Oh, I'll do CNXC.
The fuck is that?
You can choose whichever one you'd like.
Cartoon Network. No.
CNXC. Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Cartoon Network?
It's
Cartoon
Constant
Network
Tricks Corporation. So I have no.
Constant Tricks. Do they make the cereal?
Tricks are for kids.
Jinx.
Yeah. Not for public companies. I'm sorry, everyone. I really need to sleep this weekend.
Hey, public companies invented tricks.
That's that they did, my friend. That
not the cereal. I mean schemes.
Oh, all right. Well, happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. Okay. Estamos viendo Bitcoin en la trimestral, damas y caballeros, pero yo creo que antes quiero empezar con esto. No sé qué era esto. Estábamos ayer haciendo clase y expliqué varias cosas con esta tabla, pero no creo que sean útiles para nosotros ahorita. Voy a quitarlo. En fin, lo que quiero llevarlos es al índice de Bitcoin. Ahí es donde vamos a empezar esto. Todas estas cosas, mucha gente a veces no sabe por qué tenemos dos tablas con diferentes dibujitos. Todas estas tablas de Bitcoin te ponen aquí a la derecha de dónde son, solamente para acercarlo. Esta es una tabla de Bitstamp, esta es una tabla de Coinbase, este es un índice, esto es simplemente el spot en cripto de crypto.com, Binance, CME, Bit, todo esto es de dónde viene. Y dependiendo de dónde viene, cuál es la que tenga más datos, es siempre el index, ¿ok? El index es el que va a tener la mayor cantidad de datos para ti. Y ahora, cuando volteo a ver esto, esta formación en el index se ve bastante potente. Exactamente. ¿Por qué es lo que pasó? Ahí está. Ok. Aquí estamos en la de 3 meses, pero los voy a llevar a la de 6 meses. Ok. Y háganme caso, quédense conmigo, tranquilos. Este es un gráfico de 6 meses de Bitcoin. No voy a explicarles lo que me di acá, es irrelevante. En realidad no es tan irrelevante como pensarían, pero bueno, ahorita lo vemos. Básicamente, lo que quiero enseñarles acá es con el HPDR puesto. Vean dónde está Bitcoin en el HPDR. Mínimo un toque al 78.6% nos debería llevar a 123. Y aquí arriba al 61.8% en $196,000. Y a la parte baja de la zona azul, $250,000. Esto no sería la primera vez que ha pasado. Hemos visto que hemos tocado el 61.8% acá en julio del 2023. Hemos llegado a la parte baja de la zona azul acá, justamente antes del desplome en el 2022, y lo hemos hecho antes también acá. Acá tocamos hasta la media varias veces en el 2018, casi la tocamos en el 2018 otra vez, 2019 definitivamente la tocamos y de ahí caímos a la parte baja de acá. Este fue el fondo del mercado en la zona roja en la de 6 meses en el índice. Lo que nos dice y propone que Bitcoin probablemente pueda tener un movimiento demasiado explosivo a los $250,000. Ahora, yo honestamente no estoy aquí para hacerlos hypear, así que compren Bitcoin y la mamada. Yo creo que es posible en un movimiento rápido, violento, potente para el fin de ciclo. Yo sí creo que sea posible. Y creo que después de ver esto, entendamos una cosa. Déjeme quito el HPDR para que entendamos una cosa. Esto es el gráfico tal cual de 6 meses en Bitcoin, ¿ok? Déjenme lo refresco para que tengan las proporciones correctas. Lo pueden ver, ¿no? Déjenme los llevo con mi amigo el oro. Rápido, solamente un poco alternativo lo que estamos viendo. De este tope que están viendo acá, de acá, este tope violento en 1980, que Bitcoin había ido de un tope acá, digo, el oro, de los $190 la onza hasta $877 la onza. Eso fue de tope a tope, ¿eh? No estoy midiendo la parte de abajo. Eso fue un 353%. De acá a acá tomó de 1980 hasta el 2008. Literalmente 28 años en llegar. Luego, de acá, llegamos al tope acá en el 2011 y no volvimos a poder romperlo hasta el 2000, puedes decir 2020, esos son 9 años, pero en realidad perforarlo y romperlo a la alza no ocurrió hasta el 2023, 12 años después. Pueden ver el oro otra vez está acá. Me atrevería a hacer otro de estos y a decir cuánto tiempo va a tomar para que el oro toque esto. La razón por la que digo esto es porque estamos entrando en un cambio financiero duro. Lo pueden ver acá en la de 6 meses en mi gráfico normal ya de Bitcoin. Bitcoin es diferente porque ha hecho esto muy rápido. El 2017 básicamente rompió todo esto a este alto en el 2021 y luego lo volvió a romper sencillo en el 2024, 3 años después, y continúa. Yo creo que Bitcoin sí puede tener un movimiento muy agresivo a esos $250,000. Agresivo, estilo 2017, que en días, pum, 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 todo el mundo ya piensa que Bitcoin nunca puede caer. Todo el mundo ya piensa que el oro nunca puede caer. Todo el mundo ya piensa que el dólar está acabado. Todo el mundo piensa que la inflación va a continuar. ¿Qué tal si no? Solamente quiero abrirles la mente a eso y poner solamente eso enfrente de ustedes. No estoy prediciendo que eso va a pasar ni que nada. Solamente quiero poner ese escenario. Porque cuando digo que creo que Bitcoin podría llegar a 250, sería muy emocionante, pero al mismo tiempo sería demasiado agresivo para que ocurra tan rápido, ¿ok? Ahora vamos a nuestro análisis normal de los Bitcoin en la de 3 meses, damas y caballeros. En la de 3 meses continuamos con lo mismo. Tenemos nuestro gráfico, este es mi índice en Coinbase, y en el gráfico tenemos nuestra expansión de volatilidad. Recuerden, este es nuestro indicador de volatilidad, BBWP. Volatilidad es la línea de colores, la que cambia de colores, y la línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Aquí arriba tienes el 100% de volatilidad, aquí abajo tienes el 0%. Yo puse esta línea meme en el 15% porque idealmente lo que nos gusta ver con volatilidad es que caiga por acá, se quede por acá un rato y después suba. Una vez que sube, nosotros consideramos este tipo de expansión de los mejores setups que existen para poder invertir. Ahora, cuando vienes del punto más bajo de volatilidad y estás cruzando por encima del promedio, cuenta como expansión, y esta debería ser una expansión bastante brutal, y la razón por qué es porque es un gráfico trimestral. Mientras más alto sea el gráfico en temporalidad, y me refiero a 6 meses, 3 meses, un mes comparado con la de 4 horas, por ejemplo, más potencia va a empujar al precio. Y como pueden ver, aquí expandió. ¿Y qué ocurrió después de la expansión? Tenemos todo este movimiento para arriba. Entonces continúa expandiendo, todavía no está ni cerca del último pico que tuvo en los 86%, está solamente en 57% y tiene camino para continuar esta expansión trimestral. Vámonos a ver la estructura que estamos viendo acá. Teníamos esta vela topera en el fin de ciclo, nos la dio perfecto en octubre 21, en la vela trimestral de octubre 21, y de ahí no nos dio la confirmación, pero absolutamente instantáneamente después cayó y tuvimos el mercado bajista. Ahora no tenemos ninguna vela que sea problemática. Tenemos este doji, tenemos esto que es un poco, parece vela topera, pero no la consideraría una vela topera por nada, porque es 25% el tamaño de la vela, tiene que ser el cuerpo, y esto es mucho más grande que eso. Yo diría que un 35%, brother, un 40, tal vez 42, 20 podría ser. Estoy mamando. También tenemos el promedio del 5 aquí abajo, el 9, el 21 y el 34. Cuando tengo mis promedios en orden hacia abajo y bastante lejos, y el 5 es lo que ha aguantado todo, esto me indica muchísima fuerza en el precio, ¿ok? En la tabla. Con eso dicho, les voy a poner el HPDR, el HPDR, para que vean dónde estamos. Estamos justamente en la parte alta de la zona azul en la trimestral. Estando acá, nos faltan 3 días y 9 horas para cerrar. Nos gustaría ver un cierre por encima de 113,834. Eso nos daría la opción de ir a buscar estos $150,000, $147,000 en el 50% y el 61.8% en los $182,000. Mensual, voy a quitar el HPDR. Ok, en la trimestral tenemos un punto pivote de momentum. Momentum está apuntando para arriba, se me olvidó hablar de eso. Momentum está apuntando para arriba con volatilidad, apuntando para arriba. Cuando apuntan en la misma dirección, nos están dando un movimiento en esa dirección. Eso quiere decir que el precio va a continuar para arriba, siempre y cuando estas dos cosas sigan apuntando en esa dirección. Para cambiar el momentum, eso quiere decir que se vuelva bajista, tendría que cerrar Bitcoin abajo de los $96,000 en esa vela trimestral en solamente 3 días y 9 horas. Ahora, nuestra vela mensual, tenemos momentum apuntando para arriba, tenemos volatilidad apuntando para arriba y saliendo de uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla de toda la historia. Estos son extremos en volatilidad al 100%, cuando estas barras son azules es a 0%. ¿Ok? Tenemos esta expansión de volatilidad confirmada y la tenemos ante estos velazos verdes con expansión de precio junto con momentum apuntando para arriba. Estamos arriba del precio pivote en los 103,700. Si esta vela llega a cerrar debajo del 103,700 en los siguientes 3 días y 9 horas, sería la primera vez que falla este cero alcista y que nos ha dado 100% nos ha dicho 100% de veces el movimiento correcto que ha sido a la alza. Sería la primera vez que fallaría. Así que atentos, porque al precio le gusta ir a ese punto pivote. 103,700 es probablemente donde encontremos nuestro siguiente nivel para poder brincar a la siguiente oportunidad en Bitcoin, y lo están viendo en la mensual. Con eso dicho, les voy a poner el HPDR. Tenemos altos más altos, bajos más altos, todo súper alcista, y justamente estamos entrando en la zona azul. No sé por qué sigue apareciéndome en mi diccionario, tal vez porque soy un imbécil y no sé ni hablar, pero por ahora, estando por encima de los 105,900, deberíamos tener una mayor alta probabilidad de venir a estos 137, pero de nuevo, falta muy poco tiempo para cerrar esto. De cerrar así, tal cual, tendríamos que ver a dónde se mueve la zona azul, dónde se mueve la media, y falta muy poco tiempo para entenderlo. Volatilidad apoyando el movimiento a la alza. 2 semanas, momentum también apuntando para arriba. Momentum en la de 2 semanas está por no les quiero mentir, no me acuerdo, pero apuntando para arriba tenemos también volatilidad calentando uno de los setups de esos como los de Hamas, pero ahora sería de nuestro aliado más hermoso en todas las guerras, porque le cambiamos el nombre ahora y estamos esperando a que se dé. Si se da la baja sería el cero persa, por supuesto, porque pues ya sabe lo que le va a tocar a todos ellos en Irán, ni modo. Ahora, por ahora estamos intentando buscar la parte alta del 38.2%, que es la zona azul. Estamos justamente cotizando en 106,700, muy por encima de nuestro promedio del 5, que también coincide con esos $103,000 en la de 2 semanas. Y además, habíamos tenido, y esto nos lo enseñó Farhan, habíamos tenido todo este tiempo de aquí hasta básicamente acá, habíamos estado por debajo de la media hasta mayo del 2025, luego caímos acá otra vez y acá lo recuperamos o no. ¿Dónde está la media? Sí, ya acá abrimos por arriba de la media. Estas son las primeras 2 velas que tenemos por encima de la media. Y siempre y cuando podamos cerrar por encima de la media otra vez, vamos a tener más probabilidades altas de venir a la parte más alta de este canal. Vámonos a la semanal. Semanal. 8 de la mañana, Putin, Trump, Trump, Putin. No me canso de decir lo mismo. Bueno, ahora estamos en la semanal, tenemos momentum apuntando para abajo, pero a punto de entrar, a punto de chocar con la zona alcista, de control alcista. Eso quiere decir que vamos a tener una alta probabilidad de que repunte una vez más apuntando para arriba. Volatilidad está contrayendo, lo que nos dice que vamos a poner un bajo más alto. Al poner un bajo más alto, deberíamos de estar buscando la oportunidad de este retroceso. Ahora este retroceso no va a tener un bajo más alto de este, tal vez. Puede que sí, pero por ahora tiene cara que ya lo está poniendo ese bajo más alto. O probablemente estemos a punto de hacerlo y la oportunidad grande sería nuestro promedio del 9 en los 104, 297 o el punto pivote por ahí de los 103, 700, que es casi 104, que es el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas. Interesante. Vamos a la de 2 días. 2 días, es por eso que tengo este canalito. Pueden. Güey, de verdad, qué decepción me doy a mí mismo. Le pico a todas las cosas que no debería. Ok, tenemos en la de 2 días setup de volatilidad nula, uno de esos setups buenos que se dan una vez que veamos a volatilidad expandir por arriba del 15%. Vámonos. Por ahora estamos corrigiendo y estamos probablemente buscando estos promedios o hasta el 21 en los 104,500. La parte baja de la zona azul está en los básicamente los $103,000. Es la de 2 días. Estamos siendo rechazados por la media. La media está en 107,786. Si eres alcista, quieres ver esta vela cerrar por encima de esa media en 107,800, básicamente en las siguientes 7 horas, 8 horas con 52 minutos. Diaria está siendo rechazado por la parte alta de la zona azul, justamente la segunda línea meme por acá en los 107,800, y eso te debería dar un movimiento correctivo o el promedio del 9 y el 34 en los 105 o hasta la media en los 104, 128. Esos números siguen apareciendo. Además, en la diaria también tienes un setup de volatilidad, donde la volatilidad está preparando ya la salida, pero hemos visto cuántas veces nos ha jodido de que ya voy, no voy, no voy, ya voy, no voy, no voy. Puta madre. Es como tu mujer cuando se está arreglando, carnal. No, ya estoy lista. Solo me falta peinarme, bañarme, ponerme todo el maquillaje y todo. O sea, 2 minutos, brother. Esa metáfora no tiene nada que ver con nada, pero la tenía que poner ahí porque sí, porque sí. Ahora, 12 horas es lo que está usando Alex para poder encontrar confluencia y perder el promedio del 9 que está en los 106,600. Lo estamos perdiendo en este momento. Aquí es donde nos daría este movimiento por acá. Ahora, tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza. Justamente acá. Eso dice que la oportunidad grande es tomar el promedio del 9 e irte en esa dirección en el long para poder ir a buscar estos 108. Lo que estamos checando es que no venga a retestear, porque también no quiere decir que cuando es de ley que vaya solamente a quedarse en el 9. Si viene a retestar la media, el 21, el 34, el 55, justamente en esta zona de los 105,300 a 105,700, no estaría loco. Y también que venga a hacerle un front run a esto, aunque ahí se pondría ya más dicey la cosa. Eso justamente nuestro EMA 100 en la de 12 horas es donde está nuestro punto pivote en la mensual en 3 días y no sé cuántas horas para cerrar. Así que vamos a poner atención a ello. 4 horas, 8 de la mañana, volatilidad está preparando un setup. Eso quiere decir que va a haber un movimiento agresivo en el próximo día, 2 días, muy probablemente. Estamos aguantando la parte baja de la zona azul y el promedio del 21 en los 106,490. De poder cerrar arriba de esto, tal cual, nuestro siguiente movimiento nos debería llevar al promedio del 9 una vez más a los 107,200 y de ahí a la media 107,500. Y de poder romper esta zona, vas a los 108,000. Una vez que estés arriba de los 107,500, 107,800, básicamente eso es aire limpio. Por ahora, les voy a poner esta, les voy a dejar la de 2 días, yo creo. Voy a hacer esto para que vean todas mis obras de arte. Se los voy a poner así de sencillo está esto. Estamos intentando salir de este canal. Nos ha hecho más o menos un SFP por acá. Lo hemos intentado otra vez y podríamos venir a simplemente hacer esto y después esto. Es lo que podríamos estar esperando por ahora. No nos dice que va a haber una corrección más fuerte en este momento. No creemos que sea tan aferrada. Preguntaba Manny, buenos días. ¿Tú crees que esta es la última subida antes del bajadón de Bitcoin? No. Es imposible saber, es imposible decirlo porque a fin de cuentas es dictada por lo que estamos viendo. Una vez, ¿de qué se trata el mercado? ¿De qué se trata todo? De poco a poco crear una narrativa y una vez que todo el mundo la compre, hacer lo contrario. Y esa narrativa en este momento tiene que ser que Bitcoin nunca más va a bajar, que Bitcoin es la moneda del mundo, se acabó, el dólar está acabado. Cuando lleguemos ahí, que veas todos mis comentarios diciéndome, Bitcoin está en 250, aunque yo nunca no he dicho nada negativo en contra de él, y cuando vean que el dólar está bajo, aunque yo estoy diciendo que el dólar va a bajar, cuando vengan a insultarme todos porque no entienden conceptos sencillos, ahí sabremos que es el pico de Bitcoin y el fondo del dólar. Pero hasta que no pase eso, que no tengan a todos así de locos, que los hayan convencido 100% que eso vaya a pasar, no tenemos respuestas. Por ahora seguimos con los movimientos cercanos, estamos 69% más alcistas que bajistas, se los juro por mi vida, ese fue el número que me dio Farhan después de hacerlo, poner ese número. Así que continuamos con lo mismo. Bitcoin se ve alcista, tiene toda la cara, tiene cara de que simplemente va a ser ha hecho este alto más bajo, tiene cara que va a ser un bajo más alto para poder continuar jodiendo a todo el mundo y simplemente es cosa de mantener en 3 días el cierre mensual por encima de 103,700. Con poder hacer eso, continuamos para arriba. Si eso no llega a pasar y cerramos por debajo de los 103,700, ahí podríamos cambiar de opinión. Bueno, no de opinión, simplemente estaríamos yendo en esa dirección en la que está yendo el precio y apostando en ello. Recuerden, nuestro trabajo no es adivinar, es simplemente reaccionar lo más rápido posible al movimiento, como los pilotos cuando les tiran las pelotitas. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver el SP500 con Alex. ¿Cómo de que no? ES1, ready, sir.
We're doing CNXC. Oh, yeah, and I just uploaded a Bitcoin log for the Academy. Now we're good to roll.
Thank you.
All right. So it's the chart that couldn't do it. I mean, what you have is just consistent bear flags that just lead to breakdowns. This 2-week view kind of puts everything in frame, which is, well, the 12-hour EMA 30 or the 2-week EMA 34 just absolutely needs to get reclaimed. And reclaimed is 1 to 2, probably 3 closures above, not like you hold it, you reclaim it, you lose it, you reclaim it, you lose it. Here, you didn't even get above the EMA 34. Didn't do it. You rejected it here. What are you noticing here? Well, you're actually on the verge of, this is moved down nicely. EMA 34 right now is at $58.46. This is a crucial spot because not only do you have a meme line that was solid support, you saw this back in June, and you've seen the rejections most recently. Getting back above this 2-week 34 in confluence to the meme line at $56.10 would open up a move up to that $65 region. $65 is going to be that extremity high. It is resistance. We've seen it already here. But now what you have is this channel lined up. Often when you get these channels and they start going towards the end of them, where the top of the channel reaches a meme line, top of the channel reaches the meme line. This had the EMA 34 right there. Nothing here, nothing here. I mean, that's just where you've been getting your follow through. So I have to, as a trader, look at this zone as pretty solid resistance, right around $65, if we even make it up to there. Because what you have now is a loss of support on this 2-week. And all you've done is rallied up. This is the spot to short. Bears are scaling shorts right in this region, not looking for $56 to get reclaimed, wanting that rejection down. We start breaking down and specifically taking out, June 9th's low. For me, it's going to open up a breakdown. The next target then would be $36 to like $37. It's like 36 to like $38. I could draw a line here, show that. That would be the next objective. And again, it's very obvious if you start on the 2-week getting back above the 34, holding above 56.10. Yeah, that can easily open up 66, $65. There you could reject. And so you want to be understanding of that. For me, it's not really until you start on the monthly, actually expanding from the monthly 9 out of this region and getting back above the 21. That does perfectly line up with the channel here. So that, these bear flags have been nice, but it won't always work this way. It's not always going to be easy. And granted, they're not even the most clean drawn. Like there, boom, boom, boom. And so if you start really seeing like the monthly 21 reclaim, $65, $66 hold and support, the 2-week EMA 34 get reclaimed, that this is shifting price structure. And the only logical zone at that point would be $79 to $80, specifically that monthly 34. So to me, you're just kind of waiting and watching. It's like brewing the itchings of bullishness. But like as we've seen, these higher lows just kind of fizzle out and then break down. And it's all just because of the moving averages here. That's it. So you're really just watching the 34 here. There's no reason to overcomplicate it on this entire move down that's kind of been guiding you. You're going to use that in confluence to the 21. You start really getting back above that 2-week EMA 34, it's going to open up a move up to that monthly 21, which is at $65. There, you're either going to bigly reject and roll over, or this will start reclaiming this 21, shifting price structure, giving you an objective around $80. It's very straightforward. I think you should be sticking to the higher time frames on this chart. If you start trading it on like a 4-hour, even like a daily is questionable because this just is very predatory. You notice here as well on the 5-day, you reclaim this EMA 100, you lost it. So this entire way, you haven't tested it. Where is that coming up really nicely with? Well, the meme line and this channel, which is also sitting right around that monthly 21. So as a trader that, if you really start getting back above $56, $57, it's going to open potentially a move up to this next zone around 65 to like $67. But this 5-day view still tells you as a trader, you need to be cautious. You have a bearish, you have an SFP play. And all this really could be is a rejection of the monthly 21, rejection of the top of the channel before finally breaking down. So in summary, this chart's more bearish than bullish, of course. There's really not much telling me that this is going to break out. I think that the move up is going to be muted, simply just around that $60 to like $66 region. And even on the 2-day, you can see the extremity highs right here. We're from that SMA 200. You made a really nice move up from this range, held the EMA 100, you pumped up almost 14%, but you perfectly rejected meme line resistance, front running the SMA 200. And here, same logic, major squeeze up, holding the channel. Here you see we went up 45%, but at this point, the SMA 200 still rejected you down, totally reverting this whole move. So it really does not matter if you massively squeeze up from here or not. It's all about reclaiming above $66. And that's the point I'm trying to bring home. $66 remains kind of that price structure shift. Until then, you're just within the gray zone. You have a 2-day volatility setup about to fire off, while that resistance very well could be like, this occurs. It takes you up to the SMA 200. Volatility then fires off and plays out, but it's not sustained. It rolls over, leading to a reset. So, 2-day volatility is reset. I'm sure daily is as well. So a move is coming on this chart. You already are expanding and actually falling under the moving average. Let's check the counter opposite move. So you started to expand on this pump up. This was a nice 13%. But now with volatility potentially contracting, you do open up a mean reversion move. The counter opposite, which would mean a downside move. And this just would play into the bearish retest idea. You know, this is resistance until proven otherwise. So watch $56. Break 56, you're going to move up to that 66, maybe $67. I'm looking at that as the extremity high for CNXC. That's just based on the 21. EMA 21 has been a nice spot for the monthly. You haven't even been able to test the 34 at all. So you should be looking at this as major resistance with this bear flag. Let me see if we have any daily silver crosses. Pretty straightforward chart though.
It's kind of even on the 2-week view, you're absolutely right with everything that you're saying, because it's just a continuation pattern of the same shit over and over again. But that's a bottoming, possible bottoming pattern at the bottom, basically. Massive inverse head and shoulders, and then you have higher lows. That would be the head, last shoulder.
Yeah, are you looking at this?
Yeah. So if he does break out from there, it should be a nice, chunky, healthy move. If he does. Right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And that to me is like, okay, maybe then 66, 67. Because current price action, that's still, oh, well, yeah, that's still a 17% move. And what did we see on 2-day? Exact same thing happened. It was 2-day volatility giving us a move. You fired off, except this just did it in one candle. Straight to the S&P 200 projected. So what could we see here? Well, that very well could happen. You could just slingshot up to this region and then reject. And that's why I'm watching that $56. Because, yes, in theory, this is bullish, and it is putting higher lows. But the issue is with this wick high, this is just, it has to get, you have to take out that $66. Until then, it's just going to start fizzling out. This could potentially roll over, be a lower high, confirmed once you take out June 18th's low. But I will say there is hopium here, and that's just based on the monthly holding the 9. So you're not wrong saying that this is potentially bottoming around here. Not at all. But that's why for me to really be convinced, I need to see if $66 get reclaimed. Something like this. If this can occur even under the 34, I could look at this as a new range even. And then we can break out, because, you know, visually that would be this would confirm a bottom. Reclaiming this 21 would be a major shift of structure here. It's something we have not had ever. And then now you have an idea. Now you have a thesis. Now you have legs to stand on for a long. Until then, it's like, yeah, the monthly 9 could bounce as I see that. You could go up to $66. I definitely see that. This could just reject. This could just play into the bear prophecy of just forming these channels before breaking down. So that's it. Watch 66 with your life. If you're really watching that, 65, $66, if you're trying to be bullish on this, because that'll be really an easy trade. And again, you really want that to start holding, not just we reclaim up and then in July we lose it. Let's check the 2-month real quick. That's funny. So the 2-month 9 has just been the spot. It just shows you exactly what you see on the 21, which is, yeah, you reclaim back above that 2-month 9. Great. Price structure just shifted officially. Till then, you're just still playing within this 2-month downtrend. And that's the tricky part. It's like the lower time frames can shift. That's why you get these bear flags. You get nice squeezes. But then when you start viewing it on higher time frames, it's like technically it's just lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs the whole way. And so if that correlation has been working, well, technically speaking, you have an area of risks where you really honestly don't want this to get taken out. It means you could come up all the way here. You could even break out, do this. But still, this will adhere to the overall trend. It's just been down, aggressively down, I will say. Fairly easy. This is the only hopium, is that, you know, if you're taking this high, you are starting to break out, maybe, but it's just not confirmed. And that's why for me, the 2-month 9 getting back above there, monthly 21 will really confirm it. check the weekly here. Weekly SMA 200. It's interesting because you see here that that's like very easy per my system. You reclaim the weekly EMA 100, gonna get a free move up per se to that higher region zone, i.e. maybe $80. Reclaim that, you go up to the 100. So really, no matter what, you have a pretty easy trade here. It's just more, you just really can't front run this chart, because anytime you front run this chart, you absolutely get decimated, and it's just like very destructive for bulls. So again, I'll say this, you just want to start seeing $65 to $66 get reclaimed. This bleeds into a weekly, 2-week, monthly. That's your price structure shift. You can start longing here and targeting closer to 80 to $105. If this starts occurring, then yeah, this will actually start looking like a big head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders, in my opinion. And this grinds out the right shoulder potentially. Maybe it goes lower like that. I mean, it's all Jesus toast, but it could be like that. And then you get your bottom pattern. Boom, price structure. You shift by taking out March 24's high, and then this weekly is an uptrend. But just be understanding that this is still in a 2-month downtrend. You can have daily trend shifts, but it's no lit cigar until you're back and holding above 66, 67 bucks. Then it can be fun, because I do believe a move up to here is like, yeah, 20%. That's definitely easy to catch if you're just patient. The issue is a lot of bulls aren't patient with this chart. And so anytime you get these major squeezes up, it just excites everyone, and then it just fizzles out. That's why it's always good to just have triggers on these trades. I like EMAs for charts like this because it just really lines up nicely with the monthly, the 5-day, the 2-week, the weekly, and even the daily, to just be understanding on where we're at. The daily, just got to take this high out. So yeah, that's all I have. Watch today. The daily close reclaiming back above 55.80 to $56 could open up that move to $65, which could play into 2-day BBWP firing off, just like what we saw in March, taking us straight to the SMA 200 in this region's major resistance. So that's all I have. You actually are starting to fire off now. So this very well could confirm.
Look at that, huh? And then it goes really fast. So if you're if you're looking at that chart,
this in theory could do something like this. It's either going to come on like maybe the lower time frame, start reclaiming back above 56. Let's see. Hourly.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so like once this hourly closes here, you could see a move like this. And then that rolls over. So just be understanding of that. And I know it seems like odd, but I mean, that's basically what happened here. You got that hourly close and you just moved up another what? %. That's funny. So it's not crazy. And the 2-day shows that. And like you definitely could squeeze up here. It's definitely in a bounce zone. You already hit support. Like the channel already got tested on the bottom. So you definitely can make your way up to the top. But don't get blindsided. Bottom equals top. But then if the top can't break out, it's just going to break down.
Make another bottom.
The more times you hit these channels, the weaker they get. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It broke down. 1, 2, 3, broke down. Bunch of times. 1, 2, 3, 5, broke down. So it's like that's the point. You just start. That's why bulls need to just launch us out of here. I'll be actually quite happy if like the 2-day SMA 200 gets reclaimed. That could be a good sign, like this. But again, just $66 then. That's an easy line in the sand. So $66 gets reclaimed. You're going to see 80 to $79. You really could start expanding up to that $60 region within today or tomorrow, in my opinion.
My ninja, I appreciate it. Thank you. Super easy. Sure. Super easy because I'm copying everything you just said. So super easy for me to analyze this chart. People don't even know. I actually haven't learned anything. I'm just literally saying whatever they're saying. In Espanol. We should just
It's genius.
It's genius. I should get you a SAP button so that people can just like click and then you can just do it and then eliminate my job. Soon, AI will do it.
That's funny. No, but you're a good trader, actually. You are a good trader now.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I know
you made me some shekels. You made me a lot of shekels last month on that soul trade. So
I'm glad because you guys, the free money I got this month from you will never go unnoticed. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All righty. Estamos viendo CNXC, que es Concentrix Corporation, Miscellaneous Commercial Services. No tengo ni puta idea qué esté haciendo esta tabla. Muy poco volumen. El market cap es 3.6 mil millones de dólares. El volumen intercambiado de acciones son 668 mil dólares. Y el volumen hoy son 811 mil, por lo que estamos viendo más volumen con este velazo verde en este momento. Parece que está recuperando ese potente promedio del 9 justamente acá, que ha perdido todo este tiempo. Pero pueden notar rápidamente que la tabla continúa siendo el mismo tipo de patrones, ¿no? Que llegas a este punto, haces una banderita, ¡pito! Llegas a este punto, haces una banderita, ¡pito! Llegas a este punto, haces una banderita y ya se imagina lo que sí, ¡pito! Lo tengo que seguir diciendo, perdón. Y ahora la pregunta es, ¿estamos llegando a este punto? ¿Estamos haciendo una banderita y va a continuar pito o ya no? ¿No? Esa es la pregunta del siglo. Así es como analizamos las tablas muy profundamente y con mucha disciplina y obviamente pues el mejor análisis del planeta. Normalmente cuando estás viendo algo así, todo esto se llaman banderas bajistas, ¿no? Tienes la bandera, que es literalmente esto, y el mástil, ¿no? Que es el palo de allá arriba. Y normalmente dan continuación esos patrones, vuelves a formar otra de esas banderas y te vuelve a dar continuación acá y vuelves a formar otra de esas banderas y da continuación. Banderas bajistas y o alcistas siempre sugieren continuación en la misma dirección. Pero para nosotros poder darnos cuenta, y estamos viendo esta tabla en la de 2 semanas, si estamos encontrando un fondo, lo que yo diría es esto. ¿Estás viendo algún patrón de reversión? ¿Estás viendo alguna vela acá que te diga esto es fondo? No, vela no, pero patrón de reversión sí. Esto es un hombro, una cabeza y esto puede ser el otro hombro acá, ¿ok? Cuando tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, porque un hombro, cabeza, hombro, todo el mundo sabe cómo funciona eso, es hombro, la cabeza de Mickey Mouse y los hombros, luego tienes la carita feliz, la nariz por acá, el güey te está viendo con los ojos por acá, así encantado de la vida viendo cómo haces tus trades, ¿no? Sonriéndote, es más, ¿sabes qué? Está muy contento. Ahí está, le va a poner la lingüita por aquí atrás. Ahí está muy contento, pero es pelón el señor. Es sí tiene orejas. No es de esos güeyes deformes que no tienen orejas. También tiene cejas. Ese güey te está viendo tradear en este momento. Ese es un hombro, cabeza, hombro normal. Esto es al revés. Puedes ver que la cabeza de Maestro Limpio está aquí abajo. Ok. Voy a tener que borrar todo esto. Mierda. Me dolió, ¿eh? Me dolió. No voy a decir que no. Me quedó bien el Maestro Limpio. Ok. Normalmente, Comi es un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Es el primer hombro. Vas a agarrar cuando toca el cuello y al siguiente. ¿Ok? Aquí. Justamente este es el siguiente lugar a romper. Esta fue la cabeza y este es el siguiente hombro, ¿ok? Y ahora lo que estamos buscando nosotros es una ruptura por encima de esto. Una vez que el precio de CNXC llegue a estar por acá, podríamos estar esperando un movimiento a la alza. Este sería un patrón de reversión. No es instantáneo. Normalmente cuando ves este tipo de acciones caer, lo que les gusta hacer por un rato es esto, pero ya no te llevas el mínimo, ¿no? Y también no es que instantáneamente se vayan al cielo, lo que podría hacer es simplemente esto y luego esto, ¿no? Nadie está simplemente diciendo que va a ser instantáneo un movimiento o el otro, pero tenemos lo primero que se está cocinando en el gráfico de 2 semanas, que es ese patrón de reversión. Si lo vemos puesto con los EMAs, hemos visto que nuestro EMA 9 en la de 2 semanas lo hemos retomado, lo hemos tirado, lo hemos retomado, lo hemos tirado, por lo que no es el lugar, la cosa más confiable. Lo que sí hemos visto es constantes rechazos del 34, la línea blanca. Línea blanca tuvo un SFP, este no es un SFP. Acá tampoco es un SFP. Yo pondría todo mi peso en esto, justo como dice Alex, en tu EMA 34. Si empiezo a ver que empiezo a retomar este nivel en el EMA, por encima del EMA 34 y empiezo a tener 3 cierres de 2 semanas por encima, esto probablemente vaya para arriba. Otra cosa que también te puede confirmar cuando encuentras este tipo de estructuras, por ejemplo, en las 2 semanas, déjeme borro esto y actualizo, ¿ok? Cuando encuentras este tipo de estructura, ¿qué es lo que estás viendo? ¿Ves? Aquí hay algo también bastante fácil de sacar y lo voy a hacer así, para que lo tengan de los dos lados. Esto. Ahora lo voy a poner acá. Eso me dice que pasando el 34 voy a estar por la media. Pueden ver que está en una tendencia mini alcista esto. ¿Por qué? Tienes bajo, bajo más alto, bajo más alto, bajo más alto. ¿Y qué tienes? Alto, alto más alto y alto más alto. Y ahora te está jugando el juego de, no, ese ya no fue más alto. O podría ser, pero que no hice un bajo más bajo, ¿no? El tradicional, vete a la chingada para que no sepas qué va a pasar. Aquí lo está dando. El secreto de esto, ¿cuál va a ser? Poder llevarte este máximo. Te llevas este máximo, ya tendrías tendrías varios, tendrías 1, 2, 3 altos más altos, tendrías un cuarto con bajos más altos. Siempre y cuando no te empieces a llevar estos bajos, estás del otro lado y empieces a consolidar por encima de este nivel. En los 66, voy a ponerlo acá un segundo para que lo tengan como referencia. Y déjenme quito el plumoncín. Ahí está. Y esto lo vamos a poner acá, un nivel hongo por ahí, borrar esto y borrar el canal. ¿Ok? Lo primero que querríamos ver es, si eres mamador de los EMAs, empezar a recuperar este. Por encima del 34. Queremos 3 cierres por encima del 34. Ahora, si empieza a jugártela así, pero empieza a bajar y perder el 34, pero ganarlo y bajar, y lo empiezas a ver consolidar, ¿qué es el siguiente factor que vas a ver? Que no te lleves estos mínimos. ¿Ok? ¿Y cuál es el siguiente factor después de esto que vas a ver? Si empieza a cerrar por encima del 65.91. Si empiezas a hacer eso, ya te estás trepando por encima del promedio del 55. El promedio del 55 me parece, solo lo has tocado una vez en esta tabla en la de 2 semanas. Y ahí es donde te quieres trepar por encima de. Ahora, todo esto está incorrecto y esta es la mejor vista, aunque la diaria y la de 4 horas están explotando en este momento a la alza. Pueden verlo por acá. S&P 200 funcionando como un perfecto piso para detenerlo, y en la de 1 hora también tienes volatilidad expandiendo en lo que estás viendo al precio subir. La de 2 días también tienes un cero de volatilidad en expansión en este momento y puedes ver el tremendo pompazo que viene para acá también. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer? ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Yo lo pondría tranquilo acá. Esta es la mejor vista y yo empezaría a agregar cierres por encima de 34. Ahora, después de 2 cierres, asegurándome que el tercero no se vaya al culo, por encima del 34 o por encima del 66. Yo me sentiría aquí a sano y salvo, porque esta estructura continuaría y le daría tiempo. Podrías hacer esto muy lentamente. Y ahora todos estos promedios van a bajar, se están poniendo en bonche y de aquí debería darte el siguiente movimiento a la alza. Ahí lo tienes, bastante fácil este graficón de CNX. Vamos a ver el SP500 con Farhand. Denme un segundo. SP500. Tell me your chart, señor. Thank you. Oh, my God. Sorry, everyone. Farhan's getting the black lung. It's from, I know you guys haven't seen the movie Zoolander because you were born 30 years after it was released.
I've definitely seen Zoolander.
You have? Okay, good. You know when he goes,
I haven't.
in the mind.
In the mind, yeah.
Yeah, he goes,
Dad.
I think I got the black lung, Paps. And he's like, you've been here for 1 hour. I've been here for 30 years.
Yeah, I
a
haven't
great
seen this.
It's
Is that the
You
movie
gotta
where he
watch
says,
Zoolander
"Is this a
five.
building for ants?"
Yeah, that's a pretty
Yeah.
good movie for pop culture references.
I guess I gotta see
Yeah, I
it.
agree.
We'll watch it with my
And
girlfriend.
it's funny. It really is funny.
It is funny.
Yeah.
What the movies we watch together, the audio is in English and the subtitles are in Spanish for the words that she doesn't understand.
Of course. That's good. That way you can learn some Spanish too.
And yeah, it works out for both of us.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start with the 6 month on the S&P ES1. And momentum is currently pointed to the downside. And are we making? Yeah, we are making lower lows. While it kind of does look like we are putting in a local bottom with a bounce nicely at the 9 EMA, which has been our bottoming zone for basically every single one of our previous macro bottoms. On the 2022 macro bottom, it was right at that 9 EMA. On the 2020 dump, we went lower. That was during the COVID crash. Some would consider that a black swan event. But the 2018 macro bottom was right at that 9 EMA. On 2016 bottom right at that 9 EMA. The only other bottom that went below that 9 EMA again was also when it went below the 9 EMA also was the 2008 dump, which some would also consider that a black swan event. Also, the 2000 or the dot-com crash also went below that 9 EMA. And that was towards the beginning of the history for ES. So right now, what's going to confirm this move down to the 9 EMA as the local bottom / macro bottom is going to be a closing over this candle's wick high. That's at 6,152. If we close over that wick high, that will confirm this as a local bottom, and that will give us a target of that top 38.2%. Which right now that top 38.2% sits right around 7,000, 6,984. And what also is going to confirm closing over this wick high, making this a local bottom, is momentum is lower, went lower than this low here and this low here, putting in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. That combined with closing over this wick high, combined with extreme lows on volatility and a fresh buy signal on the jewel, likely means you're going to go probably higher than that 38.2%. I'd say at a minimum, probably the 50%, and that's sitting at somewhere around 7,140. And this is very likely going to be our blow off top on the S&P, basically all markets around globally before a couple of years of Hades, because 2026 is likely where the fun stops, the musical chairs stop, and all risk probably goes to shit, and the dollar probably skyrockets. Can't wait to see how much my dollars are worth in pesos by then.
It's going to be terrible, but I'll tell you this: I'm going to write a book that no one will read. The one guy that fucking nailed the recession, the market, the moves, the blow off top, and all that. Everyone's like, but he was wrong about the Bitcoin price in 2022. What a retard! And then no one will buy my book.
If you can make an audiobook version of it, I'll listen to it.
I promise you, it'll be 3 words long. I promise you.
Oh, I told you so.
That's
4 words.
That's it. Oh, fuck. Or how about just I told you?
I came, I saw,
I
came.
I came, I saw. I came.
I came, period. Thank you.
Period.
Only 2 words. So on the quarterly, another sign that's telling me that this is very likely, at the very least, a local bottom, is that we're putting in a massive bullish engulfing candle on the quarterly. We came just slightly below the median, and then we bounced from that area about 29%, which is pretty fucking insane on a quarterly. I mean on the S&P 500, 29% in one candle on the S&P on stocks. And now not only are we back over the 38.2%, we're all the way back over the 78.6%. We're sitting at the 88.3%. And if we were to close at anywhere over 61, 66, we're going to be closing over our previous all-time highs with a massive bullish engulfing, taking us very likely to somewhere around that 97.5%, probably slightly over, somewhere around that 7,000 zone, right in this area. Momentum is now flipping back up on the quarterly, with volatility now once again going into an expansion phase, and we've now put in hidden bullish divergence by taking out these lows here on momentum. That's true. And the jewel it's putting in a God mode background, but it still has the buy signal. So once you do shift into a sell signal, that's when you likely go somewhere towards that 21 EMA on the quarterly. Right now, the 21 sits at 4,600-ish. Monthly is now once again flipped back up on momentum. Last time it freshly flipped back up was right over here in January of 2024. And then we went to, where did we go in the HPR? Around the 95% zone. Right now, the 95% sits at about 7,600. This level is going to update, but hopefully, ideally, somewhere around that 7,000 to 7,100. 7,600 seems a little high. We're getting back over that bottom 38.2%, closing over this 38.2% at about 6,113 would very likely get you a move towards the top 38.2%, which right now is somewhere around 6,661 at new all-time highs. Pretty nice new all-time highs. So Jewel is currently giving you a sell signal. It hasn't quite crossed the pink between the below the yellow just yet. If we do close over our previous all-time highs at around 6,162, kind of unlikely that cross will happen. What's more likely is that they're just going to uncross, and then you'll get a move where eventually you'll get a bullish signal while this curves back around right at the edge of the bullish control zone and switches back into a light blue buy signal, putting in hidden bullish divergence. It's all going to come down to the close, which is only in 3 days. Two week is now flipping back into the bullish control zone, getting a little high, but not quite topped out just yet. While volatility is also expanding, and the Jewel's putting in hidden bullish divergence, giving you once again a buy signal, getting very close to the bullish control zone, actually getting into the bullish control zone. And the 2 week is now getting a close over the 38.2%, back test of the 38.2%, and then expansion. And we are once again over our previous all-time highs. If we can close over the 78.6%, that should take us towards somewhere around the 95%, right around, or 95 to the 97.5%, somewhere between 6,450 to like 6,600. That 6,600 number is very interesting. Weekly is now flipped back up on momentum, putting in hidden bullish divergence. Low volatility flips back up, getting over the previous all-time highs. Closing over there would take us towards that 65 to 6,600 area. 5 days currently flipped to the downside, but while volatility contracts, telling you whatever move you down you get likely is a higher low, and it is very probable now that move is that move to the downside is put in based off of this bullish engulfing candle we had on the last closure. And now if we can get a close anywhere over 61.66, likely takes us towards somewhere around 65, once again 64.95 to 6,600. 2 days now flipped back up on momentum. Volatility is also flipped back up, and the Jewel's giving us a fresh buy signal. And we are once again back over that 38.2%. Likely, if we can get that close over once again 61.66, takes us towards 64.59, 65.50. So once again, basically 65 to 6,600. Daily also once again flipped back up. Basically every single time frame is now flipping to the upside with volatility support. And the Jewel is also now once again giving you a buy signal, maintaining the bullish control zone. Similar targets of 64.40 to 6,600. And that very likely is a local top, considering you're going to be in the 97.5% across multiple time frames. 4 hour, even on the low time frames, momentum is shifting back to the upside with volatility support. And also you're getting that God mode background supporting the idea of whatever move up you're getting is likely going to be a local top. The RSI. Six months still has hidden bullish divergence active as long as you're closing over 5,120, which you're significantly above right now. And the next target is the critical zone, which right now is at about 66.99. Oh, very interesting. Right around that 6,600 number. Quarterly is now about to invalidate the bearish divergence. Oh, very cool. In about 3 days, as long as you close over 61.66. And that will give you a target of the critical zone, which right now is at about, so this is going to update in 3 days, but right now it's at 95.65. That's a little high, a little extreme. Come on. Monthly is putting in hidden bullish divergence. Broke these lows here, while price put in a higher low. It will confirm with any close over 6,008, giving us a target of the critical zone. Number will update in 3 days. Right now it sits at 7,000, 7,100-ish. Very similar number to we saw earlier. 2 week has many drives of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over 4,832. That's pretty low. And your next target is the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 6,500. Very, very nice target. Nothing there. Nothing. Oh, nice. Daily currently has hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 5,959. Your next move is into the critical zone, which right now is at about 6,480. Oh, nice. Right around 6,500. And 4 hour currently has bullish divergence also, but you're already in the critical zone. Let's see what number you're at 85. Let's change it to the 90. See what number you get. About 6,300. Come on. Yeah. Switch to momentum. That's interesting. Let's take a look at this. Fibs. 6,000. Oh, very cool. That 61.8 extension is right at that 6,600 level. Very cool. Very nice. Seems to align with multiple other setups, with momentum freshly flipped back to the upside on the 6 month, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 49.22. Quarterly is also freshly flipped back up with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain to the upside as long as you're above 62.13. And that massive bullish engulfing probably takes you pretty easily to that 6,600 area. Monthly is currently also freshly flipped to the upside. Volatility is almost fully contracted to extreme lows, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 61.29. 2 week is also freshly expanding on volatility with momentum flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 55.32. Weekly is also flipped to the upside with volatility expanding, giving you a double extreme, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 59.24. 5 days also flipped to the upside, volatility giving double extreme. It's going to remain flipped up above 6,009. 2 days currently also freshly flipped back up with volatility expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 62.18. Uh-oh. And volatility is only at 48%. Very cool, and we're already at new all-time highs. Daily is also freshly flipped back up with volatility expanding, sitting only at 51%, and we're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 61.28.40.50. And 4 hours also freshly flipped back up with volatility expanding from 0%, sitting at 64% now, and we're going to remain up as long as you're closing over 62.31 and 50 cents. So the high time frames on the S&P are looking extremely bullish, which they always have since the creation of the S&P. And 6 months is freshly flipping back to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 69.22 and 50 cents. And quarterly is now flipped to the upside, monthly is flipped to the upside. Basically, every single time frame is flipped to the upside, all the way down to the 4-hour. Based on the high time frame Fibonacci extensions, you would have a target of somewhere around 66.85, which does line up with the targets on your hidden bullish divergences on multiple different time frames, lines up with your HPDR targets. Basically, so many different things giving you that area of 65 to 6,700. The invalidation is going to be even on the low time frames right now. It's telling you with volatility moving up with the move to the upside, that probably from here you're going to go towards 65 to like 66, 6,700. But the invalidation is getting any tick below about 48.32 or getting a weekly close below 55.96. Either one of those two things happens, then you're probably not going to go towards those 6,600 numbers. Probably going to break down at that point, but don't think that's going to happen. I think right now with low time frames, momentum flipping back to the upside and putting in volatility expansion and still not quite topping out, but from here you're probably going to go towards at least 6,500, but more likely like 66 to 6,700.
I like the 7,000 number. Hopefully we can get there. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that is one of our bullish divergence targets.
Yeah, that'd be fucking incredible. What was I going to say? Oh, the next things. I'm sorry. I'm fucking losing my train of thought over here. Meta would be next, Mark Zuckerberg. And then Open Door. You know what? I don't even have to look at the chart of Open Door, Brian. It's still going down.
I'll do Zuck the Cook.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir. That was great. Ok, estamos viendo justamente el SP500. Pueden ver una vez más el patroncillo que les había... Por esto les prometí solamente altos históricos de las tablas otra vez, por esa gran B que vimos en donde, en el famoso Bitcoin, caída y recuperada. Lo pueden ver acá y ahí tenemos esta bandera de consolidación. Nada mal, nada mal. ¿Esto qué nos quiere decir? Que Bitcoin definitivamente va adelantado en el rally y que tenemos que poner atención a ello. Una vez que Bitcoin empiece a caer, no estoy diciendo que venga a pasar próximamente, solamente estoy diciendo una vez que ocurra, aquí vas a poder entender que el SP500 lo va a seguir por ahí de 30 a 45 días después, ¿ok? Tenemos altos históricos, damas y caballeros, tal cual. Estamos cotizando en 6,234 en este minuto. Esta es una vista semanal. Vamos a empezar con la buena. Ya puedo quitarles este nivel. Ya voy a quitar este nivel porque este nivel es el único. Aquí es donde yo creo que vamos a empezar a... antes del siguiente movimiento, así que lo voy a tener aquí en mente, presente, potente. Vamos a empezar con la de 6 meses, tal cual como lo hizo el tío Farhan, y la razón por qué es porque creías que Bitcoin era alcista, tío. Imagínate, tienes la M de McDonald's de los 2000 y después tienes esta mamada de movimiento, completamente ridículo. Este es el ES1, el ES1 es de futuros, SP500 lleva mucho más tiempo básicamente tradeando y existiendo, pero este ETF de futuros, porque este es de futuros, nació en el 97. Tuvo el dot-com bust hasta el 2003, otra vez hasta el 2007. De ahí tuvimos rápidamente la caída. Esta fue rápida, del 2007 el pico, 8, llegamos en el 9 aquí rápido para abajo y nos fuimos exponencialmente al cielo. Vean las correcciones que tiene, son bastante ligeras. Esto es COVID, luego te lo aprendes viendo las tablas. ¡Ay, güey, qué pendejo soy! No es, este es el 2022. El 2022 de verdad fue una corrección más grande de la que todo el mundo le da crédito para tener. Todo esto, o sea, no me jodas. El 2021 fue entonces, el 2020, 21, esto. O sea, literalmente, tal cual, ven esta vela, la roja. Y la última vez que pasó esto, tuviste un movimiento de cuánto, una vez que digamos, del tope de la vela a donde estamos. Solamente 92%. Si se llega a dar esto, bueno, se va a dar, nada más va a tomar mucho tiempo. Venimos y nos recargamos en el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 siempre nos ha rescatado, menos en esta ocasión en el 2020, que fue la de, llegamos a tocar el 21. Y esto, digo, desde el 2011, ¿no? Es lo que hemos estado viendo. Por lo que cada que vienes a tocar el promedio del 9 en la de 6 meses, es la oportunidad de oro para poder entrar. en el SP500, para que lo tengan presente. Ok, altos más altos, todo esto, pero me parece que la sorpresa reside en el HPDR, efectivamente. Pueden ver que venimos a la parte baja de la zona azul, tocamos el promedio del 9 y rebotamos con fuerza y ahora vamos a buscar la media. La media se encuentra en los 6,500 y la parte alta casi en los 7,000, que es lo que nosotros tenemos como objetivo entre los 6,500 y el 7,000 para el SP500 en un futuro bastante cercano y de ahí podremos entrar en nuestro mercado de relajación, si lo quieres decir así. 3 meses, 8 de la mañana, el 3 meses estamos en el 88%. Llegar hasta el 100% lo hemos visto antes, justamente acá el 2021 lo hicimos. Entonces, tal vez si no queremos ponernos este objetivo de 8,000, podríamos decir que el 97.5% en 6,826 y tal vez perforarlo tantito, solo una penetrada rápida, como siempre le prometes a las chavas los domingos, puede llevarnos a esos 7,000 deliciosos y ya de ahí darse la vuelta. Pero por ahora continúa en estructura alcista, no hay nada que nos diga que es bajista y además, teoría de velas simplemente, si no estamos viendo al SP, tenemos esta expansión de volatilidad que se dio desde el 2024 y continúa, pero esta es una vela envolvente alcista, ya iba a decir otra vez engolfante, que es una vela envolvente cuando tienes una vela verde o roja que toma todo el cuerpo de la vela pasada. Y claramente pues lo hizo, ¿no? Con la vela pasada, la vela pasada, la vela pasada, la vela pasada. O sea, envolvió 1, 2, 3, 4, básicamente un año de precio. Y ahora va para arriba. Esto es absolutamente alcista, además de que esto por ahora tiene cara de un hammerhead, es básicamente una vela topera, pero al revés, lo puedes ver acá. Puta, fuerza, fuerza, fuerza. Estás por encima de tu promedio, el 5,9, todos, ahí lo tienes. Voy a eliminar mi promedio del 5 ya entrando en la mensual. Mensual, estamos justamente rebotando en el promedio del 9, otra de esas oportunidades de oro. Esta fue la oportunidad dorada cuando Donald Trump salió. Va a ser la recesión más hermosa de toda la historia. He visto varias recesiones, ninguna tan hermosa como esta. ¡Wow! ¡Qué recesión! Aquí lo tienen, así que estamos rebotando con fuerza muy rápido. Y ahora nos agarramos del promedio del 9 después de vencer esa resistencia. Vamos para arriba. Faltan 3 días y 5 horas para cerrar esta vela, para cerrar la trimestral, envolvente y para cerrar la de 6 meses, que también es súper envolvente. Alcista, lo puedes ver por acá. Solamente faltan 3 días y 5 horas para todos estos cierres. Un cierre muy importante este la próxima semana, así que yo esperaría que vaya a haber mucho juego, mucho juego. Atentos ahí. Ok. Con eso dicho, nuestra volatilidad en el SP500, en el ES1, está a punto de regresar a resetear por debajo del 15%. Vamos a esperar a ello. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana, continuamos con la expansión. Putin, Trump, Putin. Y esta expansión continúa a la alza, pueden verlo por acá. Y al SP500 no le da pena estar en extremos, señores. No le da pena, lo han visto antes, le gusta llegar a casi el 100%. Así que en esta ocasión no podemos esperar nada más. Me atrevería a aventarme uno de estos, ¿eh? Me atrevería. Me gustaría ver cómo se ve. Vean, me encanta cuando el canal paralelo queda perfecto con estas cosas, ¿no? Que vieron dónde lo agarré, del mínimo, a los máximos y literalmente la media, que no es la que no estás midiendo, choca perfecto, vino a tomar liquidez perfecto, este fue un SFP de la media y ahora la parte alta al día de hoy sería 6,400, simplemente tiene que continuar a través del tiempo para ver hasta dónde va a darnos por acá dentro del canal. Me gustó muchísimo esta vista del SP500. Muy alcista, muy alcista, obviamente. Muy alcista, tío. Vamos con la semanal. En la semanal que tenemos por acá, tenemos también la misma acción, ese destrozo de los altos históricos y ahora esperando. Recuerda, cuando tienes si ahorita estás viendo esta tabla y dices, güey, ¿cómo quiero entrar? Estoy viendo que esto se va a ir más para arriba. Espérate. Porque normalmente, y ahora nada es prometido en el mundo de trading, pero normalmente la zona donde te costó trabajo romper antes, que fue resistencia, se vuelve soporte. Eso quiere decir que yo esperaría a que esto haga algo así y después bolas. Aunque, digo, todo puede tomarse y pasar más rápido, pero es lo que esperaría. Tengo a mi promedio el 9 subiendo por encima del 21 semanal, además del 55, el 100 abajo, todo perfecto. Esto me dice que la acción tiene fuerza y va continuando para arriba. Voy a poner el HPDR para ver cómo nos vemos. Básicamente, en las semanas donde teníamos volatilidad continúa pintando extremos, por lo que puede todavía continuar después de esta gran expansión que tuvo en marzo en ese subidongo, que han visto esa recuperación en B después de la grande correlación del mercado de cripto. 97% está en 6,417. Es absolutamente tocable. Trae fuerza la dama y tiene ganas. Y de nuevo, puede venir, respirar, consolidar. Esto solamente es un cierre semanal. Cierra justamente en 4 horas y 54 minutos y todo esto puede continuar subiendo. Estás viendo cómo está subiendo agresivamente. Todo esto puede continuar en la misma dirección. Es básicamente como una repetición de lo que viste acá. Es más lenta. Así que la continuación a la alza debería de darse para poder continuar, darle respiro a esto y poder dar continuación al movimiento. La diaria también tiene su expansión de volatilidad ante todas estas velas verdes. Momentum está flipeado y apuntando para arriba en todas las temporalidades, de la de 6 meses hasta la diaria, hasta la de 4 horas. Y puedes ver, este fue un cero perfecto de volatilidad que nos está dando todo este movimiento para arriba. Ok, volatilidad apenas está en 51% y adivinen qué, le gusta estar en extremos a la dama. ¿Cómo de que no? Ok, con eso dicho, continuamos esta expansión. Nos gustaría ver este cierre diario, si somos alcistas, por encima del 6,229 para dar continuación al siguiente objetivo, casi por ahí de los 6,300. Lo que es el 61,8%. Sí. Espérame tantito. Y justamente el promedio del 9 está aquí, donde está la línea meme. Ahí es donde yo estoy esperando que venga a respirar esto, efectivamente. Tiene volatilidad también. Güey, qué locura lo alcista que está el SP500 y lleva ya un rato. Desde esa gran recesión que íbamos a tener, la mejor de toda la historia, continuamos para arriba. Puesto sencillo, damas y caballeros. Tenemos dos objetivos en el SP500, de acuerdo a Fibonacci, de acuerdo al ¿cómo se llama? Al HPDR, de acuerdo a básicamente todos nuestros indicadores fancy que tenemos, y eso es 6,500 es el primero y 7,000 es el segundo. El SP500 va a continuar consolidando. ¿Dónde estaríamos mal en esto? Si nos llevamos los 5,500 para abajo, básicamente si te llevas esta vela verde para abajo, y estoy hablando de encierres, eso es cierres, o sea, cierres semanales abajo de esto, tener 3, diría, en realidad el primer cierre semanal debajo de esto yo me espantaría, pero hay mucha gente paciente y es lo que deberían de hacer. 2 semanas también, 9 y 21, están a punto de intercambiar lugares y eso lo va a poner más fuerte. La otra cosa es, si tienes un wicazo abajo de este mínimo, también te sales. Fuera de ahí, todo debería continuar y tu oportunidad de agregar va a ser el promedio del 9 semanal, en los 5,900, puta, a ver si lo llega a tocar. Esa sería la mejor oportunidad. Y la segunda es donde rompió a la alza, que es justamente aquí en los 6,171. ¿Por qué lo digo? Normalmente ocurre esto, tienes el breakout y acá no lo vino a tocar hasta acá, ¿eh? Pero ven, o sea, si fuiste paciente desde septiembre del 2024, ¿no? Tuviste el breakout, no entraste, te esperaste a que viniera a retestearlo. Aquí es donde te pudiste haber equivocado, pero pudiste haber simplemente invalidado con esto. Cayó, no compraste, pero una vez que lo retomó acá, ahí pudiste entrar. Es el arte del regreso a ese mismo pinche nivel todo el tiempo. La cosa es siempre atraparlos en el momento indicado. Pero ahí lo tienen. SP500 se ve muy, muy, muy alcista. Alrighty, are we doing open the door? The most bullish. Oh, wait. I didn't even look at this fucking chart and I knew it was going to fucking go to shit. Incredible.
Wow, that looks like dog shit.
Yeah. I'm getting really good at
I've recently added the word dog shit to my girlfriend's vocabulary. It's very funny whenever she says them, stuff like that.
That's fucking awesome. We're ready, sir. Oh, wait. I see. I'm
there
sorry.
we go. No,
I
it's okay.
apologize. You keep going in and out. You keep going in and out like a fresh penis.
Some would say, you know, there's
Is it
some
in?
really, really bad weather right now, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty bad over here too.
Oh, really?
Like,
Yeah, it's like a very
yeah.
bad storm outside. I think it's a cyclone.
It's probably a Stormy Daniels, but we'll see. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I apologize.
Oh, that's
I'm gonna
great.
shut up now.
Hopefully I don't, get trapped in the island. But
Well,
it's
you
all
don't
right.
get herpes, but yeah, you'll be fine.
Well, that too. Most importantly, that, and then getting trapped. Yeah, this is the chart that just couldn't. Honestly, this is a terrible chart. What do we have here? Look how well the 5. I'll even go to the 2-week. I'll give bulls the benefit of the doubt. Why not? Look how well the 2-week EMA 5 has just been holding us down. You really just have been playing within the 5 and the 9. The 9 has just been your extremity highs. So what do we have? Well, I mean, you made a new low, macro low. You easily can go and test that EMA 5. On the verge of probably going to get delisted or penny stock vibes on this one. This is pretty bad. And I actually think there's a rule, like if it drops under $1, it can get delisted or something. Unsure though. I just trade you.
There is, like you're saying, there is something there, but I don't know the actual rule. Indeed.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like what we have now is already a 2-week EMA 9 retest. No, my apologies. A weekly median retest, weekly EMA 5 retest. This is important because you've honestly been seeing big rejections come from that median. So we've already hit it. This kind of then gives me the bias that this could already, like the high could already be in per se for this week. Or at least just like overall, this is just going to be the rejection point into next week. You roll over, not taking out this high. Only way that doesn't occur is if you actually open up above the median. See when the last time we were able to do that, if at all. Here, I mean, you reclaimed it. This was chop. Bummer. Median, weekly median. He opened above it here, like a chop. Lost it down. Here's a better one. So you reclaimed it. You then held into the next week, giving you an 18% move. So, I mean, that weekly median is pretty important. It's funny to see it's all the way right now pointed right with the EMA 5. And this just shows how sold down this chart is truly. It's on the verge of a breakdown as well. So a bounce at that 38.2% definitely made sense, specifically when you already made a new macro low. Interesting. So the quarterly is at breakdown mode, right at the bottom of the 38.2%, about to lose the median on the quarterly for the first time, essentially since 2023. It's actually interesting to see that. Right? It's like this plays into when you see a chart this sold down, it's like, well, I mean, one time it was at $39. So this eventually has to get bought up. But then it's just like the quarterly is just like, hold my beer. You have a quarterly breakdown from these ranges that we're holding since 2022. The HBDR is even telling you that this is on the verge of breaking down. Yeah, you've already hit the 38.2%, but with the weekly already hitting the median, you'd be kind of concerned here. What you could get into next quarter is simply this. You're either going to open under the 38.2%, telling us what we already know, which this is in like quarterly breakdown. You had support. Lost support here in the beginning of this year, confirmed on this new quarterly close. You very well could get a rally up to that quarterly median. Where is that sitting right now? 67 cents. What would that be? Interesting. What is price at? 55 cents. Yeah. Interesting to see that. So the quarterly median will be kind of an easy play. You're just going to watch and see where that shifts into next quarter, because it losing this after being above it for a few years, it's a big concern. And this does show that this chart is extremely weak.
It's going to 14 cents.
Very well could. I mean, you right here have a 35-cent target. At this point, though, yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't just hit the 100%. This shit's so weak. A monthly will give us more of a, oh, wow. Yeah. Damn. So it's like even this monthly, it's going to be bearish because it's going to reset this range. This will step down most likely. Now, the only bullish scenario is if this steps up, this then reaches the 100%. Okay, cool. We can play the mean reversion play, which is simply just watching the EMA 5. Look at the median shift up here on the monthly. It's at $1.52. It's insane. Nothing on this chart's bullish until you at very minimum get back above $1.15. At least then you can say the monthly 9's reclaimed. But again, you've seen moves where we've like squeezed up to that, but you just can't sustain it. So you got to just see a sustained breakout at that point. Yeah, the monthly 9's kind of the line in the sand for me. So you very well could go down, hit like 35 cents. You rally up, you take out, EMA 5. Monthly EMA 5 shorters only to just hit the 9. We know that technically this is a bearish retest. So if we did hit the monthly 9, you should be gauging that as like the extremity high rejection point. And that's coming in right around 114, 115. Yeah. Is there any hopium here? Like, let me see. Let me just try to see anything.
Rates have to come down for this shit to start working. So no. There's no hopium until next year.
So yeah, there you have it, folks. I mean, and the chart definitely shows that. Even the 12-hour is just still in a downtrend. You couldn't even break this last lower high. You're hitting the 21. This EMA 21 on the 12-hour has just been a solid short zone. I mean, down 16%. The frick? I should just be shorting this.
It's just not on BTCC.
You serious? Like you're getting 16% moves off a 12-hour EMA 21? That's insane. Okay, wait. Let me see. This one, how much have we gone down? Damn, 5.59%. So like from here to here to here, those are all like 15 to 16% moves. Absolutely weak. Look at that 12-hour 34. Life-changing money on this setup. Damn. Yeah, I wish this was on BTCC because this would just be free money at this point.
Oh my God.
And I know that's bad to say. Like often that's like near a bottom when people say that, but it's truly just been that to the book. Like just lower high, potentially lower high, exactly where you would expect, which is on the 5, extreme weakness, on the 5-day EMA 9 for the extremity high. Even here, you would have been gauging a bearish retest, would you not have? What would that have printed? Very easily. 43% or at minimum 28%. Yeah, this is pretty weak. Now, it won't always be like this, but until you at minimum are, rejecting the 5-day EMA 5, then yeah, this is extremely weak. The monthly is showing that this very well could start breaking down more. You already are expanding down from that. You very easily could hit the 38, 37 cents, which from this point is still 32% move down. And all this is just summarized by this. This chart's telling you this isn't at the 100%. This is on the verge of a breakdown after the 2-month, the bi-monthly just lost major support. This isn't a fresh breakdown. There's absolutely no trade to be had. And honestly, the only trade was just to short this 92 cents. I do think if you get a squeeze up from here and you reach that $1 to like 115 zone, that could be a nice short zone. And that's just based on what we're seeing with the quarterly median, I believe. No, that was the monthly 9. My apologies. Kind of all over the place. Right here, monthly 9. If you get back above there, that should be good. But this is just going to be the easy short. You're just going to be not shorting. Absolutely never shorting here. But rather, this chart likes to squeeze up. We've seen this before. Epic squeezes up. We want to really be gauging the monthly 9. This would be a bearish retest. We'd already have that with this SFP. And any squeeze up would just solidify this $1 region being resistance. So you visually can see support. You'd want to see this, if at all, got flipped into resistance, if we got a bounce up. Now, that does mean it would need a 2x to do that. But, you know, we've seen this move aggressive before. This was a 33% move up from support here. We actually made our way up to that monthly 9 almost, bouncing 250% in 90 days. As well as here, went up to that monthly 9, bounced 80%. And then, yeah, before we even broke down here, we had a nice bounce that went up 56%. So is it out of the characteristic to do an 80, 100% move up just to trap more bulls? Absolutely not. And specifically when we've seen that you're about to get like a bi-monthly, quarterly close, it's about to really solidify this being resistance. This is as heavy as it could be. I mean, just simply look at that. If this closes, maybe it gets a bounce, but then you would be gauging the quarterly to reject the 9. I mean, the median. I don't know why I keep saying that. The quarterly median, because that's literally about to get lost for the first time in years. And that's it. So with this point of view, this tells you that this is not at all near a bounce zone. Yeah, you can make the argument that it's going to not break down, hit the 38.2% bounce. You've already done that. But when you're losing the median like this and you haven't lost it in a very long time, all these are 3-month candles. So you've been above it since October of 2023. That tells you that, yeah, this is terribly bad. I mean, we don't have any data from when this really did have any kind of loss of the median. We just know it like closed up. It could never reclaim the median here. This rejection here led, this median rejection, let's see, took us down 84%. That's on the quarterly, by the way. So,
that's just a small percentage.
The point I'm trying to bring home is if you're investing in this, there's no reason to be investing in this. I don't see the reason to be investing. You're just gambling. You might as well go to the casino and get a free drink at the casino because this doesn't make any sense. This is a no buy, no trade zone unless it's shorts. This is extremely weak. You don't want to be in cult mindsets thinking that, this is going to have some comeback because absolutely nothing's telling me this. And this could just, by theory, get delisted, keep going lower, hit 30 cents, never, ever get back above $1. It's crazy to see even the monthly 9 100% away from current price action. That just shows how cooked everything is. I do think that if you're going to trade this, you just focus on the monthly. Just focus on the monthly, play the 9. Understand that in this quarterly, you're going to lose the median, and that very well could give you a bounce. The quarterly median at current price action right now is it the quarterly or is it the bi-monthly? I keep doing that. No, it is the quarterly. Okay, good. I mean, that is at 67 cents currently. So does that mean we could bounce onto the next, monthly open? Sure, potentially. Or this just shifts up. Imagine that. The median shifts up, matches more around that $1 region. And then it gives you ultimate confluence of that being a major short zone. Regardless, though, this isn't a no buy, no trade zone. I hope the 12-hour kind of showed you. Let's even see the 4-hour. Let's see how well these setups have given on the short side. Because when a 12-hour is giving you 15% moves, it's absurd. Let's see. So it seems like on the 4-hour, the EMA 100 is the easy play. There was a 66% move. Obviously, you probably wouldn't have held this whole way down. So just from that first reaction down, that was an 8%. And you had a free move down to the next zone, the mean line. Here you see you lost support, rejected on that rejection down. And the only reason I'm doing this is just to show bulls that this is not strong. You're getting 9% moves on 4-hour setups. That's absurd. This is even more volatile than Bitcoin, one would say, at least down. And that's a concern because, well, it's like whenever you get these minute trend shifts, this is like the trap for bulls. It's just like, so like you got a trend shift here. Is it going to just sell off? Unsure. And that's why I don't think anyone should be using like anything lower than a 2-day on this chart, just in my opinion. So yeah, really that's it. In summary, you're just watching for a mean reversion move. You're watching that $1 to like 98 cents region for a short setup. You understand that the quarterly is about to lose the median, which is going to make this very, very weak. It's even weaker than all of this because you were above the quarterly median on these moves down. Now you're not. You're about to lose it. It's very weak. It's very bad. This is bringing to me a move down to the 30 cents. I'm only going to get bullish on this if we can reclaim back within this range, get any kind of close above $1.15. And then we can start talking about potentially move up to 170, 160. But until then, you just don't want to like be the guy aggressively trying to trade something that's just blatantly dying. And that's it. There's no, if we just stick to what we know, are we above the weekly SMA 200? No. Is the daily EMA 100 reclaimed? Absolutely not. Not even remotely close. And we even see here that that EMA 100 on the daily, let's say we squeezed up, is right around that monthly 9, which already would be a bearish retest. And, well, is the monthly 9 holding? Absolutely not. So, and therefore, this isn't a bear market. And you don't trade bear markets up. You just look for shorts. And so the easy one is, well, you have a macro lower low. Watch for the lower high. We know that the last monthly lower high was here. So it could literally be down. And this could play into wherever that quarterly median shifts to. So I'll be watching this actually because, well, this has just been very easy to the book, very straightforward on shorts, essentially free money. Whenever you say that as a trader, you always want to be, aware that, well, it could be close to some bottom, but, watch this quarterly median. I want to see this shift up around the $1. That'll give me great confluence at this bounce then, which, is a 100% move. But that doesn't mean you're just longing this at all for that. Never. No. You're just waiting for this to then max short it, and that's it. So, yeah, hopefully that was very clear. I would not be investing in this. I would not be trading this. Rather, so I just be sticking to that monthly EMA 9, waiting for the bearish retest of it, and really playing the levels. You're not at all bullish on this. You're really not allowed to be bullish on this as long as it's under $1.15. You're just potentially going to flip this wick low into resistance, potentially breaking down closer to 38 cents to 35 cents. So very, very
senor.
One of the
Terrible.
worst charts I've seen all year. Yeah.
I know.
Nike looks better than this chart, I think, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Nike had a bounce on better, basically beating estimates, which their estimates were revised lower, which is incredible. But hey, it's the market.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna be quick with this because it's fucking pointless, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. Trying. I was trying to squeeze it all for everything, but it's very straightforward. Really, it is.
I know you were. After this, I got another weird for you. Another weird one for you. Zeta. Z-E-T-E. Z-E-T-A. Zeta.
I think it's a shitcoin.
Is it?
Well, there is. Is it? Do they want Zeta USDT or Zeta Global Holdings?
I'm guessing Zeta Global Holdings because there's no.
Yeah,
because we've seen this. Look, me too.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ok, estamos viendo Open Door, damas y caballeros, y esto es una tabla que sirve de ejemplo para algo que nunca debes de comprar. Pueden ver, ha tenido altos históricos justamente acá en los 39, 20 y tantos, está cotizando en 57 centavos. Así es decir, $39 a 57 centavos. Esta es una tendencia bajista, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, y continúa y continúa y continúa cayendo. Esto es una plataforma que ayuda a la gente a comprar, vender casa, etcétera, todo eso. Ahora sí, como en la pasada que teníamos una tabla bajista que estaba continuando y tirando el precio, aquí no tenemos nada que nos encontremos un patrón de fondo. No existe, o sea, literalmente solamente estás cayendo. No hemos visto el famoso hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. No hemos visto mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos. No hemos visto nada de eso. Lo único que hace es continuar cayendo y siendo rechazada por el promedio del 9. Si nos vamos a la mensual y ponemos ese punto de vista, porque no necesitas más, aquí nunca quieres comprar un fondo. Sé que suena muy interesante la idea, pero ¿qué pasa si esta empresa se va a cero o la quitan del mercado? te pierdes todo tu dinero y es muy posible. Una vez más, esta empresa va a empezar a irle bien cuando cambien política monetaria y no nada más cuando cambien la política monetaria, que la gente tenga de verdad dinero para comprar lo que sigue y ahorita la gente no tiene dinero. Va a tomar tiempo para recuperar esto. Ahora, no todo pasa instantáneamente, el mercado sí lee las cosas para adelante, pero tíos, no hay nada en el horizonte, nada que me diga que esto es alcista y que va a rebotar, porque ahorita podemos hablar de hacer un corto en esta zona, ¿no? Y mucha gente dirá, pues güey, voy a comprar el long para irme a esta zona. ¿Qué tal si simplemente sigue bajando y el promedio del 9 sigue bajando por acá? No vale la pena. Lo mejor que puede ser es ve la mensual, ve dónde está el promedio del 9 y si el precio por alguna coincidencia del Dios llega a tocarlo, corto. Todavía no hay nada en el macro que te va a ayudar con esta tabla. Nada. Una sola puta cosa no hay. No hay. Esta empresa está en el peor rubro en este tiempo. Es casi como Manny Kushman vendiendo cursos de bienes raíces comerciales en lo que tenemos el colapso de bienes raíces comerciales. Esto es el equivalente a eso.
Sorry to interrupt you. There's some news.
Yeah.
Trump said on crypto, we have created a very powerful industry. If we didn't have crypto, China would. Bitcoin takes pressure off the dollar and the price is going up.
The price of Bitcoin's going up?
Slightly.
Nice.
Bitcoin takes pressure off the dollar. Interesting.
12 hours now green.
It's just
Daily
whatever.
is also green.
Hey, just give the people whatever they need so they think it's going. Yeah, the pump is absolutely because of that. Yeah, crypto very bullish. Oh, not China. Get the fuck out of here.
So like Bitcoin did
what?
Mm-hmm.
The monthly setup had confirmed last month, and now everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, it's because Trump said."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see what I mean? Like the chart moves and then they come out with a fucking stupid excuse as to this is why it did this. Like people are so dumb if they don't understand it today. 2025, dude.
While the 12-hour EMA9 held. Was this
and again, the Hamas setup. How come we knew or Bitcoin chart knew that was going to happen? Get the fuck out of here. And then the news, it's the war. It's the attack that no one saw coming except the Bitcoin chart. Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Same with April. I guess, how did we know? Who knows?
My God, it's unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Either way, thank you for sharing the Trump news. Those are great news. A lot of people don't know that. I like to give great news to people. They deserve it. Do they now? Some people are not that great. Some people are terrible. Okay, that's open. Okay, I'm going to finish it and we'll go into meta now. Esto es open door, damas y caballeros. No hay nada aquí, no hay patrón de reversión. Estás cayendo. Y de nuevo, la oportunidad de oro, si llegas a tocar acá, hacerle corto. No sé dónde le vayas a hacer corto y si vas a usar opciones, suerte con eso. No soy experto en timing de nada. Pero esto se ve del culo. Esto es algo que nadie debería de comprar. Y Brian, y toda la gente que lo ha puesto acá, tengo que preguntarles, ¿por qué están interesados en esto? ¿Porque creen que están comprando un fondo muy barato y que va a revertir a los 30 y tantos dólares? ¿Cuál es de dónde lo sacaron y por qué lo traen tanto a la mesa? Es la curiosidad que tengo, porque de verdad no hay nada en esta tabla que nos diga, y sobre todo el momentum de su industria, ¿no? De lo que está pasando. All righty, let's go. Meta, la verga.
It's pretty crazy how back when we used to look at Meta back in early 2024, when price was in the 300 to 400s and had targets of 700s, and now we're actually here. Pretty well.
I know.
Pretty well.
It's so insane.
Point that out.
Yep.
This thing just goes basically up only. And
especially
now with the AI.
Yeah, because he's really doing it great with the glasses and all that stuff. Like now he's getting into hardware and yeah, dude, he's killing it.
I would get a pair of one of those glasses if it wasn't such a pain in the ass for me to get my prescription lens put in.
Is it? I have a pair of those glasses. They're pretty good, honestly, because you don't have to take your phone out to take pictures and shit.
Oh yeah, for places where they don't allow pictures.
Is that the lasagna?
Yeah, it is indeed.
Fuck you. That's it. That's all I have to say. Please go on.
Monthly is currently approaching resistance right around our previous highs of $740. Lines up with that 38.2% at $749. If we can't get a close over that 38.2%, that would be getting a close over our previous all-time highs. That take us towards somewhere around like 78.6% where we topped out last time. 78.6% right now sits at almost $900 at $890. Quite high. Once we're getting there, we're very likely going to tap that 161.8%. And just like magic, that prophecy of about $950 to $1,000 is going to be fulfilled. Because once you're tapping 950, you're going to have that rule that Kron talks about that his mentor told him, is that once you're in the nines, you almost always are going to tap the tens, like the removing digits, like removing a bunch of other digits, like whether it's 9 or 99 or 999 or 900s, you're usually going to tap the tens, the hundreds, or the thousands. Same concept with Bitcoin. Whenever we were trading in the mid to high 90s, it was basically foretold that you were going to tap that 100 level. Monthly right now, it's currently putting in hidden bullish divergence with momentum dropping below all of these levels, price putting in many higher lows, and that was confirmed on this close here, supporting the move towards that $890 level, with momentum still not quite yet in the bullish control zone. So we still got a good amount of room to go up, with the HPDR level stepping up, saying that even if you were to tap that 161.8%, you would only really be at the 78.6% of the HPDR levels. 2 week is also pointing to the upside. This is where in the short term you're getting a little high, not quite topped out just yet. You're at 73%, so it's like to top out somewhere in the 90s. So you still got about 20% left to go. With volatility expanding, getting around 73% as well. So you still got about 20% on that. Jewel is now giving you a fresh buy signal, quite bullish, and you're getting very close to your previous highs. If you can get that close over there, that's what's going to activate that move into the 8s. Weekly is also flipping back up. Weekly is putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to confirm with any close over about 707, and that will take you into the 800s, mid to high 800s, with volatility once again starting to expand. 5 days currently flipped to the downside, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence, getting right to the edge of the bullish control zone, with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low. And if you can get a close over about $728, that will confirm that hidden bullish divergence. That will take you towards, that is 88.3%, towards about $830. 2 days also currently flipped to the downside, also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence, and that will confirm over about also $728. 2 days also now losing the sell signal on the jewel too. Daily is now flipped back up on momentum. Daily's confirmed the hidden bullish divergence, with momentum volatility currently expanding from about 3%, and the jewel is now giving you a confirmed buy signal. Closed over the 38.2%. Should give you a target somewhere around that 78.6 to 88.3. That's around like $760-ish. 4 hours getting a little high, still currently pointed to the upside with volatility expanding, getting around the 78.6%. You want to see ideally a close over that 78.6%, 733.42. Otherwise, you're probably going to get a little bit of a pullback towards that 5 EMA. Right now, it's around 722, probably going to move into somewhere around 730. And from there, you probably still will end up going to the upside. Where that gets invalidated is if you start to get 4-hour closes below about $705. At that point, then you're probably going to go a little lower, retest about 690. And if you start to lose about 678, you should start to worry, because then you're probably going to come down to low 600s, and you're at a real risk of breaking down. but I don't think that's going to happen. I think at the most bearish scenario, we're probably going to consolidate somewhere between 730 to about like 670s. But even that, I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm thinking it's probably just going to break you. Let's check the RSI. Monthly. No. Monthly currently has active hidden bullish divergence. Very cool on the last month's closure. And that's going to be active as long as you're closing over $479. And your next target is the critical zone, which right now is at about $953. Wow, that's basically exactly what that Fibonacci target is, 950s. Amazing. Now we have two things giving us that number. I guess Zuck's company is going to $1,000. I wonder what that puts his net worth at. 2 week currently has many drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over about $678. Next target is the critical zone, which is right now at about, this level is going to update, but it's sitting at 1225. Mm-hmm. 4 hour currently has hidden bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing over $705. Your next target is the critical zone, with volatility now expanding from many periods of 0%. And the critical zone is at about $767. Not really that much higher than where we are now. Let's go to momentum. Momentum on the quarterly is freshly flipped back up with the with that hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly stochastic, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $680.50. Volatility, however, is at very extreme levels. Very likely at as long as you are below about $740, you on a closing basis, you're going to get some contraction sooner rather than later. But if you get a close or even a tick above $740, then you're very likely going to continue on this 100% volatility, because it can stay at 100% for a lot of periods. Monthly is not. Monthly also has the hidden bullish divergence. Freshly flipped to the upside. Volatility is very close to expanding. Monthly is making it seem like we're going to get many periods of 100% on the quarterly if monthly starts to expand on this close. And kind of looking like it will start to expand if we get anywhere near this wick high. And monthly momentum is pointed up as long as you're closing over about $714. 2 week is already starting to expand on the volatility, making it a lot more likely that quarterly is going to continue to stay at 100%. And 2 week momentum is currently pointed up as long as you're over about $545.50. And we are like 50% over this number. Weekly is also getting volatility expansion, and we're currently pointed up with a derp of life as long as you're closing over $630. 5 days also getting volatility expansion, pointed up as long as you're over $640. 2 days freshly pointed up with volatility freshly expanding from about 40%. And we're going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over $715.50. Daily is now freshly pointed up with volatility expanding from 0%. We're only sitting at about 30%, so we got a lot more to go. And momentum is pointed up as long as we're closing over about $717. And 4 hour is now freshly pointed up as with volatility expanding for many periods of 0%. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over about $732.50. So on the high time frames, this is starting to look very bullish. Monthly and quarterly have confirmed hidden bullish divergence. with monthly volatility just about to start expanding, making it seem like making it likely that the 3-month volatility is going to stay at 1 or 2 more periods of 100%. With monthly putting in that hidden bullish divergence, all of the time frames have momentum pointed to the upside, all the way down to the low time frames, including the 4-hour, with volatility still not even being close to topped out just yet on the lower time frames. You would have a Fibonacci target of that $950, which is target of your bullish divergences. Many different setups giving you that $950 area as a target. Just below that area, you do have a resistance level of about $760 to $799. Probably you get some type of consolidation there, but eventually I do expect it to blast through that area and go to that towards that 950 and eventually tag that $1,000 level. The invalidation on all of this is getting either a tick below about $480, $479, or a weekly close below about 622. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to go towards those upper targets. Little consolidation around 760 to 800, and then a move towards 950 to 1,000. That
Let us go, senor.
Probably puts Zuck at like 350, 300 to 350.
So are we buying all of Meta?
I guess so. Max long. I think BTCC has it.
Yeah, they do.
Long it on high leverage.
Yeah, they do. Look at this beauty. Motherfucking shit. Wow. Thank you, sir. Meta.
Now I will enjoy my lasagna.
So you enjoy your lasagna. We're doing Meta, and you're doing. We're gonna need Mr. Garlic Bread back for XRP.
Beautiful.
Estamos viendo Meta, damas y caballeros, como de que no podemos ver acá. Está a punto de buscar esos máximos históricos que había logrado en febrero de este año. Va a ir una vez más por ellos, definitivamente. Esta fue una de esas acciones que pagaron rico a la gente que pudo comprar el fondo en el 2022. Puta madre. Estar a 730 después de estar debajo de $100, eso fue el deal del año. Y pueden ver la fuerza que lleva Meta. Lo estamos viendo en un gráfico mensual. Estamos por encima del 9, 21, 34, todos en orden, todo bastante bien. Y la fuerza que trae se ve imparable. Lo quiero poner la de 6 meses para darles más perspectiva a esto. Meta no ha parado. Estos son 2 años, estos son 4 años. Esto es 1 año, estos son 2 años y estos son 2 años y medio, y va a cerrar esta vela en 3 días y 4 horas. Muy pocas velas rojas en toda la historia en la tabla de 6 meses de Meta. Lo que nos trae acá, los 380 podrían ser un nivel muy interesante si es que algún día llega a retestearlos en este gráfico. Podemos ver que el promedio del 9 te hubiera hecho la entrada millonaria del siglo, comprando en 488, justamente en el super bajón que tuvimos después de esta vela topera que fue muy engañosa, y ahora tienes una de las velas más alcistas que existen, algo que parece un hammerhead, todavía no, pero la continuación de todas estas velas verdes es potente, y la fuerza que lleva Meta, sin lugar a dudas, nos está está metiéndole a Mark Zuckerberg más dinero en la boca que de lo que puede comerse. Estamos en extremos, aunque en este tipo de extremos de 3 meses puede quedarse otros 2, 3 más, y eso es casi 1 año, así que pendientes ahí. Vamos a poner el HPDR para que puedan ver exactamente estos movimientos en la grande. Todavía tenemos bastante camino para buscar este objetivo en los $900, aunque los $1,000 me empiezan a sonar más y más para Meta. Vamos a la mensual. Estamos justamente, volatilidad está contrayendo, está intentando darse la vuelta. No, ese no es el punto más bajo de la tabla, pero está intentando romper por encima de nuestro promedio. Vamos a ver. Aquí lo tenemos. Estamos a punto de buscar esta zona en los 748. Eso nos va a poner en altos históricos. Una vez que lo hagamos, tenemos más probabilidades de irnos a los 785 y de poder romperlos. Continuación a los 881 sería lo que sigue. Obviamente estamos equivocados si perdemos el promedio del 9 en la mensual y empezamos a ver cierres por debajo. Eso nos pondría en tesitura de buscar un nuevo mínimo después de no crear un alto más alto, si es que no lo creamos, que creo que Meta sí lo va a lograr. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana. Trump, Putin. Volatilidad está expandiendo on and off, on and off, on and off. No lo voy a considerar como algo importante. Momentum en todas las temporalidades está flipado para arriba, empujando el precio de Meta con todo. Nuestro siguiente objetivo, 767, nos ponen altos históricos y de ahí los 850 sería lo que sigue. Puta, ¿qué? O sea, en todas las temporalidades, como lo veas, Meta sigue con todo. Esto nos dice que todavía tiene camino para correr. Pueden ver que ha estado en el 97.5% antes y hasta el casi 100%. Entonces, no sería nuevo para Meta tener un movimiento de ese tamaño a esta zona o hasta el 100% por ahí. Justamente los $1,000 empiezan a aparecer en la semanal. ¿Tenemos algún setup de volatilidad? Sí, tenemos esta volatilidad expandiendo en la semanal. Nada completamente loco. Todavía tiene camino y puede pintar extremos. Por supuesto que le gusta quedarse en extremos. Así que esto puede continuar. La fiesta puede continuar, señores. Los voy a llevar a la de 2 días. 2 días. 2 días. Está volatilidad expandiendo. Estamos solamente ganando la parte alta de la zona azul. Lo pueden ver justamente por ahí. Al estar trepando por acá, tenemos bastante camino para poder empezar a subir. Nuestro siguiente objetivo de poder cerrar esto en 3 días y 4, bueno, antes de cerrar 3 días y 4 horas y no perder el nivel de los 729, debería de ser el 61.8%, 748, eso nos pone en altos históricos y aparte empuja a todos los demás niveles a la alza que estamos diciendo. 800 debería ser lo que sigue también después de eso. Diaria tiene volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento a la alza. Estamos apenas trepando encima del 50% y buscando romper el 61.8% en 733. De poder lograrlo, deberíamos de poder ver esto mínimo moverse al 95%, simplemente dándote una miradita a esta zona. Y ese 95% está casi en los $800. Puta madre. Lo veas como lo veas, lo único que tiene que hacer Meta en este momento, y lo voy a poner acá en la semanal, es la más fácil honestamente para seguirlo, lo único que tiene que seguir haciendo Meta es trepando, romper este alto histórico justamente acá. Voy a poner esto para celebrar cuando lo haga, porque definitivamente va a ser esto. Tal vez no haya retesteo, tal vez simplemente continúe. ¿Dónde sabemos que estamos mal? Si perdemos esta zona, los 655 en cierres semanales, empezaríamos a preguntarnos qué está pasando y cualquier wicazo por debajo, yo diría, pondría esta 585, porque aparte ya estás abajo de todos estos promedios, también empezaría a romper estructura y no habría esta continuación a lo que decimos. Pero por ahora Meta tiene cara de que $800 es lo que sigue y de ahí $1,000. Nada mal para el tío Mark Zuckerberg, un 10x en Solana en solamente, ¿qué? 3 años. Dios lo bendiga. Dios lo bendiga. Todo el mundo sabe que necesita más dinero. El tío Marky Mark. Alex, what do you got? Another weird one? The Zeta one, right?
Yeah, we got Zeta.
Alrighty. We got Zeta.
Some Zeta. Yes.
No clue.
Let's see here. So all eyes on the weekly EMA 100. It's lined up nicely with the meme line. We were talking about this when we were at the weekly SMA 200, that we kind of need to see this hold. Did hold. Got a bounce from it. We also had meme line support at $11.40. We've seen this area hold quite nice, where as long as 1140 holds, it should lead to expansion up. It's only really until you, let me extend this. Or, no, you don't even have it. It's really not until you start losing that 1140 where it opens up the new range right around 960, and then you can play within that. Saw it kind of like here. Just played within this range till you got follow through and lost it. So for now, I mean, this is still looking good. We have a weekly uptrend. So, I mean, you're gauging a higher low, preferably by that weekly 9. It's right at 1389. So it's a big zone. Doing the HBDR, you also are at the 21, which lines up nicely with the 38.2%. So this is somewhat in breakout mode. That's why it's going to be important today, which is closing in like a few hours, you know, for bulls to really hold above that weekly EMA 100. Let's check volatility here. Almost a weekly volatility setup here. Not a full one because you didn't reset and go under 15%. This breaking above first the median, weekly 9, and then reclaiming that EMA 21 is a good sign. You just preferably in 3 hours want to start seeing this get bought up and hold around that 1570 region. If you can hold above 1570, you're going to be looking at that as potentially a bull flag forming on the weekly. And you just want consolidation here. And then ideally expansion up. You'll know that this will start expanding once that EMA 34 is reclaimed on the weekly. That then should give you that measured move up to $25. Till then, you have a fresh weekly trend shift. You should be gauging some higher low around here and really watch that EMA 100. On the weekly, the EMA 100 is an easy zone. You lose it, it just kind of gives you downside and chop. When you're holding it and you're above it, it's a good sign. Something to note is you have chopped around it. You've lost it, reclaimed it, lost it, reclaimed it. That's why it's going to be important to see the follow through. Let's check this rejection here. How big was that? 9%. Okay. You see, it's really like crucial for Zeta to hold above the EMA 100 and then reclaim the 34. That's a recipe for breaking out. So in this current range, you are losing the EMA 100, but this is unconfirmed. It still is looking like a back to the 38.2%. You just need this to hold, which is right around the 21. So ideally, before the daily close, we get back above that 1570. Very well could happen here at 1533, so it would be easy. If that can occur, then that would be looking good. I just need to start seeing it hold, right? You get the 1 closure, 2, and then maybe you expand on the 3rd. Unless you, of course, reclaim that EMA 34. That's really it. I mean, Zeta to me is just at the top of the range. You're just at resistance. It's shown on the monthly 9 as well. We're always talking about this being a range of like 1150 being 50 being support, 1140 to like 1570 being resistance. You're now at the top of that. That's why you don't want to be scaling longs right here at the top of resistance. But rather just wait. You know that the weekly EMA 34 is lined up nicely with the 5-day EMA 34, and you also know that the weekly has to hold above the EMA 100. You can see here that the 5-day was unable, let me get this off. The 5-day was actually unable to reclaim both the EMA 100 and the EMA 34. This does have implications for a bad weekly close today, and that's why it's going to be quite important to see that hold above 1570. Now let's check the daily. Because this just could be in a range. You're at the 97.5% on the daily. You've hit the monthly EMA 9. You're at the top side of the range at 1570. It's like once this daily EMA 100 gets lost, specifically the 9, because you're going to see within next week, you're going to see the 9 move up to the 100. Once you start losing both of these, you then are going to be watching a trend shift. So ideally, this low on June 26th, the low here gets taken out. This will give you a trend shift while a deviation. If that occurs, you can just play the lower highs. This has been pretty forward, pretty basic with the lower highs. When we're in super downtrend markets, you can just see the daily does a lower high pretty easily, and it's always rejecting the daily 9. It's just not until you get back above the daily 9 we can look for maybe a more upside move. But for me, it's going to be really important for us to hold the daily EMA 9 today. So we are above that. Into next week, you very well want to see the daily 9 move up towards that EMA 100. Ideally, $15 continues to hold. And today, the weekly EMA 100 doesn't get lost. Because if this does get lost, this could open up an SFP play where it, not an SFP play on the weekly at least, but just a trap, a liquidity grab. Took out all the stops up here. You then lost support into next week. You'd want to see the EMA 100 on the weekly reject, giving you a move down to the median, which is sitting right by the EMA 9. And that's right at 1390. So it's going to be crucial. This weekly today is going to be important to kind of guide you into next week. If this EMA 100 is going to be support or resistance, there you can either, take the next trade. For me, though, if we do end up losing this EMA 100, I will be more inclined to say we're probably going to get a pullback in the next week. This pullback ideally just turns into a higher low. And we just need to get back above 1570 to then take out that high. That would look good because this is still in an uptrend. If I turn the trend wave catalyst on, it is in a weekly uptrend. That is the hopium. So maybe then this weekly doesn't hold 1570. Maybe into next week you get that rejection. You get that almost bear trap scenario where you just reject down, hit the median and 9, forming that higher low, giving you that price divergence. So it's really it. You're just at the top of resistance. I wouldn't be scaling longs here or shorts. I'd be waiting to see what the weekly does today. And understand that the monthly EMA9 will be a big zone. If you can get back above the monthly EMA9 on this chart, that's often a good sign. Getting back above the monthly EMA9 after staying below it generally does lead to that expansion as long as the monthly EMA9 holds the support. You saw it very nicely here. From that reclaim, you went up 45%. No reason to overcomplicate it. Here, you claimed it. You held it. You didn't take out the last low. We can look at it from here. I won't even count this candle. I give you a 270%, and you can just see the reaction. Once you start to reclaim above the weekly 9, monthly 9, you only got this moment here to like bid it, and then you didn't really test it after that. And it really wasn't until you lost the monthly 9 where then what? You started to go down. So this is lined up really nicely with the meme line. You really want the objective to be weekly EMA 100 holds. That leads us back above that 1570. Going above 1620, aka the monthly 9, will for me confirm a bottom. So, understand that bears are going to try to reject us before then because this is closing in 3 days. Look at that 2-month EMA 9s right there as well. $16, big region. And this is interesting. So you're about to actually get a nice bullish reclaim, which then would open up a potential pullback scenario for the bullish retest. Right, that's right now at $15. So it kind of ties in with the weekly view. Weekly EMA 100 kind of gets lost, fine. We then go and test that weekly EMA 9 next week, which comes in right around that median. We know that the weekly is in an uptrend now, so you should be gauging a pullback, and that just forms into a higher low. You're just only wrong if you start taking out this low here. You start taking out this low, we'll be at risk of losing the SMA 200. Under 1140, as I showed before this in the beginning of this analysis, really is like a big zone. So if you start losing 1140, yeah, I'm going to be very cautious and talking about potentially all the way back down to $9. Till then, though, it's looking good. We're shifting structure in favor of bulls. It's just going to be dependent on this close on this weekly. I think this will determine the move next week. You either hold the EMA 100, you bounce off that, and it acts as support, or into next week, you reject it, leading to that weekly higher low. That's it, really. You can see here, 6 month real fast.
It's very little data.
Yep, that's all we're dealing with. So ideally, yeah, the 6 month just holds above 1570. 1570 remains a big zone. You are dealing with a little amount of data, though. You have a massive evening start here, so you already got the follow through. Do bulls or do bears lose support? 1570 is a big zone for me, and it'll continue to be a big zone, and that's it. But just so everyone knows, you are at resistance. So just understand that, and understand that like a weekly higher low can come. It could already be in, possibly, but I'd want to see the weekly 9 get tested officially. That would make me feel better. So yeah, that's all I have on this. It's kind of a interesting hard chart, but for me, if you just want anything out of this, just watch the monthly. Any monthly reclaim of the 9 is a bottom signal, and you're going to move up to 25. So
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy how bad the weather was 30 minutes ago, and now it's looking like a beautiful day.
Well, that's how it works on that side of the world, right?
That's what we say what we say in Texas is if you don't like the weather, wait 30 minutes. I guess it's like that in Cancun too.
Dude, Texas was fucking crazy because Texas gets so hot and so cold so fast, and how it rains like a motherfucker out of nowhere. Like it's pretty wild.
It gets hot here in Cancun, but it doesn't get hot as it did in Houston, and it doesn't get as cold as it did in Houston.
Yeah, no, Cancun weather is much nicer though because it's tropical, whereas fucking Texas weather, it's fucking just crazy. Period. And then now it's snowing in Austin, dude, every single year.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, like
I hate
what?
snow.
Yeah, oh, me too. And no one in Austin is ready. I guarantee you, if we went back today, no one is still putting salt on their driveways. None like that. It snows and the roads get icy and people are fucking lost.
All the retards are like, oh, the snow is so pretty. I like the snow. Just give it 5 minutes, and when it turns black, it's not so pretty anymore.
No, and especially New York City is the worst. I had that with the slush. It's disgusting.
Oh, I hate snow. That's
not
you
a
walk,
fan.
you walk through it. Your clothes are all wet.
Yeah, your clothes are wet. You're cold.
fucking
You can
socks are
fall.
wet.
You can slip like crazy. Like it's not good. It's not.
Yeah, probably
It's no
so.
bueno. Exactly. All righty. Well, thank you, boys. Thank you, Alex. All righty.
Yeah.
I'll hurry the fuck up so we can do what's Foreign doing. Oh, XRP. Okay. Estamos viendo Meta, damas. Ah, no, Zeta. Tengo aquí Meta subrayado, pero estamos viendo Zeta en este momento. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9 en la trimestral, es lo que estamos viendo. Y eso es bastante bueno, pero me gustaría ver dónde está el 5. Estamos por debajo del 5, lo que todavía no me pone en tesitura a decir que esto se va a volver alcista pronto. Me gustaría verlo por encima del 5 y el 9 al mismo tiempo. Faltan 3 días y 3 horas para esta vela cerrar. ¿Por qué es importante? Porque en la mensual, ¿cuál era la que vimos? No, la semanal. Espérenme. ¿Cuál es donde teníamos esa vela super topera? ¿No es la diaria o sí? No. 2 meses, un segundo. Oigan, un segundo, brothers. Ok, sí, es en la de 2 meses. Tienes esta vela topera y tuviste follow through. Lo que a mí me pone nervioso es que viniste acá a hacer el retesteo del 9 y aparte el 5 y el 21 te está aguantando, pero a mí aquí hay 2 cosas. Primera vela topera con seguimiento. Segunda vela topera con seguimiento. No me gusta. No me gusta, tío, no me gusta. Trimestral, muy pocos datos, pero aquí lo tenemos. Tenemos que aguantar por encima de los 14.56. El punto que queremos llegar son los 15,30 centavos. Es lo donde queremos que ver el precio empezar a consolidar por encima de. No vale la pena poner el HPDR en estas temporalidades porque hay muy pocos datos. Esta cosa salió al mercado a la venta en el 2021. En la mensual nos está rechazando el 21, nos está rechazando el 5, el 9. Aunque estamos retomando el 5 en este momento, les voy a poner el HPDR para que vean, estamos haciendo altos más bajos, posiblemente altos más bajos. Tenemos que estar aquí pendiente de este nivel en los 18.37 y poder romperlos con esta vela. Si no podemos con esta o la siguiente, esto va a continuar para abajo. Lo que sí es, tenemos este fondillo por acá, y este es un bajo más alto. Siempre y cuando no te lleves este bajo más alto, podrías estar cocinando una reversión, una reversa. Vamos a ver. Uy, aparte, esto me da un poco de la misma vibra porque lo viste acá. Llegó al fondo, se aguantó, subió todo y pudo recuperar la parte alta de la zona azul. Y una vez que lo hizo y se recargó en la media, la perdió, la volvió a tomar y el retome de la media fue lo que nos llevó hasta acá arriba. Así que no todo está perdido en esto. Esto no se ve tan mal como estábamos viendo en Open Door. Y de nuevo, ¿por qué? Porque tienes este tipo de estructura. Si estás haciendo bajos más altos. Eso para empezar es bastante bueno. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, volatilidad está contrayendo. Un segundo, acabo de pintar como pendejo. Cada quien pinta como puede, pero yo así pinto. Y nos acaba de rechazar la parte del 50% justamente antes de esto y estamos por encima de nuestra media. El 5 nos funcionó como resorte. Lo que queremos romper son estos 16.30 en esta de 2 semanas con volatilidad contrayendo, que es interesante. Y aquí abajo la media en los 15.10. Queremos aguantar esta zona 15.10, 13.65, muy importante. De nuevo, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo aquí abajo? Estamos creando formación alcista. ¿Quieres poder aguantar esto? Tienes toda la posibilidad de poder regresar acá, no tendrías problema alguno, pero quieres aguantar justamente acá, de llevarte esta bandera. Lo que estás básicamente preparando es una bandera bajista que da, ¿qué? Continuación, es lo que vimos al principio de este stream. Semanal, un poco de lo mismo, aunque sí llegó a estar en extremos en la parte alta de la zona azul y ahora tiene cara de que quiere caer en la parte en la parte alta del HPDR y ahora tiene cara de que quiere caer a la zona azul. De caer a la zona azul, siguiente objetivo, si no aguantan los 15.09 o 15.04, van a ser los $14 planos. De no aguantar los 14 dólares planos, tenemos más probabilidad de ir a la parte baja de la zona azul, que está en los 12.78, y es justamente donde nos debería aguantar el cierre en esta semanal. De no aguantar, tienes aquí el S&P 200. El S&P 200 acaba de empezar a popular. Aquí lo ganaste, lo medio perdiste, pero solamente fue una vela y la demás la recuperaste. ¿Quieres no perder el S&P 200 en la semanal? ¿Quieres poder aguantar por encima del 21 o peor escenario, los 12.85? Y lo que te haría mojarte los pantalones, si eres alcista en esto, es poder romper estos 16.71 y poder empezar a cerrar por ahí. Es un área bastante importante para el precio de Zeta. Diaria, déjame checo la volatilidad. Volatilidad está en extremos ante este movimiento que no nos dice mucho porque ha sido un empuje a los dos lados del precio. Ahora, tenemos el 100% aquí arriba con el S&P 200. Interesante, tienes esta vela topera en la diaria. Esta vela topera se activa si cierra tal cual, si tienes una pérdida de los 15 dólares. Teniendo esta pérdida de los 15 dólares, probablemente vayas a cerrar este gap y este gap se cierra aquí abajo en la media, que coincide también con la media del HPDR, con nuestra línea meme, y eso sería aún alcista porque simplemente hiciste un alto más alto de los pasados, un bajo más alto. Ahora, esto es interesante porque tienes un cruce plateado acá ocurriendo. Eso quiere decir que cualquier bajón al 9, que son los 14.50, o tal vez la zona de los 14 planos, sería una oportunidad de agregar a tu posición y continuar, de llevarte esto para abajo, no tanto. Yo creo que la jugada segura, la más segura sería en esta zona. Tiene demasiada confluencia. Tu primera oportunidad sería esta, pero si te llegas a llevar esto y luego esto y caes y luego vienes a retestear, se va a ir al pito. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tienes que hacer para saber cómo estás parado? Ahí te va. Un segundo. Acá lo tienes. Aquí estamos. Vamos formando esta estructura de suelo. Lo que definitivamente queremos hacer es poder empezar a cerrar por encima de nuestros promedios importantes en la diaria y justamente estamos encima del 100, del 5 y como dije hay un cruce plateado acá. Lo que deberíamos de poder aguantar porque tiene fuerza este movimiento, porque tienes al 9 también por encima ya de los demás, 5, 21, 55, el 34 tiene que subir, pero como está, esto me dice que tiene fuerza el precio, lo que yo esperaría es que esta zona sea retesteada, máximo esta y aquí aguante, para después hacer un alto más alto que este y ir a buscar este S&P 200. Si llega a ser esto, alcista. Ahora, si llegas a caer a esta zona, porque podría ser predatorio, no es bajista, pero no es el mejor escenario, porque te haría un desmadre con todos tus EMAs y pondría esto a que va a consolidar por un rato. El peor escenario es que esto se rompa. Si llegas a ver que esto cae y te llevas los 12 dólares con 10 en cualquier tipo de flashazo, ¿no? Olvídalo y esto va para abajo y vas a hacer un nuevo mínimo o mínimo vas a retestear los mínimos en 10.71. Así que ahí tienes tu línea en la arena. Lo primero, promedio del 9, oportunidad de entrada. Aquí los 14 planos sería la segunda y abajo de los 14, a ver si aguanta esto. De no aguantar nuestra línea meme, nos vamos al suelo, carnales. Vamos a ver XRP, porque se hace muy interesante. XRP lleva un poco de ventaja en el mundo de, ¿cómo se llama? De cripto. Creo que va adelante de todas las demás, todas las alts. Creo que XRP está dando la pauta. Como nos la dio en la subida, nos la está dando ahora. Mr. Farhan, we're ready for your XRP chart. Thank you, sir.
Oh fuck, I was muted. Okay, so we're going to start with the quarterly on XRP. And if you notice, last quarterly closed as kind of a doji, and we're closing this quarterly in about 3 days as also a doji. Doji signifies indecision. And seeing indecision after a massive move to the upside is quite bearish. It signals that the buying is stopping and the selling is coming in. And it'll give you a minimum target of reconnecting with your 5 EMA, which is going to steadily start to rise, especially when you close. It's right now it's at about $1.64. It's very likely going to be sitting somewhere at around $1 and like high $60s, maybe low 170s. And that's going to be the area that's absolutely going to have to hold, because then if it doesn't hold on the quarterly basis, you're going to see what happens when you start to lose it on a quarterly basis is you get your massive dumps. If you notice right here, you lost it right here. You dumped, you reclaimed it, you lost it. You got moved all the way down. It doesn't seem like that much, but let's see how much it is on the chart. From here to the wick low, oh, it's only about 9%. Not actually that much. Actually, interesting. You lost it over here. This was a 19.5. That's a little bit more of a move now to the downside. But below that 38.2%, your next support level is this. Below that 5 EMA is your next support level is 38.2%. That is, let's see how much lower. That is about another 14% to the downside. Below 38.2%, that's where your whole pump is going to get retraced, and XRP is going to do its XRP thing and take out all of its gains and then some. And you're very likely going to come to this bottom 38.2%. That's currently at about 38 cents. That from its all-time highs is about an 88% drop. That's the average shitcoin drop in a bear market. You just absolutely do not want to lose that $1.40 zone. I wouldn't even give it a quarterly basis. I'd give it a daily basis. You lose a daily, close a daily below $1.40, and then this entire pump is very likely going to get retraced and then some. Right now, you are at the edge of the bullish control zone, but as of this moment, it still is a rejection. And it's going to be very likely a rejection as long as you're closing below $2.65. And as long as you're rejecting the edge of the bullish control zone, price will eventually make its way back down to the neutral zone. That lines up with a move to the bottom top 38.2%, right around that $1.40 area. Start to lose that area, then in technical terms, XRP is fucked. Go to the monthly. Monthly is already starting to flip down, going right around that reset zone. Lines up with monthly being at the median, and volatility is now fully reset, sitting at 7% at extreme lows. And monthly is now giving a sell signal on the jewel, looking quite bearish. And the monthly, just by the candles alone, is looking quite bearish with this massive shooting star dildo right here. And as long as you are below that same number of $2.65, it's very likely that you're going to be testing somewhere around this 21 EMA at that same 140 area. You lose this, you're almost certainly going to come down at a minimum to this 100, and that's going to be at around 66 cents, and you've retraced almost the entirety of this pump. 2 week is currently flipped to the upside. Is this a slightly higher low? What is it on price action? The lower low on price. So there's some possible 2 week bullish divergence, but we would have to close above the same level, $2.65 to confirm that, and that will likely send us to current all-time highs. Little difficult to close over 267 though. That is how much higher, or 65. Let's see how much higher that is than we are now. Oh, it's 26.3% to the upside. Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. What's more likely to happen is somewhere around this neutral zone to the edge of the bullish control zone. The momentum is likely to flip down. And the only way that I see it even getting to the edge of the bullish control zone is if we get a closer for the median, which we are below right now. That's at about $2.17. Then we can see a move to the mid 260s, around 266, and then it becomes more likely that we confirm that hidden bullish divergence. That's a very big if, because we are rejecting the median at the moment. Weekly is already starting to flip back down, getting close to the edge of the bearish control zone, while volatility is now flipping up. There is possible hidden bullish divergence, but it's only going to be possible for as long as we are closing above $1.92. Once you close below that area, it's no longer going to be possible. And the confirmation is you need to close over about $2.34. Close over that area, then you also will close over this median. Then you're back in the game and more likely to test somewhere around that all-time high. But that's also a big if, because you're still below those areas. 5 day also flip once again, freshly back to the downside. 5 days also got a possible hidden bullish divergence, but you got to close over about $2.34. A little unlikely. Right now, you're moving towards that 38.2% and the 55 EMA. This should be the support, which means you go, even if we're bearish, going to get a little bit of a bounce here. Start to close below the 55 EMA, and that's when you're going to be approaching that $1.40 area, and probably going to be pretty aggressive towards 140. 2 days now freshly flipping to the downside. Volatility is now expanding. Is there any? There is hidden bearish divergence forming. It will confirm with any close below $2.10. Oh, that's not looking good. That's a setup towards somewhere around $2 or $1.90 for a little bit of a bounce, and then eventually.
Don't you say that. Don't you say that. The community members are listening.
Sorry, community members. I
Every
feel
time
your
someone
pain.
says community members, I think of you. I fucking die laughing. It's the best.
I feel your pain, community members. I feel it. I can feel it as if it was my own pain. Right now, momentum is currently trying to flip up. It's getting over the moving average. It doesn't look to me like it's going to stay that way. And the way to invalidate this momentum to the upside is if you lose this 100 EMA, which we are resting right at. Technically, we are above it. We got about 6 hours and 40 minutes to go. When it comes to shitcoins, it's an eternity in shitcoin land. 6 hours and 40 minutes. Anything could happen in 6 hours and 40 minutes. And the 100 is only at $2 and 2.099. Close below that area, very likely you are going to be testing this wick low around $1.92, and at that point, it's probably going to roll over, especially since you've got a silver cross to the downside right now on the 2-day. Do we have it on the 3-day? No, not yet. Almost though. Daily is now starting to flip back up. Volatility is sitting at 0%, and we've got a buy signal on the jewel. But also we're about to get a pink cross, a buy signal with a pink crossing above the yellow, and it's happening pretty low too. Interesting. That's only really going to be of relevance though if we hold this 38.2% of that around that $2 zone. Lose that, and then the setup is gonna get invalidated, and we're gonna start to break down. So there is still some hopium for the bullish side, some hopium community members. I got some hopium for you. When you come down to somewhere around $2, please start pressing the buy button and put it on 100x leverage, and probably put in your whole account. You have to hold it. You have to hold it up for the rest of the community members. You got to hold that $2 area, because if you don't hold this $2 area, you're probably going down below $1. So you got to hold that $2 area. 4 hours also starting to flip back up, getting back out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is now approaching extreme lows, while 4-hour jewel is starting to lose the sell signal within the bearish control zone. However, you are getting a sell signal on the opposite end with the pink crossing below the yellow. So for this move up on and you got a 4-hour silver cross to the downside, and you're currently projecting the 9 EMA. So as it sits now, you are very likely to get a retest of somewhere around $2.08 to $2. You got to step in there, bulls. You gotta buy up that $2.08 to $2 area, or else you're going to be testing these $1.90 lows and very likely breaking down. If you can hold the $2 zone on a closing basis, then you should see another retest of somewhere around 215 to maybe like 220s. But that's a very big if, holding that $2 area on the next retest, because I personally don't think it's going to hold. Go to the RSI.
Why so bullish?
It kind of looks like dog shit. And the XRP BTC chart will probably back that up. Come on.
Well, that's going to take a shit on that. I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back. 1 second.
XRP BTC is now forming, cool, hidden bearish divergence on the quarterly, which will confirm with any close below many zeros 1940, which is very close to where we are at the moment. There is currently a buy signal on the jewel, but it has not been confirmed. And if we close below 1940, that will not confirm, and it'll switch back into a neutral signal. Monthly, nothing. Came very close to a silver cross, but didn't quite confirm. Nothing. Nothing. Daily's got a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, with volatility expanding off of many periods of 0%. Let's zoom in a little bit. and it kind of looks like down only on the daily, constantly rejecting that 21 EMA. And the next target off of that hidden bearish divergence with this volatility setup is probably that critical zone. Right now, too many zeros to give you a number. Let's switch back into USD. Nothing. Nothing. No. Oh, interesting. In about 6.5 hours, we're about to confirm a drive of hidden bearish divergence, which will confirm with any close below $2.13. That'll give us a target at a minimum of the bearish control zone, which right now is at about $1.83. Then the critical zone, which this low with volatility extreme lows, is pretty likely. And that's sitting at, which numbers can update, but right now it's at 70 cents. So close your eyes, community members and ears. Daily has already confirmed that hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $2.23. Your next target is the bearish control zone. Right now, it's at about $1.97. All signs point towards a breakdown in XRP. Ooh. Nothing there. Let's switch momentum. Quarterly is currently pointed to the upside as long as you're over $1.07. Still within the bearish control zone, though. Want to see what the pivot is whenever you're at the edge of the bearish control zone. Monthly is now freshly flipped down. Kind of might be what happens with the quarterly, because monthly rejected the bullish control zone. Quarterly could be a rejection of the edge of the bearish control zone. Monthly is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 282. Is that? No, it's a little higher than this wick high. 2-week is also currently flipped down, and 2-week is now freshly getting volatility expansion. That's not good, and you're getting a rejection of this EMA cluster, the 9 crossing below the 5. Ooh. Looking like breakdown. You're going to remain flipped down as long as you're below 266. Weekly is also freshly flipping down, rejecting the bullish control zone, about to freshly get volatility expansion pretty close to it, and you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 217. 5 days also flipped down, pretty close to volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 231. 2 days currently flipped up, volatility is currently expanding, but you have a silver cross to the downside, and you are getting a rejection of the silver cross, and you are going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $2.01. You are currently in the bearish control zone, and this pivot is likely to change whenever you're at the edge. Right now, the confirmation for me for the breakdown is going to be a close below this 100. Close below the 100 on the 2-day, you're going to get a pretty much a free move to the 200, and that's right at that $1.50 area, right just below 140. That's going to be the area the bulls are absolutely going to have to hold. Daily is currently also flipped up, very close to getting volatility expansion, not quite there just yet. Once you start to lose that $1.90 area, very likely this is going to flip back down. 4 hours currently also flipped to the upside, going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $2.08. And volatility is currently expanding from 2 periods of 0%. We want to see it close over. Let's zoom in. Very difficult to see. About $2.14, which would line up with the close over that silver cross, about $2.14, and that would give you another move back up into the 220 to the 230s. But right now, you have to assume that momentum to the upside is just going to be a retest of these silver crosses to the downside. That can give you, if we were to get another move to the upside, that could give you a move into the 213s to 215s, although it is very unlikely, and it is likely that move to the upside has already been put in. So high time frames. So XRP on the high time frames for the longest time had been remaining quite bullish, very, very bullish. Now it it is starting to shift into the bearish camp. It is starting to look bearish. Sure, volatility is contracting while momentum is to the downside, but it is looking like we are going to be approaching those $1.90 to $1.50 area. It is more likely to me that we're going to be approaching 150 because there are a lot of signs giving us that area 150 to 140. And if you start to get even a daily close below 140, then at that point, I'm going to be of the opinion that we're going to be going below $1, probably going to be going below 50 cents. The only invalidation for that is if the bulls can give us either a tick below our current all-time highs at around $3.40 or a weekly close over $3.03. Either one of those two things happen, then we're probably going to be going well over $4. But I don't see that as happening anytime soon. I kind of think like we're maybe gonna get another move into $2.13 to $2.15, although I don't think that's gonna happen. I think that the move up has already been put in. The retest of the silver crosses, we have silver crosses to the downside many time frames all the way down to the 4 hour, and our first support level is somewhere around $2 to about $1.90. Very likely going to get a little bit of a bounce there, although that bounce probably fails, and eventually it probably makes its way towards somewhere around $1.40 to $1.50. That area probably also gets a bounce, even if we're bearish, probably gets a decent bounce. But if you start to close the daily below there, then your first support level is somewhere around 66 cents, and that's going to be quite fucking dumb from your current all-time highs. And it's pretty safe to say you're in a bear market once XRP is trading at 66 cents. Your next support level is somewhere around 47 cents, and then you got 38 cents. That would be a slightly lower low than our previous lows, which I probably don't think is going to happen. Probably going to make an ever so slightly higher low.
Yeah.
And the support level that would make an ever so slightly higher low is right around that 66 to 70 cent level. That would be a very dirty higher low, and then probably breaks that $4 level in the next cycle. And XRP likes to break all-time highs after 8 years instead of 4 years. So the next one is probably not going to be all that fun. So probably don't touch XRP for that next cycle, and then do it in what is that next one, like 2036? We can't do the math, whatever it is.
Dude, we're not even going to be on Earth by the next XRP cycle. Like, whenever you get that, like, AI is going to be already in control. They're going to be fucking flying from here to Mars and all that shit. Like, that's going to be cooked. What?
All right, well, then I guess XRP is done. Close your ears, community members.
I think the only thing I have to ask you for, and not right now, whenever you have a moment, take a look at Solana, because I know XRP tops first. It definitely does. Like in the last cycle, I believe it did in March, whereas the cycle was towards the end of the year. I like to know how Solana looks, because Solana, XRP might be leading the charge, just like it led it to the upside. I feel like Solana will be behind this. Just if you look at Sol and let me know if you think that's right or not. I would appreciate that. All right, to me too.
It's looking like it's in a breakdown.
Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, Solana looks like it's in a daily downtrend. Lower high, breakdown, daily EMA 9 bearish retest. This is a short trigger with a stop up here. It's as simple as that. You have a daily silver cross as well with BBWP contracting, so close to a setup. Let's check the 2-day on that one. 2 days giving you a setup. And you're right at the shit edge. So what can we gather from this? Well, the daily today is going to be quite important for Solana. What do we see here? We have a simple range. We can draw another line here. Oh, God. Because I can't extend that, whatever. You can just see how well support's been holding on the 2-day. You can see we've lost it once. This led to a really nice buyback. But again, the 2-day EMA 9 still rejecting us on a silver cross. Solana is looking very bearish to me. It looks to me like bears are just going to ever so slightly lose support here, open up the next 2-day on a dump, in my opinion. Now, we'll be wrong on this if support holds, of course. My support now is at 141.73, 141.60. So we're very close to breaking down, and that's implications for Bitcoin, in my opinion. Let's check the 12-hour. 12 hours potentially grinding out a lower high here, where you'd expect to. The 12-hour lower highs were produced right by that EMA 34. So it's like bulls were trying to push up on that price divergence, but it's just rejecting and rolling over. You're even under that 2-day or 12-hour SMA 200. It's not a good sign. Let's check that SMA 200 on the 12-hour. You can see here the SMA 200 on the 12-hour at least, you know, kind of was like we were flirting with it before the big breakdown, if you can see that here, right? So when we cycle here, it's like this is not bullish. This looks like it's front running the rejection before we break down, similar to what we just had over here in early February. I'd be very cautious of Solana. Sol is still a market leader, just like XRP, and well, Sol's not really looking bullish to me. I mean, if we were going to go on an epic bull market, I mean, Sol generally likes to follow. Let me see. Wow. Yeah, even the weekly MA100 got lost, giving you a measured move down to $100. So for me, in summary, I mean, Solana is in a daily downtrend. You have a daily silver cross. 2-day has silver cross. 2-day volatility is contracted, giving us a setup while also we're about to lose meme line support on this next 2-day close 2-day. You can just visually see that right at the edge. The weekly here, you'd be gauging a rally back up to the weekly 9. We did that. And now it's just really up to bears to kind of reject down. You don't want this EMA 100 to get reclaimed. If that does, then we potentially can spring from there and make our way back to around 155 to 160. 155 still remains a big spot for me on Solana. And so when we're coming into today, you just want to watch the daily close. Getting back above the daily 9, holding back above that 141.73, 141.60 is going to be crucial. And then we can make an argument for what? A move up to that 153. 153 should be the extremity high for Sol. And this could easily daily trend shift, come up, and then reject. All this would essentially do was just still give us a lower high. So, yes, the daily can trend shift. It's an altcoin. Absolutely can do that. But the weekly is where this is what you want to pay attention to, because what you have potentially is a weekly silver cross about to occur. This will give you a bias that then the weekly EMA9 will be that silver cross retest if this does occur. Let's check the last silver cross in the weekly on Solana. Well, here it was.
No, get out of here.
Yeah, that was it. So once we crossed here, you didn't even get to hit the weekly 9. And then, yeah, this was a bear market for Sol. So all I can say is that we have had a weekly silver cross once in Sol's history, and that was during the bear market. Terrible. Interpret that however you want. It's not crossed yet, but it's very close to.
Oof.
Oh, and this has crossed on Sol BTC. So this is already in a silver cross. Here we had one. No silver cross up because it just opened that way.
Yeah.
It's populating. And then here you got a daily, a silver cross to the upside on the weekly. Don't know why it said daily. Here it is. Very impressive moves. I mean, once this crossed, we went up 85%. And then here it uncrossed. So you have to be very cautious of here. We've already gone down so far 25%. And that's just using this cross, using this EMA9 rejection. You notice it didn't even reach it. So I could be more conservative and take it from here. But why not just take it from the high? Why not? The 21 was... because how silver crosses work, remember, is first the 9, EMA9, on any time frame needs to cross under the 21. So therefore, now you have the fast-moving average crossing under the slower one, the 21. It's confirmed once the 21 crosses under the 55. It's a silver cross to the downside. You can just see this set it up. This confirmed it. How do you play these? You just simply watch the EMA9. That's the first short idea. If this is a silver cross to the downside, it can occur up too. And that's just simply the 9 crosses the 21. The 21's above the 55. It's just the opposite. So then what you have here on Sol BTC is, well, You had a rejection of the 21. This would have been your extremity high just based on the silver cross. Okay, yeah, the 9's not fully rejecting, like a head and shoulders here. Maybe we push up a bit. Let's check the SMA 200, but first the EMA 21, that rejected us. We lost support, we rejected down. We're now on the verge of just a collapse on Sol BTC. What's the next meme line?
And that should it's expanding, right? Volatility.
Yeah, let me check that too. Because on a silver cross with low volatility is really good confirmation. With trend too. I just have to figure out a new meme line range now. There. Let's go back to that weekly. Yeah, great point there. You're in a downtrend. That's key. This confirmed it. We took out, we're just in lower high. This was a major lower high now. So we can gauge that right here. Oh gosh. Right there. Major lower high. So what can we gather from this? Well, Sol BTC is either going to break down here. And granted, this is statistically more likely now that we do have a weekly silver cross, now that we did retest the EMA 21. And on extreme low volatility, this is 0% volatility. We're now starting to expand. And this is actually freshly, just so everyone knows, about to expand. So on this weekly, it's going to confirm it. Telling you and me that this is actually very fresh still. This setup is very fresh. I know it seems like we just silver crossed in March. We've been going down. All this did, though, was reset volatility for us, which is exactly what you'd want if this is going to be in a bear market, just so everyone knows. The next range is 25%. So I'm like really interested in Sol into July. Let's check the weekly on spot. And so what could we gather from Sol? Is there FOMO? Do I need to rush to get in? No, I'm just going to wait for the weekly to silver cross on spot. And then I'm going to play accordingly because I know what has happened since the last time that occurred. And that, okay, we can actually officially say across there. And then let's just see what we did. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but we went down 46% after this cross.
What?
Straight up. So it's like, that's big, and that's a bear market. So not good. Just so everyone knows, not good. Where would 40% be? Just for
$70 sold. Well, that would be 80 something.
Yeah, I know you're right though. Like the high 70s right here. And there's nothing like I'm not like didn't back test this. We don't have the average move, but let's see the daily. Let's see the silver cross to the upside. Crossed, boom. I'll just take it from when volatility went to extremes. It's 200%. So, you know, it's kind of like it can be either which way. This one was 40 something percent. This one's 200%. For me now, this gives me just confluence to say that, well, we then should see the SMA 200 get tested at least. That's a nice 29% move. There we saw a bottom, so we got to just not discredit this. But what if Sol actually loses the weekly SMA 200? Well, that would then be, honestly, this would be the weakest Sol's ever been then, which is ironic because it was the strongest it's ever been. That's what we were hearing, but, you know, then you're losing the 2-week EMA 100. You're losing the weekly SMA 200. We know how important the weekly SMA 200 is. Super, super strong assets. I can just show you. It's never really a reason why you should never, ever fall below a weekly SMA 200 ever. And I know the argument, well, we don't have that much data. Why are you comparing that with S&P? Well, yeah, I agree, but it's just if we're gonna say Sol's super duper strong, then you absolutely have to hold this, no questions about it. And that's at $100 psychological number. Oof. That's still over 30% dump though, so just be aware of that. Let's check the 5-day. Okay. So the 5-day gives me confluence that I'm not scaling shorts here at all. I'm watching to see if the daily, the 2-day, and the 5-day hold meme line support. If meme line support holds, what would be funny to see is actually taking out all these stops, going up to this region one more time and hitting it. That's at 150 to like 154. That to me would be a very interesting play because what you even have here, and we know Alter 30 is this opened up above the 34. We haven't tested that. This was a front run. So what I can gather is Bitcoin potentially is going to move up to that 1093. This could actually boost up Sol to move up around here. If then this occurs, we then could start seeing the silver cross play out. This could start moving a little bit more up while the 21's still moving down, giving us that cross officially. Or we just straight up nuke and this goes down and this goes down. But what I'd like to see first is I want to see 141, 142 get hold today. On this weekly, it holds, and then that'll move us back to around that 21, maybe the 34. Regardless, though, it seems to me like 156 to 155 is solid resistance on Solana, and that's something we should not discredit. So, yeah, Sol's looking very bad to me. Let's look at the higher time frames because that's still valid too. Yeah, I mean, still holding the 9. That's good. Let me see what can we dissect from this though. Look carefully. You see the wicks here, they're getting bought up. It's gonna be crucial to hold this. This could be then looked at as like a bearish retest.
Absolutely. Wait, did you freeze? Is it my internet or yours? I think it's yours. Because I still see Nike 15% up.
Lost
Can you
support.
hear me?
Yeah.
I know it's
Right
dirty.
there.
Sorry, Alex, you got caught off.
Oh, you could be looking at this as a. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Quarterly, you see support. You lost support. You've rallied up. Is this a bearish retest? Now, you could say, well, it's still holding the bottom side of support, but then I revert back to here and I say, well, 141, 142 is very, very, very strong. This is where we rejected down during that bear market. What a coincidence, huh? How funny. Do you guys see that? This zone is literally the zone that put in that bear. This is the silver cross. We then on the quarterly lost support, rallied back up, rejected 141. This was the bear market collapse. So when we're going in today or in 3 days, you want to be watching this zone. Because if we don't close above this, I'm going to be looking at this as the bearish retest. I'm not going to be really looking at 136 as solid support. I'm going to just be focused on 141 to 142. Simply based on what happened last bear market. When we have a weekly silver cross brewing, it's absolutely logical to be looking at the past. So just understand that. Bitcoin still could reject. We really could roll over here. But as long as you're above 106K, I'm still going to be on the camp that's going to fill our massive short bids. And the only reason I'm bearish here is because it just seems logical. When you're at the top of the range, you should flip bearish. You should not ever front run a breakout until you get confirmation of that. Because this is Bitcoin and it is volatile and it's very predatory. And so until you actually break either 1093 and reclaim or take these highs out, this is still all very, very, very cautious stance posturing on Bitcoin. And Solana is kind of telling me that as well. That, well, we're doing things that we haven't done since the last bear market. Many have not even talked about a bear market possibility on crypto. It just seems like we're only going to go up only. Solana is telling me, well, hold my beer. Let's see what happens in July. So I'd just be very concerned about this because we said the same thing when it was breaking out. Sol was leading, but now it looks like it's actually leading the breakdown. You have a monthly EMA9 loss and a rejection. Bitcoin hasn't lost its monthly 9 yet. Did ETH even? Kinda. So Sol is front running for sure. It's either weaker, which again, if you've been in this market, you know Sol's been like the strong one. It's been the strength in the bull markets. So we're starting to turn bearish around here. Does it make sense that Sol's kind of leading that down? No, it doesn't. It actually makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not going to say it's head and shoulders. It's just too dirty because of this. It would have been nice if like this went up and then there, and then you could be like, yeah, you got your right shoulder, but nah, it's too dirty. So I won't say that. But it just is bearish, and there are legitimate concerns on this Solana chart. And honestly, you're potentially going to start getting a play within today. So watch very carefully. Like I said, bears are going to try to flex. They're going to try to turn this red. And if you close even below 136 today, yikes. But yeah, just be understanding of that. Daily silver cross is still guiding us. 2 days still in a silver cross. If you're aggressively scaling longs on Sol, just really understand like what you're doing and why you're doing it. I won't be bullish on Sol until we're at least back above 170. That just seems valid to me. And then reclaiming the SMA 200, you then can have a move up to that 180s. Probably 200s gets tested again. Until then, like this rejecting the SMA 200 this strong is a really big concern for me. And all this tells me is that if we end up squeezing up and getting this is a gift. And this could be a short gift. And I'm not even convinced we're going to reach 160s, 170s again, personally speaking. Rather so you could just start seeing this region get hit. If 141, 142 holds today. So, because you could do this, lose it, and then you're just doing this. And then it's just like
Stupid
the
games.
slow grind, lower highs, channel, one more fake out, and then breakdown. So just be aware of that. And if you are a bear on Sol, logical. But just understand that we're just like in the itchings of a breakdown here now. And there's no FOMO. Like I don't have FOMO here. I'm not going to scale shorts here yet. I can take the easy short once we get the weekly silver cross and we deviate the the EMA 100. Because I know my system allows that. And then I can just comfortably target $100. So yeah, that's all I have on Sol. I'm watching into maybe the weekend or next week this to get hit. I don't want to see this wick high get taken out. And that could mean, okay, if 140, 142 gets reclaimed, an argument up to here, this causes the silver cross, and then we break down.
And it also makes sense. I'm sorry. It also makes sense that we get a bounce because right now we haven't had like another moment where like that retard ran or whatever his name is that was like alt season starting again. We need another one of those to get more people to buy alts, get excited, and then get fucked, right?
100%.
I feel like it hasn't done it in a while. It just feels
100%.
like, yeah. So
and this tells you that
more.
This is as a higher high. And we were saying in the morning, higher low on Bitcoin dominance. So now we can formulate this on Sol. Probably a mean reversion bounce.
How's ETH BTC on the weekly?
Let's check. Disgusting.
Oof.
It looks like it's on the verge of a breakdown. Capitulation.
Oh, Bart.
Yes.
Perfect one.
Yeah, actually, straight up. Eyes, face.
Boop. Oh, I really thought you were going to go nuts with it. I was like, all right, let's see what Alex can do.
We're not artists.
Yeah, no, I failed art class. It's not. I'm very uncreative. But I mean, look at this. I can see this actually now just on the EMAs too. I can do like a little boop and then a little boop like that. Here we have the high. You're in a breakdown. Maybe it can go to 2388, but this looks cooked, boys. And why would alts look so cooked? Because Bitcoin dominance is about to go parabolic. This looks the opposite of cooked. This looks fucking bullish as shit with BBWP fully reset now. Absurd, crazy. A last occurrence where we had a weekly BBWP reset and we started to fire off was choppy, but it was here. And then bulls took control. So I'm going to count it from here. When we got back above here is where it really did start to fire off officially. I'll take it from there because we got back above the moving average. So 13, 14%. Let's check this range here. Interesting. So absolutely can go up to 69.53%. This would explain why alts are looking absolutely terrible. Let's look at Sol versus ETH real quick. Because it's interesting to see Sol and ETH bad, actually.
The pullback
And then
from
I
about
was hearing-
that 69% number is probably that final gasp of life for altcoins.
Like this one, this pullback on the daily.
The pullback from that 69% meme line on Bitcoin
Oh,
dominance.
this.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's probably the final gasp of life for Bitcoin.
I 100% agree with you on that because we can just look back at the past and be like, okay, well, What were alts doing on May 20th? Well, let's check. Let's check ETH. May 20th. Let's remember that.
It's the last
April,
opportunity
May.
to dump bags.
Right here. Yeah, this was it. May 20th, April, May, boom. You had a weekly silver cross, and then you went parabolic. Okay, cool. And remember, I'm using, okay, let's look at alts every time that Bitcoin dominance was around 69.5%. All right, let's check this one here. December 20th, let's check that. What was ETH doing? Oh, look at that. Bottomed and then went parabolic. And this is what I've been saying is why is everyone talking about like alt season when like Bitcoin dominance is at the most bullish it's ever been? And we talked about this months ago when that EMA 100 got reclaimed. Right here, remember this? It got reclaimed. We said, well, there's not a lot of price action, but we know an EMA 100 strong, and we know it's on the monthly. In theory, this should keep holding. Now you're about to have the EMA 9 move above that for the first time ever. That's bullish. That's just bullish. You have a monthly silver cross as well, guiding your bias that if this moves up to around that 62.6%, that's the extremity low. But the point I'm trying to bring home on alts is this. I personally think we can get a normal pullback on Bitcoin, and I honestly think we can easily go back down to like 91s. Personally, that's just what I think. I don't think it would do anything, even mess anything up. Monthly trend would still be up. It's really not until you start breaking this monthly 9 where things start totally collapsing for Bitcoin. And I'll just show it on CME. It's easier. My CME chart's very clean. You can see here that, I just had a meme line here. You can have that monthly 9 move up to around that 93.5. Okay. So there's a premium on CME, by the way. I can interpret this as, okay, cool. If we start going back towards that monthly 9, losing this region, well, we're back into a range. And this range then means we're going to go all the way down to the 70s again. And so when I'm interpreting that on CME, I can say, well, it's like if we're going to go back to the 70s, that means that the monthly 9 is potentially going to get lost. That would be pretty bad. That would mean we're in a bear market. Mean reversion bounces from the 21 equal short opportunity to the monthly 9. So just understand that. We've seen this before. You lose the 9, you go to the 21. We know what happened here. So we can kind of do the same idea where you lost the 9, you bounced off of it, and then, it's Bitcoin, so it's choppy. It reclaimed it. It was a bull trap before nuking down. So, but even so, let's say you shorted here and you caught it all the way to the 21, and then you longed here and you had this here and you TP'd and you just didn't play. You literally would have had a free move just playing the 21 getting lost. Straight up, you would have had a free move. Here you just, let me delete this so we can see, right? Just short the monthly 9. That's what I did in 2022. That's how I made 26,000% because it's just very straightforward. And so here, there's no FOMO yet. You're just at the top of the range. Be very cautious. Solana, to me, makes me even more bearish now. I appreciate you bringing that up, Alejandro, because that does make me more bearish. And we've even been talking about XRP. Why is XRP looking so weak? So weak. And even XRP, what you're going to have into the month is you're going to get the move in July on XRP. Maybe August, but if this channel is going to play out, I can obviously draw it better. Like here.
There you go.
And then here. Yeah, I can draw it. We're professionals here.
Look at us. Look at us.
That's the point with these channels. It's like maybe you're using this, and that just changes everything. I don't do that. I take the highest point and the lowest point, and those are my channels. And I always say if this is going to be true, because nothing tells me it has to be true, you're going to see follow through in July. And that is basically brewing what we see. Often with these channels in crypto, and I always say with Bitcoin, you do get a fake out. So maybe Bitcoin dominance on the daily goes in for that higher low. Maybe next month, alts actually get a little bounce up that lead to the crash. Maybe then that just translates to Sol getting that bounce up, the weekly silver cross. You'd also be gauging anyways, right? 156 is resistance because of the monthly 9. But I'll finish this off by saying this. When we did lose the monthly 9, this just gave you an easy trade on Sol. You lost it, and then here you capitulated. It's just where, whenever you lose a monthly 9, you need to see follow through. You just don't want to see this, like it getting bought up. And that's okay. That's why we have our levels. So For Solana, this is extremely bearish. I mean, this literally could just lose the 21 and start breaking down. I have hope, though, that this support's going to hold today at 141, 142. And that's just simply based on my Bitcoin bias. I do think that we can easily take longs around 106. I think we easily can catch a mean reversion move. Well, not a mean reversion, but just an easy squeeze up to like 1093. And then from this zone, when Bitcoin does approach this region, I'm going to be looking at shorts on ETH, XRP, Bitcoin, and Sol. Because I know I'll be wrong. If we take this out, that's perfectly fine. But I don't want to be the person playing daily trend when the weekly is evidently down and the 5 days very down. Visually, you can just see it's very down. I mean, this took out, and I use trend on Wix. So, maybe people don't do that. It's okay. It just works for me. So this is still in a downtrend. And then that's why my system, it's just clarity. So when we're up here and are we in a bull market? Well, I'm not convinced yet. Very well could be, though. And so July will be the big month, I do believe. I don't think that we're just going to be on expanding monthly volatility and we're going to be in a range. That just doesn't, that's never happened on Bitcoin. This is straight up confirming it in July. So just understand that. Sol, though, looks very bad, and that has implications. I can look, too, at Sol versus XRP real fast. Good God. Wow. Damn. And even this just like got the bearish retest and it's ready to nuke, in my opinion. If you lose this line here at $50, yeah, this is going to go back down to these.
However, that's playing nicely into the thought of a higher low, huh? Right now,
Yeah,
at the very least.
It is. And like, let's go to weekly. Yeah, this could still go up a little higher. What else would I want to look at? Sol, we did Bitcoin, ETH.
I'm going to tell you what's going to go higher. Me, as soon as I get to the hookah bar.
Me too.
That's it. That's all I have, though. I mean, I'm trying to think, can I squeeze anything else out of this? Let's look at real fast. USDC versus, let's look at this real quick. No, USD dominance, my bad. Some people look at this. I've never.
I was like, what?
That's funny. Just stay with me now, boys. Hold up. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can use that. Okay, cool. This is looking pretty good, though. I mean, you really can't say it's not. The monthly 9, this whole bull market, we were under the monthly 9. We've now actually just got back.
Sounds like Alex is beatboxing.
No.
I don't look. Shit. Is it good?
There you go. You're back. Sounds like you were beatboxing for a little bit with auto-tune.
Damn, I was cooking. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but your screen's not moving right now. Just give it a second, because once the audio gets fixed, it takes just a few seconds for the screen. Just move your mouse a little bit so I can tell you if it's moving.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. You're there.
Okay.
Completely.
No, I'll finish this up, though. I just think this is very significant. So let's check out when the last time the monthly median got reclaimed. I really hope it was last time, like during the bear market. That'd be great. We lost it here. We stayed under it. Interesting. Okay. So then it's here. February 2022. Interesting. February 2022. What did Bitcoin do?
Oh, dude, was nooking.
Yeah, right here. Look at this. So you had a bounce on Bitcoin. Everyone was bullish. It was great. We're so back.
Yep.
Higher low. But then once that median on the monthly on USDC got reclaimed, USDC dominance got reclaimed. This was the bear market, just so everyone knows. You went a little higher, 1093, aka, and then you capitulated. So I just want everyone to be aware of that. Like, I don't think it's totally just unreasonable to be bearish here. the HBDR is even telling you that something different has shifted on Tether dominance. That's significant. And even volatility here is contracting. We were
USDC
actually,
dominance.
wait, what?
It's USDC dominance.
Oh, because he said USDT. Yeah, USDC.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, my
Yeah.
bad. USDC dominance reclaimed the monthly median. Just want everyone to know, last time that occurred was the beginnings of the bear market. So just so everyone knows. Now, does that mean that we can't retest it? No, we can. And that would be our 1093. Before I finish, I think also Sol had extreme low volatility on the monthly. Yeah, so this has the lowest volatility we've ever had in the history of this chart, confirmed in July that this is about to break back with the moving average. That's kind of interesting, is it not? I mean, with that weekly silver cross, with what we know, and we have extreme low volatility. It's not a setup, I'll say that, but this is still lower than here. This is the lowest we've ever seen this volatility, and we've been talking about this. If in July this confirms breaking back above the moving average, I'll be looking at that as confirmation of our bear market move potentially. So that's all I have. Yeah.
All right. Well, happy Friday, muchachos. Is there anything else you want to add before you run, do your thing?
Now, boys, I'll see you on the Discord. That's it.
Sounds good. Well, you guys enjoy the fuck out of that weather, unpredictable weather. Enjoy the beach, and we'll be on the chat, son. Take care. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Great job.
Hasta luego, muchachos.
Great job. Hasta luego, muchacho. Ok, tenemos XRP para acabar esto rápido. La razón por la que nos tardamos tanto al final es por esto. Estamos viendo XRP en la mensual, ¿no? Aquí lo tienes. Empieza ya a no verse caliente la cosa. Y XRP fue el que lideró y nos dio el tope, obviamente, en enero del 2025, pero fue el que lideró el movimiento. Solana hizo más o menos lo mismo y Solana se ve casi igual. Déjenme lo pongo en la semanal para que tengan una mejor vista de esto. Un segundo. Déjame quito estas líneas. Esto es lo que habíamos dicho en la última, que era el rechazo para seguir dando continuación a la baja. Y seguimos creyendo que ese es el caso, por cierto, para no hacérselas larga con XRP. ¿Qué es lo que hemos hecho desde acá? Un bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo. ¿Y qué es lo que sigue? Un bajo más bajo. Puede que lo hayamos encontrado acá, pero lo que favorece las probabilidades es que literalmente ya lo hayamos dado acá con el promedio del 9 y estemos aquí solamente aguantando, intentando meter a gente a comprar en el lado long antes de irnos al pito. Otra cosa que checamos fue Solana. Solana también se ve del culo. Tenemos nuestro máximo acá en noviembre, tenemos el de enero 25 con el pump de Donald Trump, con el pump de pump, y de ahí cayó hasta acá, de ahí rebotó hasta acá y está cayendo. Y es justo lo que les había dicho el ciclo pasado, que medimos cuánto fue la caída, que ya nunca regresó a altos históricos. Y al mismo tiempo que estamos viendo estos, tíos, vemos la dominancia de Bitcoin en una absoluta monstruosidad de movimiento hacia la alza. La razón por la que quiero traer esto a la mesa es por lo siguiente. Y otra vez, ya se los dije una vez y creo que no es falta repetirlo a la gente que lo conoce, pero si no han estado acá, lo que yo estoy esperando es la dominancia de Bitcoin. Espérenme, déjenme borro esto. Bueno, básicamente lo que están viendo en el dibujo es lo que estoy esperando. La dominancia de Bitcoin, una vez que llegue a este punto en el 70% y llega a romper a la alza, si es que esto llega a pasar, ¿ok? Si no, y simplemente nos damos un viaje por acá y de acá rebotamos a la baja, bien, entendido. Podría ser también el caso. Y esto también sería relacionado a lo que estamos diciendo. No en la misma magnitud. La magnitud de esto es, si Bitcoin llega a romper esta zona, pueden ver lo importante que es esta zona con este rechazo, estos rechazos. Si Bitcoin llega a romper el 71% a la alza, el movimiento medido debería llevar al 107%. Y esto sería el mercado bajista de alt season, de las alts, más duro que probablemente hemos visto en la historia. Eso solamente lo pongo en la mesa, ¿ok? La otra cosa que puede ser también esto es simplemente Bitcoin yéndose a $250,000 y todo lo demás quedándose, digamos, Solana en 90, XRP en 60 centavos. Podría ser, también esa podría ser la diferencia. Pero algo aquí no me gusta nada de esto. Y ahora, en esto, ¿qué es lo que necesitamos en este momento para todo el mundo? Esta es la dominancia de Bitcoin. Lo que esperarían es, después de hacer un alto histórico, bueno, no un alto histórico, un alto local, un fondo local. Este movimiento va a hacer que todo el mundo entre en Solana, que digan, güey, va a ir Solana hasta acá y que Solana se encuentre en los 150 con el siguiente rechazo, que es básicamente la continuación de esta línea meme. Vendría acá, pum, 157, no te llevas este máximo de acá en los 159, 158 y te das la vuelta para abajo y siguiente objetivo son los 100. ¿Por qué los 100? Porque ahí es donde está tu 2 semanas, tu promedio del 100 de 2 semanas. Y ahora, una vez más, no estoy diciendo que esto sea el fin de la subida de Bitcoin. Lo que estamos diciendo es que las altcoins no se ven peor de lo que todo el mundo está diciendo. Y es lo que llevamos ya un rato diciendo, porque hay mucha gente que sigue esperando esto. No puedes tener alt season si no tienes una cantidad ridícula de dinero impresa. No puedes, simplemente no puedes. Y no ha ocurrido. Entonces, y esa cantidad de dinero, yo sé que mucha gente les está contando, pero acaba de pasar el Big Beautiful Bill. Tíos, llevan imprimiendo más dinero de lo que se pasó en esa cuenta por una década y media. Pero en el 2020 imprimimos 40% de todo el dinero circulante. Eso no está ocurriendo. Entonces, ¿qué esperamos de XRP para la gente que pregunta? XRP lo que creemos es que ya vino a hacer el retesteo. Te voy a dar esta. Estás viendo la mensual, ¿ok? Faltan 3 días y 6 horas para cerrar esta vela. Si esta vela llega a cerrar por debajo de este piquito aquí, ahí abajo, en el 2.067, esta vela llega a cerrar aquí abajo, te confirma el top, la vela topera y vas a irte al 1.6. 1.6 puede que te dé el rebote al 1.9 y aquí te mande para abajo. Y nuestros objetivos, casi todos, están por acá del 60, 70 centavos. Así que atentos. Todo esto es invalidado si nos llevamos este máximo en los 2.66. Nos llevamos los 2.66, olvídenlo, all season, todo regresamos, todo chido, podemos subir otra vez. Pero por ahora, no tiene cara de que esté pintando la cosa así. Es todo lo que les quiero decir. Y con eso acabamos el día de hoy el casino del tío Salo. Muy interesante lo que se está dando económica, financieramente hablando en el mundo, no en geopolítica y todas esas payasadas. Quería hacer una y me preguntó, pero creo que corrimos un poco tarde. Nueva York ya es la 12, son las 11, 12, 1, 2, son las 2 de la tarde. La gente ya se va a ir a comer, es viernes. Yo creo que mejor nos vemos este fin de semana completo, el mañana y el domingo. No temprano tampoco para que no se me pongan locos, pero en horarios decentes para poder platicar. Les tengo una buena, ¿eh? Me aventé la entrevista de, eso es para mis amigos conspiranoicos que les gustan todas esas pendejadas. Me aventé la entrevista de Bill Ryan con Charlie. Güey, hay mucho de qué platicar de eso. Yo creo que nunca me había puesto enfrente una fotografía donde literalmente tengo ya por fin algo que creo que es tangible para todos ustedes, en todas las teorías conspiranoicas. Tengo como una buena dirección, creo, y lo veremos. De nuevo, hay muchos de ustedes que me están enseñando cosas diario, así que no vengo yo a decirles qué es lo que es poco a poco lo que vamos encontrando y lo que nos vamos dando cuenta de. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, muchísimas gracias a todos, muy feliz viernes, pásenla de huevos. Vini les manda un saludote a todos ustedes, también Belén, pórtense bien y nos vemos mañana para los que les gustan todas las cosas locas y también cualquier otra sugerencia que saben, mándenmela en X por favor para poder compartir con ustedes, poder hablar de los temas. Vamos a ver qué es en este mundo donde nada importa. Nos vemos en la próxima. Gracias a todos por unirse a Elite Trading Academy, por ver estos en vivos, de verdad. Lo disfruto muchísimo con estos tíos y también con ustedes. Pórtense bien. Gracias.